All right. Hey, doggy. Hey, what's up? Happy Thursday. What's happening, everybody? Just out with the dog, per usual. A little bit overcast here. Nice day, though. Hey, I love spring. It's such a beautiful time of the year, isn't it? Get to go outside, you know, wear a t-shirt or something like that for the first time in months and not regret it. Has anybody ever been caught in a situation like I've been to like sporting events and you don't bring enough clothing? And let's say it's an afternoon game that goes into the evening, and I was been in the upper deck. I haven't been at like a stadium in like forever, but you know, it's crazy. The sports team, the baseball franchise in my city, one of my grade school classmates is the owner of the damn team. This guy's got like $400 million. It's crazy. Anyway, I haven't talked to him in a while. I sort of have an open invitation to go to their skybox, which is crazy. I'm not a big fan of baseball, but I went there once, and the father was the guy who started it, and he. It's funny. The world is such a small place. It turns out this guy was a lawyer, very famous lawyer, and he came up to me in the skybox. I'd never talked to him before, and he came up to me. He goes, I just want to tell you something because my grandfather was a judge at the Maryland the court. The court is court. It's called the Supreme Court or Court of Appeals or whatever the hell. It's like one of the highest courts in the state. And he said, you know what? He clerked for my grandfather. You know, usually when you're in law school, you go spend some time with somebody who's a judge just to, I don't know, get mentored or whatever it is. And so my grandfather was his mentor. And he said, you know what? Your grandfather is like the favorite person, my favorite person I've ever met in my entire life. I was like, damn, that's a pretty nice thing to say. And then we all went out to dinner afterwards. And of course, he picked up the tab for like this lavish dinner. It was crazy. So that's a whole other world. Yeah, no, I'm not talking. I'm talking about baseball right now, Barbette. So anyway, it's interesting. You know, the wealthy class, they just live differently. And I met some of them through playing golf and through some other friends and even some family members. I have one family member that's really rich, Wall Street type people. Anyway, I don't know. It's the weird thing about that is it's kind of seductive in one way because having all that fancy stuff and not having to do all the, they have what I mean. I don't want to get into details, but I know somebody that has somebody come in every day and change and wash their bed sheets like you're in a damn hotel. Who the hell can afford that, right? But it's a different life. Yeah, yeah. If anybody hasn't heard, O.J. Simpson passed away today of cancer at the age of 76. A lot of controversy around that person, of course. The weird thing is that when he went on interviews, I guess like a decade after what happened, he went through what's called a hypothetical exercise, where he said, hypothetically, if I did it, this is hypothetically how I did it. Like he went through, like talked about the whole damn thing, but just kept using the word hypothetical, which is crazy. So obviously that guy did that stuff. He had the motive, right? So that's pretty gross. Yeah, again, you know, it's crazy, but I actually, in a weird kind of way, his personality was kind of endearing, but he did some crazy shit though. But he was a big golfer. He loved golf. He lived out in LA. And I don't know. Everybody's got a mix, right? There's always pros and cons. But obviously, doing something like that is a pretty crazy crime. Probably the worst thing you can do. Yeah, literally, they say somebody gets away with murder, like Donald Trump, figuratively, but he literally got away with it. And that, you got to give credit. That Johnny Cochran guy and Dershowitz was on his legal team. Like he had a bunch of people that are very popular lawyers, are very well-known lawyers. Anyway, so this outrage culture, I talked a little bit about it yesterday. It's always amazing when you're having a tough time in life, and then you talk to people who kind of bring you up. That's a pretty amazing thing. I talked to 3 or 4 people yesterday after this really tumultuous time, and they just said, hey, fuck it. Do what you do, and let everybody else do what they do. Just ignore it. Yeah, Maz, I'm doing okay. I haven't gotten as much sleep lately. That's the problem. I'm not sleeping well, but that's been happening for a long time. But getting up in the morning, taking a shower, going up for a walk, trying to set up the day, and just do your best to do the best you can. I think that's all we can ask of ourselves. And also, everybody's made mistakes. And imagine if you made a mistake in life and nobody ever stopped asking you to repent for it 24/7 through that. That's like, come on. So at some point, you have to understand that people are flawed and that you have to give people a chance to do better. That's how I look at it. And then let their actions speak. If they continue doing the stuff that's a whole different story. So anyway, our society is weird, especially for people that are incarcerated. People get incarcerated, especially if you commit a felony, and then sometimes you can't vote, which isn't the end of the world, obviously. But a lot of times you can't even get a job, when they do a criminal background check. It depends on the felony. But if you had a felony for, let's say, some sort of assault in a workplace or something like that, or you had one that was, like something that was involving a kid or something, one of those things, that's really tough. I actually, believe it or not, I actually know somebody. He was the like priest slash counselor at the Catholic school that I went to for high school, and he's one of these guys where he was gay, but he wasn't openly gay at the time. Back when I was in high school, this is still in the mid '80s, and so then it wasn't socially accepted to come out as gay then, which sounds strange now because it is what it is. Everybody's like, whatever, dude. But it wasn't like that in the '80s. People were really nervous to share their sexuality. So he didn't, and he kind of went, but he ended up having some kind of relationship with one of the school students who was like 17 or something. And the age of consent where I am is 18. So, whatever. He got in trouble for, and if I told you the person who this was with, you'd know the name. It's really crazy. Somebody who's pretty famous. But anyway, so he had to do a year in jail in solitary confinement because when you get accused of an sex crime with a minor, and granted, the guy was 17, like 17 and three quarters, so he was almost 18. So it wasn't like that crazy. But still, the law is the law. That's how they do it. So he spent 12 months in solitary confinement at the detention center, the same one that I was in for 4.5 days, which I hated every second of it. I can't imagine. Because what they do is they isolate you from the general population because people in jail, if they find out you've done something with somebody, even if they don't know the details, they just call you a chomo, like a child molest her. That's what they say. And then you're a target at that point. People will just, knife you or beat the crap out of you or whatever they do. They'll just gang up on you. It's like an outlet for the rage of people in jail to take it out on what they believe is the lowest of the low. So I felt really bad for him. He's actually a really nice guy and does a lot of things for other people. I guess he just had a weakness in that regard. And anytime a teacher or a trusted member of the faculty involves with students, they always get punished pretty badly. But I don't know. Shit happens. People have their needs and wants, and it just kind of happens. But again, people could look at him and completely cancel that. He has done so much good for so many people. He's a good friend of my mother's, and he helped me after some of my problems that I went through with my legal situation when I was doing my stupid shit. So, again, these people that look at somebody and they put them on a continuum, and if they do anything wrong that upsets their sense of sensibility, they just go into fucking outrage mode and they start to try to be out for blood. It's like they literally have a pitchfork and they want to chase you down the road and just force you into oblivion. They want to cancel you. They want to make sure you never get to talk again, make sure you don't get to work again. It's this crazy sort of frenzy that people go into. I just don't understand that shit. It's just not how I work. So how am I doing? I'm doing okay. Yeah, listen, Andrew, that's a fair thing to say. It's fair to criticize anybody for something that you disagree with. That's fine. And, do what you got to do. What I do, I'll give you an example in my world. Okay. Just to let you know, Andrew, what I did was when I think after you fuck up, you have to be straight up. You have to say, listen, I totally screwed up. And what I did, Andrew, if you don't know, the first thing I did was I contacted other trusted members of the pro-Palestinian community that I knew here on TikTok. Because I think it's just like a politician, if you do something that's not socially acceptable, the first thing you should do is not be a burden to whatever the more important issue is. So I contacted people and I said, hey, I messed up. And so what do you think? I should do moving forward. Should I just kind of quietly step aside and just not be a, not just not be a thing? So what it wasn't, things didn't get out of control until recently, where it really became an issue of focus, which is understandable, but it is a distraction from the bigger picture, which is unfortunate. But I asked them, and they said, no, no, no. Listen, you're a good voice for this, and although that was pretty stupid to do and messed up, just face it and apologize and do the right thing. So what I did was I opened up my lives for a couple days, for about 6 hours worth of lives, and just let anybody come on. Of course, I started out with sort of a summary and apologized basically, but then everybody came up and they shared their views. And I think it's fair to let people vent their frustrations or share their feelings and criticize you, whatever they want to do. It's their set of feelings. I can't relate to the harm that sort of thing causes to people, and obviously they have every right to express their feelings and do whatever the hell they want to do. So some people, when they see somebody in this position, they say, F that person. They're an effing this or an effing that. There's nothing good about this person that canceled. Like I said, I don't look at things that way with people. I try to be. I'm not a Christian, but I think one of the main principles of Christianity is forgiveness. And I think the statement from the Bible says something like, let the person, or he who is without sin cast the first stone, or something like that. So we've all done something or thought something, even if we may not have said it. None of us are perfect, but this virtue, cancel culture, self-righteous bullshit. I can't stand that crap. But anyway, so 6 hours of lives, letting people say what they wanted to say, owning it, apologizing for it. I don't know what else a human being can do other than face up to something, apologize for it, promise to be better, and then try to move on. So these people that gave me advice said, move on. The voice and the cause is more important than the temporary controversy. Eventually, people will realize the work you're doing is probably valuable, and they'll figure it out, or they'll just avoid you. And so that's fine. There are people on this app that I avoid, that I just don't like their style. But let me give you another example of where I think this pieces together. Because none of us are all good and all bad, right? There's always something good in each of us. So Andrew Tate, that really well-known guy who's been canceled on every single social media platform, and of course the guy has been run through the ringer. But I think for some things he deserves the criticism. So he speaks very poorly about women. He calls them, bitch and hoes and all this crazy shit, which I think is just completely idiotic and unnecessary. But he just has an attitude that men are still whatever. He's got this masculine, they call it toxic masculinity. And what he did was, if you don't know his history, he's somebody that was he's British, kickboxer. And then he started figuring out, what am I going to do to make money after I kickbox? So he devised this plan to try to go after women who are attractive, get them to get in a relationship with him, of course, engage in relations, and then use that leverage he had over their, the emotional leverage and the control to get them to work on these, what's called OnlyFans or whatever, where they would make a lot of money with male visitors. And he leveraged that thing to the hilt. So he did it with like 40 or 50 women. It wasn't just one, it was a lot. And then also he was accused of SA. There was like 5 or 6 women that said along the way he either hit people or SA'd or all, both, whatever. So I don't think he's a good guy. I think I think that's scumbag material, right? Even though he talks this really big game about how he's going to the gym and teaching young men how to, whatever. Maybe some of that stuff is okay too. I don't know. But I think he's a blowhard, poser. I think he's actually a closeted H-sexual. There was a situation where Joe Rogan and he were at some sort of event or a hotel or something. And Joe Rogan said, hey, man, can I borrow your phone real quick? I got to look something up on the internet. And so Andrew said, sure. He hands him the phone. And Rogan said on the website, when he tried to open the browser, was gay porn, gay POR, gay schmorn site. So who the hell knows? I don't even give a shit about that. But, he talks this bravado stuff about women and all that shit's there. So who knows? But the point is, the reason why I mention all this is because he recently went on with Piers Morgan, a very, very, widely broadcasted interview. Because Piers Morgan has a big platform, but Andrew is very well known. So, he's going to draw an audience. And so what he did was he kind of called Piers Morgan out on his pro-Zionist or, bullshit position about this conflict and pointed out what's happening. He criticized Israel, all that stuff. So he did something really good, I believe. And he believes he's converted to Islam. And he's a staunch advocate for Palestinians. I appreciate that about Andrew Tate. And so I could just completely tune the guy out, right? I could say he's a piece of shit or whatever. But he has good in him too. So that's the point. And I think that hopefully We all look at things in that way eventually, but some people just are not wired that way, and that's okay. A lot of the younger people, they've been conditioned under this sort of I don't know if you call it wokeism or whatever. Um, that I don't know. It's a generational thing. I think people that are older have a different way of doing stuff. And yes, I am older, unfortunately. Anyway, so yeah, some people love the Tates, and I think that they have a certain bravado and swagger that appeals to younger people that they influence. The way they make their money now is they have these clubs. It's called Hustlers University, and you sign up for $50 a month, and they have these little rooms you go into and different topics, and to the extent that anybody can have a mentorship type of thing and improve their lives, I'm all for that. That's great. But my thing is, I think they focus on money. They talk about wealth, and if you don't have wealth, you're basically not worthy, and you're never going to get the women and all this stuff. So they have people thinking you have to go out. Believe it or not, Andrew Tate. This is the crazy part. That same sort of system. He created a system, like a training system, and he would hold these seminars and teach young men or other people how to do what he did, how to like get girls in your orbit and force them to work for you. And he called it the PhD program. He called it Pimping Hose Degree. I mean, how fucking sick is that? And so a lot of other people started doing it, and they got arrested and prosecuted for doing this shit because we don't know. In most cases, I didn't know this, but human trafficking, there's different standards, just like with GSI. There's certain standards that may be different than what we might think. And with human trafficking, if you coerce somebody with emotion to not let them sort of be free to do things, that's considered trafficking. I believe it. I didn't know this. So he's in Romania now because he skipped out of the UK. He had charges pending on him for SA, so he skipped town, went to Romania. Then he got charged in Romania. That whole thing where they kind of raided his house and all this stuff. They took all his cars, like 19 cars or some shit. Anyway, so he and his brother are charged with human trafficking in an ongoing form, which is a much more serious charge. I think the maximum penalty is like 30 years in prison or something like that. I don't know the nature of their case, so I don't want to speak to it, but they're going to go to trial at some point. It's a judge. They don't get a jury in Romania. So a judge is going to decide their fate. They have lawyers, of course, and they're going to fight the case. But they were jailed for, I think, 3 months. Because in Romania, you can be held up to 6 months with no charges, which is crazy. Sounds like Israel, right? But so they got out. They kind of made it look like they were completely exonerated because they got out of their detention. But they have what's called house detention now. And I think they just let them out of house detention about a month ago. But they have to stay within a certain county or something in Romania, and they got to report it and shit like that. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if it turns out they're guilty and they get charged, then they'll serve their time, and that'll be that, right? That or whatever happens, whatever the penalty, or maybe they'll be given probation or something. I don't know, but we'll see. It'll be interesting. It'll be very newsworthy when it comes out. I'm sure it will. But anyway, that's the drama that people are so drawn to. I try to avoid that shit. It's just such a waste of time. And the other thing I was mentioning about the whole drama around me was, people who are committed. This is not to put a tap on my shoulder, but I've probably spent more time learning about this and advocating for it than these people have been alive. And so to shit down somebody's throat who does a lot of good work in something I think it's just idiotic. And so hopefully people will focus on the big picture. I think the only reason that any of us are doing any of this, hopefully, is towards the end goal of seeing Palestine be free and have autonomy and dignity and respect and have the region restored to something where there's none of this violence and stop the brutality of the Israelis and stop the counterattacks, right? We don't want to see any of that stuff. So that's where I am with that, and I hope everybody can work towards that cause because there are people that I don't like in this movement. I'm not going to name them here, but I've had, I don't have many clashes with people, but I've had some that were rather uncomfortable, and I think people were rather unpleasant. But I appreciate their advocacy. Even if, one person is actually raising money for their personal expenses, but claiming they're giving it to the cause, which is, I think that's really lousy. But at least they're talking about it, right? And this person has knowledge, so they are sharing some knowledge and has knowledge about other stuff. So this person's well versed in some geopolitics. I don't think she's an idiot. But I don't like when anybody uses a bigger cause for their own personal gain. I think, again, I don't cancel them, but I don't like that. And the other thing is, if you don't like somebody, you don't have to criticize them constantly. You don't have to try to kill them. You just have to just avoid them. Listen, go your way, do your thing, and you're not. Everybody's going to be different. There's some personalities in some of these rooms, these lives. I just can't stand. I'm like, oh my god, this person. How can they be like this? But they are, and it's their choice. I can just change the fucking channel. So I want to tell, I don't want to tell people to quote get over it because that's not sensitive. But I would say this is what I would suggest: put it in proper perspective. Because the way I like to think of it is, if somebody's words hurt your feelings or damage your self, listen, it's understandable, but it's nothing compared to having a 2,000-pound bomb land on your house and 25 people in your family get killed. Right? That's my point. So, I say the same thing when people who are pro-Zionist and they say something like, you know what, anti-Semitism is on the rise because of this. People are angry at Israel, so they're making people who are Jewish feel uncomfortable, and that's anti-Semitism. And they say they feel very unsafe. I'm like, dude, you feel unsafe. I'm sorry that you feel unsafe. I don't want you to feel unsafe. But what do you think the people on the receiving end of this damage, the snipers, the tanks, the bombs, how do you think they feel? They're displaced. They don't have a place to live. They're living in a tent or eating when they can, or maybe getting, a lot of people don't even have water or food sometimes. Imagine that. So those people who have gone through the month of Ramadan know exactly how that feels, not to drink water or eat food, from the whole day, which has got to be tough. I'm sure people are so excited that now they can go back to their pattern, but it's a sacrifice. And that's the other thing about the whole Gaza thing, and the Palestinian people in general. I saw a young boy on a video who was standing by one of these cemeteries that the Israelis had unearthed, and they were sort of put it back together. And he was standing over, I think it was his mother's grave, and he was wailing, just absolutely wailing, just total grief. And so a journalist came up and started to comfort him and reminded him, and I don't speak Arabic, but I could kind of get the sense of what he was saying. And he's like, your mother gave her life as a part of a bigger cause. It's part of God's plan. And we have to accept that for what it is, and we have to move ahead and continue focusing on what's important. And that's I think it says, what is the word used? It's God's will. I'm not sure what the words are for that, but that's the idea. And the idea is, hey, life is going to be what it is. We have to stay focused on our faith, and that's amazing to me. I don't know how these people do it, but they do it. So I really admire that, and I think what happens is people realize that there are going to have to be sacrifices made towards the end goal, and that's just part of it. As miserable and horrible as it is. And, I have to say, Richard Medhurst said this. I'm going to say it. I'm just going to repeat his words. How about that? And he was really mad about something that Israel did one day. If you don't know journalist Richard Medhurst, you should follow him. He's amazing. And he said, fuck Israel all day, every day. Fuck you, fuck off, and fuck off, or something like that. He was so angry about some of the stuff Israel's been doing. And I know how it feels. I know how that feels. And the only reason that I do any of this stuff is because when I learned about this, it made me angry. I was like, this is some bullshit. Because I had been given that false story like everybody else gets. And the Israelis play this game where they say, oh, we're the victim. And, everybody's, no, you're the victimizer. Yes, you're a smaller country in terms of physical territory, but you've got the biggest military in the region. You use your force in a way that's very, very difficult for others to deal with. Let's put it that way. That's the nicest way to put it. I would say it's an excessive force, unnecessary for the basic security of the state. And it's that shit that I learned about. I was like, what the fuck are these people doing, man? Why are they doing this shit? They shoot people, they injure people, bulldoze their houses, they put cement in their water wells, they poison their crops, they take their houses, they kick them off their land still. The police or the military comes in beside them and they're armed. You can't do anything about it except just accept it. And now you're homeless again. You've already been a refugee for decades, dealing with all the bullshit from the checkpoints and all that stuff. And now somebody comes and takes your shit again. Just imagine how that must be. And maybe along the way, they unalive a couple people just because they can. Imagine how that must feel. That's just unbelievable. And they just have to take it. And that's why I don't understand how the Israelis can say, the pro-Israelis, why can't these people be peaceful? Why can't they? What would you do if this was your day-to-day life? And that's in the West Bank. Gaza, you can't even leave. At least in the West Bank, you can move around a little bit. You can cross over if you have the right situation. But Israel controls everything. They have checkpoints everywhere. It's just, I can't even imagine living like that. You have no freedom. You have no rights. They can search your phone. They can delay you. They can harass you. They can put you in jail for no reason. It's just fucked up. And I don't think most people who support Israel are horrible people. there are some people that they're beyond communication, which is frustrating. Someone like PG or somebody like that, just, oh God, it's so frustrating. They have good in them somewhere, but they're totally lost in this path of propaganda, and they just buy into the whole damn thing, and they look at themselves as the righteous, and they look at the Palestinians, these crazy, rabid T-words, and that's all they do is they look at themselves as the victim. Like, can you believe how hard our lives are? We deal with rockets, and it's this whining victim card holding bullshit. You gonna cross over? I'll go this way if you want me to. No, take your time. It's all good. So yeah, that's what I think. They're misguided. That's a good way to put it. So remember, and it could be anybody. We deal with people here on this app sometimes who come in and they're kind of neutral, right? They're like, I'm not for either side. Most people just don't know. And when most people get the facts, like a lot of people on this app have been getting, they're like, this is this. They get the same feeling of outrage that I had when I first learned about this, and of course I still feel to this day. And that's a good thing in a way. People are waking the hell up. So the job that I see as ours is to have decent conversations, stick to the facts, try to educate people and win over what I call hearts and minds. Because it's going to take that for people to push their political systems to do things like boycott Israel, sanction them, and force them to restructure the way they do things in a way that would move towards peace. They were going to try to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia, and that kind of got scuttled by this conflict. And now Saudi Arabia said, listen, until the Palestinians have an independent state, we're not doing jack shit with you guys. And I think that's the right position to take. And these other quote unquote Arab countries that's disgusting to me. How can you align with a government that's continuing to marginalize people with whom you identify from at least the core of your identity and your belief system? That to me is disgusting. So I think those countries, those leaders, should be ousted. But a lot of these regimes are very repressive. So it's very difficult. I mean, look at Egypt. I was talking to Quinn about this, and he's like, listen, man, we just can't protest. If you go out and protest, you're going to jail. So I can imagine if you're somebody who's trying to change the system and the military comes out and beats you up or worse, and then you go to jail, maybe you stay in there for as long as they want to. There's no due process. That's got to suck. But it doesn't seem right, though. The populations of those countries are almost entirely, maybe unanimously standing behind the Palestinians, and yet their government doesn't represent them in any way of their opinion. We have a lot of that here too in our country. It really sucks. All right, somebody's in the queue. I've been talking a lot. We have Jack Ash 007. Hello, Jack. Stick to the issues, nothing personal. How you doing?
Hey there, Chip. How you doing?
I'm okay, but I didn't expect to hear you. Jack Ash, is this
I know.
your
I
status?
think no. This is my name. I know.
Okay, well,
But
welcome.
yeah. Yeah. It throws people off sometimes. No worries. I'm just a clown sometimes. That's all. But on a more important note, I've only caught a few of your lives for like a few minutes here and there. But I've mostly heard of you when I go on to pro Israel lives, and they reference you when talking about me. They say that I'm a lot like Chip. So I imagine we're on the same level,
Wow.
on a lot of this. Um,
Are they
and
nice to you,
I
or
was just curious.
have you been in their lives? Are
No,
they?
golly, no.
I get treated like
No,
shit on
not
their lives.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's gotten pretty bad. Uh, I've been trying to speak with them for the last 6 months. Right after all this happened, I recognized the polarization and just their tactics in general. So I've attempted to make a bridge with some of them and try to get them to see where they've lost their humanity. And a lot of it has just gotten so out of hand, like so out of hand. So I was curious if you could tell me what it was, if you could bring me up to speed on what it was you were doing the lives for over the last few days. What spurred that?
Well, first I want to reference something that happened with me, and I try to be fair in every situation. So I stepped into a situation I probably shouldn't have. I've shared this, but I'll share it again. So there was a live going on. It was a pro-Palestinian host, And I gather this person, PG, I don't know if anybody knows PG, Patricia Gonzalez, she's a Mexican. She's of Mexican heritage. I think she lives in the U.S. And she's a very, very ardent Zionist. She's Jewish, and she does a lot of lives. So she was in someone else's live as a guest, and she was being torn to shreds. I mean, it was the worst treatment I've ever heard anybody have. And so I stepped in. I was just trying to say, hey, they were saying things. I think it was, I want to cut you up into little pieces and feed you to the dogs or some shit like this. And I don't care who it is. I don't think people should be saying that to each other. So I stepped in and kind of tried to cut that
I
shit off.
agree.
And of course, I got shit on as if I was coming to her rescue, that I supported her views. That's like, so she messaged me after that, and she said, she said some things about, these are the crazy ass people you're supporting. I'm like, that was just somebody having a rough moment. And and then she sent me a message saying like, thanks for stepping in or something like that. I was like, no problem. I just tried to do what I thought was fair. So I thought that was sort of an olive branch, and maybe it might go somewhere positive, like you said. And then, so at one point, I went up on a live where she was the hostess, and I went in. She brought me up. It was just me and her at first. I thought we were just going to chat for a second, and then she brought in all these prosaios, and they were fucking unbelievably, just barbarically cruel and just nasty. And she just sat there and let it all happen. She didn't say a goddamn word, and I was muted. Eventually, I just left and that's the kind of shit. And I don't even think that somebody can see that. This is the problem, I believe. They don't think that there's anything wrong with that. That's kind of like just okay. And that's just a big difference. So she asked me recently, there was another live that we bumped into, and she said, why did you block me? I said, PG, I stood up for you in a vile situation, and then you just let me get shit on. What the hell's wrong with you? Why did I block you? So that it's just, I think she's completely oblivious to the fact that her behavior is just wretched. Anyway, so, but no, there
Hear
was an
you.
issue with there just to let you know, there was an issue with some tweets that I authored, months back that were not appropriate, and people were angry at them. They were racially insensitive tweets. So I covered the ground initially with people. I apologized for it. I let people come up and kind of let me have it. I thought that was the right thing to do after people advised me to, stick around, but deal with it. So I did that, and it's gotten re-stirred up about on a group of people that are very militant about these particular issues, and so my name has been in the mix. So, and that's putting it mildly. So I've been speaking to that. I'm not a big fan of cancel culture, but everyone has a right to do things the way they choose. My opinion is if I really don't like somebody, I just avoid them. If I see them in a live, just move on. Or if they try to communicate with me, I just don't communicate. That's my way. Unless they want to reach out and have like an in-depth conversation and try to whatever. So what I believe is that everybody wants somebody to be on a permanent 24/7 apology tour. That's just not something that's practical or even reasonable to expect of people. I mean, there's people that serve their sentence to society, and they get out and they serve their debt to society. You don't keep telling them, hey, you need to apologize for that bank robbery every day of your life to whatever. And these people just stand on a pedestal, and that's their choice. But they're very, very sensitive, and they're very, very angry. And I don't have any right to question their feelings or their anger. But the only thing I talked to somebody last night, and here's what they said to me. Here's exactly what they said. They said, you do a very effective job of communicating on this issue. You run your lives in a way that's, probably the most, it's up there with, maybe Eric Warsaw as far as being, decent and treating guests with dignity and respect. And he said, that's something that's really helpful. So this is just tune out the noise and do your thing and let everybody else do their thing. And that's what I'm doing. So that's the hubbub.
Yeah. Okay. I had a feeling that's kind of what was going on. And I just want to remind you of that famous quote, you can't please all the people all the time. And
Yep.
we all have things to learn in this. We're all still growing. We're all still learning. We're going to make mistakes. But absolutely, it is not feasible for us to sit on these apology tours, as you say. Like, it's, I've noticed with all of this that there's a lot of intersectionality that can be dragged in and almost weaponized. And that really does
Yep.
bring in a lot of like the cancel culture and this shutting out, shutting down, or
Yeah.
especially in these lives and with all of the social media, the way that you can get really ganged up on. And things can get drawn up from like 3-6 months ago. And I think that a lot of this, again, ends up becoming distraction and even used as distraction by some people who are, knowledgeable on this and understand. the division tactics and
Yeah,
stuff
and
like that. So
if I may jump in,
yeah.
yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I really don't understand is the issue at hand is helping Palestine. I don't know how that gets lost in the mix, but there are people that just I don't know if their lives are perfect. The most here on TikTok. I wish they would have taken time to at least learn a little bit before. One person was saying that I'm not really pro-Palestinian. I'm just some sort of a fraud trying to make money off the issue and blah 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 blah. So that frustrated me. People who make statements out of ignorance, I think that's a step too far. But there's some really angry militant people that are really 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 out for blood, and they just can't let it go. And I mean, whatever, that's their choice. But I think anger actually hurts the person that harbors it. It's like a poison that stays inside of you. Forgiveness is a cleansing process. So that's the route I've always taken. I have somebody. This is crazy. There's somebody that stole $650,000 from me and ruined my entire business that was thriving at the time. And I had to start over, and really, it was very difficult. And I was very angry and hurt by that, obviously. But I've come to peace with it because I can't control what this person did. I can't change the past, and so it feels better to let it go. So hopefully, other people can benefit from that type of thing. Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, you're great. That is, that's the process of moving forward. And I think right now, especially with the tension so high and all of this highlighting of these, events and kind of like to use that phrase waking up that people are doing to all of this, there's going to be misplaced anger. That's just how it's going to work. And it does come from a place of ignorance, but it also comes from a place of like projection too a lot of times. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things that if you're not willing to, kind of accepting other people's feelings on this is absolutely the most healthy way we can all move forward. But what we need is that forward momentum to find a solution, to find something, that is more closely related to conflict resolution rather than the constant battle that we've all been almost indoctrinated to. The society in general is just very like war culture-y, and we kind of everything is the competition and the no, you're right or you're wrong, and the judgment. So I do appreciate you trying to go back to the more, conflict resolution stance of trying to approach all of this as a way to move forward and learn, because that's all we can do as people. As far as PG, uh, I've had many interactions with her, and just actually had an interaction the other night. For like 3 hours, went on to a live with another mutual of mine in hopes of bringing a message of like healing to the IDF, like trying to get them to see that like what they are doing is, just inhumane. It's gone too far. They've lost a degree of their humanity, and they need to seek healing. And that was it was almost weaponized, like it was used like as a way that it was offensive. They were so proud of their stance and what the IDF is doing and its protection of the people, that they're completely unwilling to look at the side and what the actions they are taking is actually doing. And the justification process of that is obviously a bunch of mental gymnastics that's just way too far. But sitting up there, I recognize that that's kind of a
Can I just say?
tactic that they
I'm sorry.
use. Is this?
Is it
Yeah,
okay
go
if I
ahead.
just say one thing? Because there's somebody in the comments. Listen, there were some tweets that I did author that were insensitive, and I own those. Somebody created a tweet, used some kind of Photoshop program or some shit. There were refugees in the water or a boat, and they wrote, "Sharks gotta eat something." I never said that. And that is ridiculously cruel and unbelievably insensitive. And I would never say that. That's absurd. So that tweet was made up by somebody else. I never said that. So I don't know what the fuck people are saying about that. I saw it when somebody brought it up in a live recently and showed it on the screen. I didn't get a chance to even talk. I just started screaming at me and telling me how much of a piece of shit I was. I never did that. That was not me. So when people start making shit up and assigning it to you because they're jumping on the pile, again, this is just the bullshit people do. These outrage cultural warriors. So I never said that.
Yeah,
Just want to make that
it's
clear.
unfortunate because when you get to like, I'm not sure how many followers you have, but I see that you pretty consistently have like 100 plus people in your live. So I imagine that you're gonna be, you're just gonna, you're in the world's eye at this point, and there's always going to be those people. And the fact that you address it is very, that's important because so often we see people not addressing it and just moving on. But I think that's what's important is though that combo of addressing it and then moving on. We can't sit on
Of
it
course.
forever, but to actually acknowledge it is important. But at some point, we're going to have to create a path to move forward. So yeah, but I just see a lot of these tactics being used as a weaponization, essentially, of people's intentions, trying to tell other people what their intentions are,
Yeah.
um, and not actually coming back to the basics of like what we are seeing, what's happening. And again, like I mentioned before, this is all just distractionary. It gets to the point where we're not focused on the actual issue at hand, which is a G-side happening. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
I appreciate what you do though, and I just it doesn't seem like there's going to be any perfect way to go about this. It's going to be, you know, uncomfortable and hard. But I think bridging those disconnects and polarities that are this is my theory. I think that a lot of people are just so into their filter bubbles and they're so into their cancel culture that we've been kind of like indoctrinated with over this last like few decades that they
Yeah.
don't want to hear other people. And unfortunately, that's going to be the only way that we can find a path forward because we can't all pretend we just live in different realities and our bubbles don't bump into each other. So it's hard work, but it's essentially carving the path in these uncharted territories. Right now. So
Yeah, and there have been other people that have said things or done things. I'll give you an example, and I'm not going to name the person, but and this is pretty disgusting. So I apologize to anybody who gets offended by this. But this is I'm just repeating what this person said. This is a very prominent pro-Israeli person. Everyone would know the name. He said, "I like my Palestinian children done 30 minutes on one side and 30 minutes on the other." I was like, "Holy shit, man,
yeah,
that's pretty harsh." And so, and also somebody said
they
on their Twitter that something about she called Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, an Ashkenazi goblin. And listen, when people say
yeah
shit like this, I find that ridiculous. But I don't go on a crusade to out them and vilify them. I just say that's fucked up and just avoid them, or I don't make videos about people talking shit about them or whatever. It's
yep.
just silly, childish bullshit, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you have to like support the behavior you want to see and kind of ignore the behavior you don't want to see. And though people can say their things or whatever, but at the end of the day, we all, when they do it, it makes it obvious what they support, and hopefully we can all see that and recognize that that type of behavior is unacceptable, and we should support a more solid and uplifting kind of behavior. So
Well,
I think that
and this,
that's what's happening
well,
now, though. I think
the
there's a
person,
restructuring.
the person that said that stuff about the goblin, this person was on a live with me, and so I brought it up like, hey, do you think that was reasonable? She doubled down, like big time on that. So I was like, okay, and
Yeah.
we all know this is one of the points of contention. We know that people who are Semitic, who speak Semitic languages, are from a region, and so it's a combination of people who are Jewish and people who are Arabs. And in this case, they feel that that word is misused because Semitic can refer to more than one group of people. But we all know that colloquially, in the vernacular of most modern society, that anti-Semitic is used as a way to describe either unfair treatment of or hate towards Jewish people. But when people try to make that stance that therefore that word is invalid, I just think that's a little bit. I don't know. I can't get my head on that one because if you ask somebody on the street now, what does anti-Semitism mean? They say people who hate Jewish people, right? That's what they would say. So, I mean, that's a silly. But this person's still on that one too, and told me I was being a moron or whatever. I'm like, holy shit. So anyway, it is what it is. So again, just avoid the person. Somebody said in the chat, you should out these people. Other people do that. I don't have to do that. Other people do the outrage stuff, and that's how I found out about it. videos on TikTok, sort of outrage stuff. Anyway, I think she said some other things that were insensitive to trans people. I think she said, there's only two genders, that kind of thing that people do. So she pissed some people off, but that's for her to deal with. It's not my business. And I learned this in recovery, by the way. I've been through some recovery stuff in my life. And what they say in recovery is what other people think of you is none of your business. Just do you the best you can, keep your side of the street cleaned up, let them do theirs. Most people who are doing the shit are not dealing with their own stuff. And if we all just dealt with our own stuff, I think it'd be a much better place. But alas, that ain't it, unfortunately. Did you want to share anything more?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I
Um,
cut you off again.
no, that's it. That's really it. I hear you on all of this. I understand. I appreciate you creating a platform and at least trying, to create that bridge because it's
Yeah.
really it's one of the most important things we can do right now, to be honest. So, from my personal perspective, it's you don't see a lot of it, so it's really important and to try to understand things from all sides because I've seen it, I know others have too. There's dehumanization tactics on both sides. Like anybody who is against another person, they want
Sure.
to try to remove the humanity from that person so they can justify however they might feel or want done to them out of the anger. And that's really the thing that we do have to look inside of ourselves and fix first because it is going to be about not turning into the monsters that we're fighting at the end of the day. We
Well put.
can't use the tactics of the oppressor. So yeah, Chip, I appreciate you, and yeah, keep it up, man.
Thank you very much for coming on. I appreciate you. Come on
Absolutely,
back
take
soon, I
care.
hope. Thanks for being here. Yeah, interesting. It's always nice to hear somebody's point of view that has a similar similar experience going into pro-Zionist lives. I'll tell you what, that's like going into the lion's den. Pretty bad stuff. Anyway, so everyone's different. It's okay. Everyone's entitled to their views, their decisions. I respect them. I have no problem if somebody says they hate my guts or whatever. That's for them to figure out. I hope that people will eventually look at the totality of somebody so they don't just have such a narrow view, but I think most won't, which is unfortunate. But hopefully they'll divert their attention back to the most important thing like we've been talking about. I think they will, which is the good news. Anyway, so I don't know what else you all want to talk about. Somebody asked about the role of Iran in all of this in the comments earlier, so I think I should address that. So obviously Iran, most of us know, Iran funds and arms many proxies. They arm in the Lebanon, they arm Hezbollah. They have helped arm and staff and support the H group. They also support the Houthi rebels down in Yemen and others that we don't hear much about, but there are other groups that operate that are less well known that also get funding from Iran. So that people say they're a state sponsor of terror, right? That's what the U.S. says. But funding a resistance group that's under a tyrannical government or occupation, it's like you said, one man's T word is another person's freedom fighter. I don't want to side with tactics that are used on civilians because I think that's wrong. But it's not for me to say what they should or shouldn't do, and I can appreciate the position that they're in, and that's not siding with them. We're not supporting them. We're giving what it's called giving support to. But it is saying the context is sensible. So Iran is a really important player in all this. Of course, Israel absolutely hates Iran. They want to see the U.S. attack them. And it looks like what Israel's doing, they attacked the Iranian consulate in Syria and killed like 7 or 12 people, so 7 on the street and 5 inside, one of which was a pretty serious commander. And they're trying to instigate, they're trying to force, they're trying to goad Iran into a major strike that they can use to justify what comes next, which would be drawing the U.S. into a hot war with Iran, which would be devastating. First of all, the U.S. thinks it's the shit. They're going to find out that Iran has a lot of capabilities that the U.S. is probably not going to like very much if it stirs up. But hopefully that won't happen. I think that the countries are showing great restraint. Hezbollah is not attacking, not anything more than normal. And Israel's bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Syria. They bomb everybody. They're just the attitude on that side is just absolute. Now, someone named Daganos was in the comments earlier. So as we were discussing whatever issues we were talking about earlier, he said, God will deal with you, soon. So I've had death threats. I've been reported to the FBI. just for speaking out against the state of Israel. I had an interesting conversation with somebody who's been really harshly critical, a guy named Ken LeBeau. And he's been sending me messages like, why do you hate Jews so much? Why are you such a hater? Why do you support raping and whatever? And so I finally sent him a message back. And I said, this is kind of what I said. I said, Ken, you probably don't know this, but I grew up in a grade school that was more than half Jewish and interacted with people just as people, just other classmates. Never thought about ethnicity or religion, just, friends. Had a lot of good friends who went to their house, we stayed overnight, what kids do, just having fun. And then later throughout my life, I had a business. I did a lot of work in this particular synagogue in that place in this area. And I met somebody and we dated for quite a while, a really nice person. But we didn't know. I mean, listen, this is one of the interesting things too. In the Jewish community, they really stick together in ways that are different than other cultures, even more so than most groups. And I didn't know this, but what they do is if they have a problem and like somebody does something wrong, they don't call the authorities right away. They deal with it internally. They talk to a rabbi or someone who's a respected person in the community. They kind of come together and they try to keep things contained, probably very much like Mormons do or something like that. So I respect that. And I think one of the things I really admire about the Jewish community, I shared this with Ken, is that they're very, very, very connected with each other. They have a very tight bond. Family is really important and they help each other out. Nothing's everything, but I see a lot of those attributes. I really respect that. And many of the people I've met throughout my working career have been Jewish and they've been great to deal with. And they have successful businesses and they're good people, right? So I shared that with him. I told him about a recent experience. One of my friends who I've met through the peace movement, he's part of Jewish Voices for Peace. He's had a little bit of a hubbub with his family, unfortunately. And so I tried to support him. So if you needed just to have an ear to listen to, call me anytime kind of thing. Probably spent 30 hours on the phone with him, just listening, not saying you should do the X, Y, or Z, just listening, let him kind of get through it. And then he needed somebody to help hold his bail money. He needed somebody to coordinate all the phone calls with different people, take him to take all the stuff he had to do, and then, take him actually to the precinct, let him surrender himself, and then help him get bailed out, etc. So, if I was somebody who hated a group of people, why the hell would I spend all that time, take off work and do that shit? I'm not looking for a pat on the back. I'm just saying it's indicative of a ridiculous claim. I said to him, my only problem is with the actions of the state of Israel and its military, which I think as a part of the Zionist movement is immoral and unacceptable for the negative impact it has on others. That's what I said. And he sent me a message. He says, thank you so much for responding. I really, truly appreciate it. So that's that. Again, this is the way bridges are built. I could have said something back to him like F off or whatever. So anyway, who knows? I haven't had many of those interactions, but it was nice to see it sort of conclude that way. And hopefully he comes into my live sometime and just absolutely laid into me in all these comments. So hopefully he'll refrain from that and think that, not everybody who's critical of Israel has any ill will in their heart towards the people themselves. And I criticize the American government all the time. I don't hate Americans. Most of Americans Christian, right? I don't hate Christianity or people who are born into what. I don't give a shit. Now, it does trouble me that a lot of the Zionists in the world are evangelical Christians. I think like 23 million Americans are these hardcore evangelical born-again Christians. And they have this idea that by supporting Israel, there's going to be some sort of great conflict. And in the process, half the Jewish people will be unalived. The other half will, I guess, be reintegrated into a great Christian awakening with the second coming of Christ or some shit like this in the Holy Land. I think that's bonkers, but that's what they believe. And so that's why they're such ardent supporters of Israel, because it's going to facilitate the second coming of Christ. Wow, huh? That's a lot to think about. Anyway, and listen, and it's not fair for any of us, I think, to disparage other people's religions, no matter what it is. I just don't know. If people have done things like try to worship the flying spaghetti monster to make fun of people, I'm not in that category. But what I say is, and you may feel some of this too, a lot of people, I think, say they're believers, but I think we all have doubts. It's normal to have doubts about anything in life. And so I always had those doubts. And so I call myself confused. I'm confused about a lot of things. So just like what happened on 10/7, there's some very, unsubstantiated and confusing moments of that day that, I just can't figure out what happened. And I feel the same way towards a deity. I just can't quite get my head around it. But I don't know. Maybe someday I will. So yeah, Armageddon. That's the idea. I think it's in the Book of Revelation. Sorry, there's a lot of road noise. Let me get off this road. Come here, Ruby. Come on, let's go this way. Too much noise on this road. I apologize. One sec. So we haven't talked much about Ukraine. And I don't know if people know what's happening there right now, but the U.S. is still intent on trying to repel the Russians. And what the Russians have done, if you're not up to date on it, is they have taken over a lot of the eastern part of Ukraine, about 20% of the landmass of the country. And they've created this land bridge from their southwest border down to the port that they have, Sevastopol and Crimea. So they've annexed all that territory and created an impenetrable defensive barrier that I don't think any military can easily get through. And plus, the Ukrainians have lost anywhere between 500,000 or 600,000 troops, which is just an astonishing amount of people to die. And you know what my take is, I think Zelensky is this guy who enjoys the limelight. He gets to travel all over the world. He gets to give speeches. His wife goes shopping in all these fancy stores. And he's probably got a lot of money squirred away from the money that's been flowing through this process. And then eventually he'll just step aside and let somebody else deal with the outcome of this mess he's created. But he got pressured into, or he decided to allow his people to be used as a proxy for the American government and NATO to try to encroach on Russia and destabilize their military. And I think the other goal was to create some sort of public backlash because they want Putin out. They don't like Putin at all. And everybody's got pros and cons. He's a tough cookie, but I think he's a much more effective leader. He has like an 80% approval rating, man. He's very popular in his country. And the reason he's so popular, if you don't know, they don't look at him as a maniac like many have described. He came into a really poor economy. The U.S. and oligarchs were absolutely just devouring the Russian state during the Yeltsin years. And he came in and stopped all that shit. He kicked out the oligarchs. He reestablished different industries. He started doing development. The U.S. has been sanctioning the crap out of Russia to try to stop their ability to. They're switching off to this BRIC system, and they're just like, okay, you're going to mess with us. We're just going to do our. And their economy is doing great. You know, whether you love or hate Tucker Carlson, he went to visit, did that interview, but he went out into local areas in Moscow on the periphery and just went into stores and shops and food places, and their prices are better than ours. And their quality of their stuff is way better than ours. And they've outlawed genetically modified foods. They don't allow these petrochemicals to be used when you ship apples or shit. The stuff we eat, man, it's just coated in chemicals. It's absolutely disgusting because it preserves shelf life, and it makes more money for these corporations. But they don't. This is the thing. Where does the benefit and health to the general community come in? These other leaders tend to care about their people. Not all, but in some of these countries where the U.S. hates them, the leaders care about their people. They're doing things that help their people. And it doesn't make enough money for the oligarchs. So the oligarchy pressures the U.S. and other Western nations to try to do what they can to shift those dynamics so they can get in there and devour things to their benefit. That's the game. That is the game. So that's why Ukraine happened. In addition to some other stuff, there was a lot of bombing going on of civilian areas in the region that has now been annexed by Russia, by the Ukrainian government, which everyone says it's Russia. It's not. All the bombings that are reported as Russian are all done by the Ukrainian military, other than a few accidents here. I know it's really surprising to hear all this because the standard story that we get is that Putin's the bad guy, Russia's the aggressor. They're going to move further into Europe. They're going to take over all Ukraine. Poland's next. Blah blah blah. None of that shit's true. None of that shit's true. Well, hey, user 30, I tell you what, rather than parting ways, why don't you come up and talk about it? Because I don't have a hand. You only got 2 followers. But if you want in the comments to write what you think is wrong about that, let me know. I don't have a monopoly on the truth. I've studied a lot of different people who have very carefully analyzed this. I really like Professor John Mearsheimer's work, and he talks about big power politics. And so, listen, I'm not against the Ukrainian people or the Ukrainian military. I admire their strength and sacrifice to try to stave this off, because from their perspective, this is an attack on their sovereignty, and that they feel like they've been encroached on by an aggressive neighbor. I get it. But the only reason I see it a little differently is when I started to really delve deep into this, just like I've done with Israel-Palestine, you learn things that you don't hear through the mainstream media. And I can go through it all if you want with maps and articles and everything to substantiate what I'm saying. I have tons of videos saved on it. I have a little notepad with all these references in case I get into it back and forth. I can send people resources to say, hey, this is why I believe this. I didn't just come up with it out of my ass. But yeah, it's unfortunate. But I do believe that this war could have been completely avoided. And the people who instigated it weren't the Ukrainians. But some of the members in the Ukrainian military did things over the stretch of time that I studied that were sort of critical to the way things shaped out. And it's just the losers of this are the Ukrainian people. They've been used and abused for the benefit of another superpower as a proxy, which again, I like to use the word disgusting. I think what the United States government does and the whole, neocon establishment is absolutely disgusting. I wish we would stop doing it. I don't know how the hell we can influence that, because even presidents who try to stop it get in big trouble. That's what got Trump in trouble. That's why they started to hate him. The intelligence community and Trump were clashing because they were lying to him, basically telling him shit that he knew wasn't true. And so he pushed back and questioned them publicly, which is something that most presidents would never do. But anyway, so listen, if you have a difference of opinion on Ukraine, hey, come on, let's talk about it, or we can figure another way to connect on it. We can do a Zoom call and talk about it. It'd be fun. But I've heard every single argument you can possibly imagine that's the other side of this issue. I've had many debates about it, and that's just where I fall. And I think I don't blame the Russians, but I'm not for the war. That's a big difference. I'm not for what happened on 10/7 to Israelis, but I understand it based on the pressure and the situations that surrounded it. So if you don't know much of the backstory, there was a change of leadership in 2014 that was done through force. It was an illegal change of leadership. And the way that the previous leader had been elected, the majority of the population, albeit a very small majority, elected Viktor Yanukovych, who was a little bit chummy with Russia, more so than a lot of people wanted, because there were some economic deals that the World Bank and the EU wanted to have in place with Ukraine, a part of their whole winning them over into the NATO orbit. And of course, Viktor Yanukovych was an obstacle to that because he was more friendly to Putin, and he accepted a Russian deal that cut out, tens of billions of dollars from people who would have made a ton of money if they would have gone towards the West. A lot of people in Western Ukraine wanted to go to the West. They were out in the Maidan Square protesting, and a bunch of agitators, basically these neo-Yazis from the army, Azov Battalion, Right Sector, Idar Battalion, those folks, they purportedly were the ones who instigated this coup, and they basically shot about 110 people, police officers and civilians, and then blamed it on the sitting president. And he got ousted. And then these lackeys come in that are sort of stooges for the Americans. And then you had Poroshenko, this billionaire that came in, and then you had Zelensky after Poroshenko. And these are all people who are stooges of the West. This is how the West does things. They figure out a way to install, like they did with the Shah. Remember the Shah? They ousted Mossadegh, and they stuck this guy named the Shah in Iran. And Iran was open up to Western exploitation until 1979 when the revolution happened. So this is what they do. They try to get a leader in place who opens the doors and allows what they call free market capitalism, but what's called exploitation in my book. The local population suffers. The resources of the country get raped by these sociopathic serial accumulators, as I like to say. And that's what Ukraine was all about, because Russia, if you don't know, has an absolute just gold mine of resources. And these oligarchs want in. They were in before. They were buying shares of state-owned companies that were going private. They were making a fortune. But they were taking it. The people weren't benefiting at all from most of this. And so Putin stepped in, and once he kind of figured out what the game was, he's like, this is over. Get the hell out of my country. So now they want back in. So what they want to do is chop the place up into like 5 or 6 different regions and have them different governments like they did in Yugoslavia, balkanize the place, and then get in there and devour again. So they want a compliant stooge in power. And that's what they have with Poroshenko and Zelensky. And Poroshenko was incredibly anti-Russian. You should have heard some of the shit this guy said. I mean, it's very similar to what some of the hardcore Israelis say about Arab people. So again, most people don't know that backstory, and it makes a big difference because the context in geopolitics is everything. Do I believe Russia has? Every country has subgroups that are sort of devotees of some sort of extremism. They're in every country. They're here in the United States. They're in Europe, Eastern and Western Europe. But there was a very large contingent of them in Ukraine, so much so that before the operation kicked off, or as it was kicking off, and President Putin gave his address, he said there are 2 objectives with regard to our special military operation, as he called it. He said, we're going to demilitarize, meaning we're going to try to take out a lot of the NATO supplied forces and armaments that had been given to Ukraine by the West, that we're trying to firm them up against a possible invasion of Russia. And secondly, they were going to de-Yatsify. And what they meant by that was they were going to these members that were sort of neo-fascist, crazies, were sort of spread out throughout the military, and they had a large influence in the military that influenced the government. They didn't have a large presence in the legislature, only like 1.5% to 2%, but they did have a huge influence over the military decisions and what was being done. They were the ones that were driving lobbing artillery into these civilian areas for these Russian people that were Russian speaking, but they were still Ukrainians in the east, in the Donbass. Anyway, so I know a lot of people disagree with this point of view. It's okay. It's very sensitive to people who support Ukraine. A lot of people in America started hanging Ukrainian flags. Everybody on Twitter had a Ukrainian flag. The people in Congress had Ukrainian lapels. It was out of control, and people just thought, well, this is a great democracy. Ukraine is not a democracy. Ukraine is not a democracy. Zelensky canceled all political parties. There's no opposition parties in Ukraine right now. There's no elections. They've closed certain Orthodox Christian churches, which has enraged a lot of Americans who don't like that repression. It's kind of a shit show, and a lot of people have died. So it's sort of an authoritarian, corrupt, Western compliant, stooge-like proxy that's being used and abused to the benefit of the West. The sanctions to Russia didn't do a whole lot. Also, the Keystone Pipeline got destroyed, which is going to be a big boon for Russian gas sales to Germany and the people in Europe. And they destroyed that. So it would have doubled the capacity. And they would have been supplying about 80% of the natural gas to Germany. Of course, the West doesn't want that because it gives Russia a lot of leverage and also makes them a lot of money. And again, they're doing the same thing in Syria. It's always the same plan. You try to starve out the population, make their lives miserable, try to make the economy break, and they'll turn on the leader, and then you get a stooge in. So if you can't get the person out politically, they go in and they try to create these, political campaigns, and they stir up shit through non-governmental organizations that purport to be doing, humanitarian bullshit, but they're actually arms of the CIA, and they're stirring up propaganda and they're stirring up public sentiment, trying to shift the political dynamic. They do it in Thailand. They do it everywhere. The U.S. does this shit everywhere. It's unfucking believable. They're always trying to gain people and get their interest entrenched. Have the State Department and the CIA do this shit all the time. Anyway, so they try to destabilize the local population. If they can't get it done politically, they go to stage 2, which is do something more aggressive, up to and including plane crash, accident, heart attack, blah blah blah. But Putin has been able to avoid that. He has massive security, and they haven't been able to destabilize the Russians. In fact, he's done such a good job transitioning their economy that people are very happy right now. And so the last thing they want to do is have somebody else come in because he's made their lives better. So that's why he's hated by the West, and that's why they want him out. Nothing about him being a bad guy or that bullshit. Although he is a strong man and he's done some stuff. Hey, what's up, Mac? Pretty good, man. I'm on one of these live broadcasts. I am, I know. Too much for my own good. So that's the backstory of Ukraine. There's a little more to it than that, but there were a couple attempts to do a peace accord up in Minsk, Belarus. The U.S. scuttled those. The agreements weren't abided by the Ukrainian side. There was a lot of problems. Putin was thinking that these people were genuinely trying to make peace. He realized later that there was no chance. It's almost like the Israelis with the two-state solution. They dangle the carrot out, but they never really mean it. And that's what they were doing in terms of these Minsk I and Minsk II accords. The radicals in the Ukrainian military just kept bombing these civilian areas in the east where all the Russian speakers were. And they're losing like 15,000 people over the course of 7 or 8 years. And they're like, what the fuck? What are we going to do here? We're just getting slaughtered. And no one's doing shit about it. Does this sound like a familiar tale? So they were begging Putin to come in for years. And he said, no, this is a Ukrainian issue. You got to figure it out. And he did arm some of the separatists that were trying to fight back if there was ever skirmishes on the contact line at the western border of this eastern region called the Donbass. But, this whole thing had to be changed with force. Unfortunately, the West put the Russians in a position that was a no-win. Either they allowed the West to set up on their border as a bulkhead with weapons and missiles and enlarging the military, which eventually could be used to attack Russia. Every attack that's ever happened in Russian history has come through the flatlands of Ukraine, through their southwest border. So that's a really sensitive thing. And if you heard Putin talk with Tucker Carlson, he explained all this shit. He talked about the history for like a half an hour. It probably bored the hell out of people. But he wanted to tell the context within which he has to vie for Russian interests. And so that's what he was doing. He wasn't trying to harm the neighbor, but the Western powers pushed and prodded so hard and so persistently that he was kind of left with no choice. He's like, listen, I don't want to attack this place, and I don't want to have to damage it, but Christ, you're setting up shop next door. Imagine if the Russians and the Chinese tried to set up, or tried to get the Mexican government to support a military, a beefed up military and potential missiles 10 miles from Texas. You think the U.S. might have a problem with that? Look what they did to Cuba in the 60s. Christ, they're still blockaded by ships. They have a naval blockade on Cuba. It's been 60 years, 62 years actually. So this is the deal, and I have no reason to take a side. I don't know anybody in Russia. I don't know anybody in Ukraine. I mean, same thing with Palestine and Israel. I'm just a guy trying to make sense of shit, and I study a lot of other people who do a much better job of it, and I try to synthesize it for others and make sense of it. And again, I don't have all the facts, so sometimes things come to light. I always appreciate people's input, and if somebody shares something. KB would like to come in. KB, I don't know if you want to talk about this or something else.
Hey Chip, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, just yabbering as always.
We appreciate you. So there's two things that I wanted to mention. The first thing is a book recommendation. It's
Okay.
called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's by John Perkins, I believe, and that's actually going to go into everything that you were just talking about in terms of how pretty much the CIA goes into countries to, they call it a regime change. You can look at back to even Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to our Congress about wanting a regime change in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya. Yeah, so they do that. They go in there, they try to bribe the people with money and resources first. If that doesn't work, then they try to like bribe them with like a big loan from the IMF or something and promise to develop their countries. But those loans don't go to the people, they go to pretty much American companies who promise to do certain development and then they don't. And then those countries are kind of stuck, like in these crazy loans, like Egypt right now. I
Yep.
think they're paying about 43 cents per dollar back. For every dollar they make, they have to pay 43 cents towards their loans to the IMF. And then if that doesn't work, they have another side of it, the non-political side, because it's NGOs who go there and do this quote unquote development work. But if that
Yep.
doesn't work, they'll bring in the jackals, and then the jackals are the ones who will arm rebel groups and just start a lot of chaos, like we're seeing in a country like Haiti right now. So I
Yep.
would highly, highly recommend that book to anyone who's curious. It's from somebody who actually did the job, and it's got a lot of resources in there.
Yeah, I read that probably right as it came out, and I think it's one of the best books you can ever read to understand how the international geopolitical scene works with finance and, of course, the
Mhm.
duplicitous underbelly of the American empire.
Yes, yes. So that's very insightful. And then I did have one more question.
Can
I
we,
wanted to
KB,
see.
KB, can we,
Yes.
somebody's asking about the name, so I want to say it slowly. The book is called Confessions of an Economic Hitman, and the author's name is John Perkins, who, by the way, does a lot of talks that are on YouTube. So if you want to kind of get the shortcut and listen to a lecture, you can do that as well. Sorry about that.
And the book's also on Audible. So if you just listen instead of read, you can listen to
Cool.
it on Audible as well.
Thomas Dean says, do all you people endanger yourselves and your family running outside every time you see danger? Thomas, I have no earthly idea what the hell that means. But if you can rephrase it in a way that makes some sense, I'll happily answer your question. Please continue, KB. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. So then the other thing I wanted to ask, you mentioned that I forget which branch you said was lying to Trump, but he figured it out. Could you go a little bit more in detail on what was going on there?
Yeah, there was this whole Russiagate thing, and they said that 50 different intelligence agents had verified that there was collusion between the Trump and the Russians. And it was all completely made up by Hillary Clinton. And they used the underbelly of the CIA to basically lie and try to get Trump out of office, get him impeached and removed for this so-called collusion, which was non-existent. Now, I don't know whether Trump has some financial interest with Russian billionaires or whomever. He may have some of that because he did have some money come to him that got him out of hot water with his bankruptcies. But notwithstanding that, I don't believe he has a direct connection with the government, although I think he had a good interaction with Vladimir Putin. I think they sort of saw more eye to eye than any other president or administration, and people blame him for that as well. So that's why he had a beef and other things too. As far, listen, every time a president, they get briefed, they don't read all this shit, but Trump is one of the guys who would read the details. But he's not a dumbass. I mean, he's a pretty strong-willed person in terms of thinking that his views are equally or more important than the people who do this for a living. So he kind of thinks that he needs to be involved. He's like one of these guys that can't delegate that well. He has to kind of be involved in the decision, and that really pisses people off because what they try to do is summarize things to presidents in ways that sort of don't disclose some of the ugly underbelly of the stuff, and then they go do it based on the president's authority, and then things get out of control in the places we do this stuff.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Of course, happy to have you on here. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Chip. I always enjoy you.
Thanks for being here. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Nice words. Yeah, I enjoy doing this stuff. I'm sort of a geek that's been reading and studying this stuff for most of my life, and this is my chance to kind of data dump, which is fun to do. Does anybody have any other questions? Thomas Dean says, patriotism is defending your own land and borders, not intervening in other countries. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing about America. People say if you criticize the government, like I often do, that you're not a real American. And if you don't support Israel, I'm told you're not a real veteran. I'm a former Army officer. You're not a real veteran if you don't support Israel or if you criticize America. Like, what the fuck is that? There were veterans that came back from the Iraq War that stood on a pedestal in Washington, D.C. and said, I was put into a war for a bullshit reason. There were no weapons of mass destruction. This is about affecting the power balance in the Middle East with reference to, control of shipping lanes and oil. That's what it's all about. So why would they go to fight and die and have to, get involved in things that ended up unaliving hundreds of thousands of Iraqi civilians and get pissed off? Okay, yeah, I have another guess. Thank you for reminding me. Appreciate that. Sorry, it's only windy too. I'm gonna get back inside. So this wind doesn't bother you. This guest name is Bayron, Beyron, Bayron, I think. Thanks, Mass. I appreciate that.
Hello,
Hello, how are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm in the Holy Land and I love it.
Nice. I'm glad you're there.
Why I'm there? Because this is the land of my fathers.
Okay.
Are you agreed with that?
I don't know your heritage. If you're saying to us that your
So,
fathers
so
lived there, that I
I
take
will
your word.
I will let you know. So, what do you think about that? Our father, mother, sons, prophets, kings, judges, and priests, very known, bearing on this land, they are belong to the Palestinian people, which does not exist, just colonizer Arabs who call themselves Palestinian. What do you
Well,
think about it?
I think there's different points of view one can argue from. So I've heard the argument made that about 3,000 years ago or so, there was an establishment of a very rich and long-lasting Jewish sort of presence in the land under the kingdom of David. So I'm familiar with that, and I believe that the associated belief and argument with that is that God sort of gave this land to the Jewish people. So a lot of people interpret what's happening now within that framework. Others look at it in a more modern context and say, well, that may be so, but to use that as a claim on land 3,000 years later is a little bit, out of the box. That's what they think.
Well,
And then, well, let me
you
let me
don't
finish.
think Jewish deserve
Hold on.
you,
Let me finish. Let me finish the answer, and then I'll happily let you finish. Just give me a sec. So, others, I'm talking about arguments, not my opinion, and I'll give you where I come down. Others believe that because their families were living there for multiple generations, and that was the established culture at that time, that the establishment and the changing on the ground of what happened with the establishment of Israel and the Zionist movement was something that was very disruptive to the region and also to their lives. So their argument is, how is it fair for somebody to come in and claim that 3,000 years ago this happened? Why that point in time, and why do we have to be affected by it? So I see both
well,
arguments.
this is very interesting question, but you're supposed to know what's going on in this time on this land. before you say
Oh,
that Zionists came up and take this land. Okay? First of all, I would like to let you know that I'm 12th generation on this land.
okay.
Okay? The name family of mine is Ben Levi. Ben Levi is the tribe of Moses, if you
Okay.
heard about it. Okay? Secondly, uh, Zionism came up because all the program that Jewish people pass through in other lands. Okay? When you
Yes.
say Zionism it's a movement, social movement, who became a political movement by Theodor Herzl, which he was atheist. Okay? So
What does
each
that taste mean? What does that taste?
atheist, which is not believer, is not believe in
Oh,
God, is not believe
he was
in
an atheist. Gotcha. Gotcha.
atheist,
Thank you.
yeah, atheist.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
this is one thing. We had enough to be under fire before Israel was exist. We had enough to be unalive in other countries, and Zionism came up because we have all the right to return back to our homeland, which anti-Semitism will always be. This is why is the reason that Zionism was created. And you know what? When I heard American like you, which is Christians, I believe that you're a Christian, talking about stuff like that, that we take the land and stuff like that. You should know first of all who are those Arabs which they call themselves people of Palestine. Have you heard
Okay.
about Dair al-Umar? Have you heard about Muhammad Ali? Have you heard about many people who ruling, which is, they unalive other ruler to become a ruler. You see,
Yeah.
look what happened in Gaza. For example, when Fatah, you know what is Fatah? PLO.
I do. Yes.
Yeah, when PLO had the key to control Gaza and also the West Bank, what happened? Hamas group unalived them. You don't want to see the pictures how they unalived them.
I saw the
So
videos, by the way. I'm
so
very
this is what
just real quick. Hold on, real quick, Bear.
so
One sec.
I'm
Just want to
trying.
say, I'm very familiar with the politics and divisiveness of Hamas
Yeah, but I'm
squaring.
trying to give you a picture about Middle East.
Well, just want to tell the audience what happened. So, in this divisiveness, H Group was able to take over the Gaza Strip, and they took the representatives of the other government and they threw them off with their hands tied behind their back off of a five-story
How
building
they took it?
by force.
Oh, that's right. This is what's going on in the Middle East every day.
Yeah, a lot of violence. It's really
Every
sad.
day. And this is what we're dealing every day with those groups. Without Israel, they will unalive them every day. Every day there will be more wars and more bloodshed and stuff like that without
Uh-huh.
Israel. Imagine that if Israel not exist, okay, let's say that the Muqawama Islamiyah, you don't speak Arabic, let's say that resistance Islamiyah succeed and they take our land. You think that in the Middle East will be peace? No. What
If
about
you
what about other things that going on in the Middle East, like in Libya? There is a market of slavery. Nobody speak about it. Nobody speak even. Nobody speak even about what Assad did to 6,100 people,
yeah,
which was children. Nobody speak about it. What he do to his people? No one. But when it's a concern to Israel and Arabs, which they call themselves Palestinian, they're not Palestinian. They're colonizer. They're just
well,
colonizer who want a piece of land of my homeland, and we will not agree for that. Even if America will sit on my head, we will not agree. I preferred to be unalive in a war instead of to make agreement with some, I don't know who, from West Bank, I don't know. You see, Abu Mazen is just a puppet. Those people, you have to understand, those people who live in the West Bank and Gaza, they are not indigenous from this land. You know why? You know why is that? When you live in the United States, you don't know what's going on in the Middle East, especially this culture, especially the masorot, traditions. Okay, when you don't know those things, you cannot understand the real image, what's going on here. And I think as a Jew, we have all the right to have a land, to have our country, and without wars with no one. Because I don't remember even one time that my people open a war against somebody. Never.
I understand that point of view quite well, actually, and I appreciate you sharing your view. Thank you for that. You know, the way I try to look at it is not necessarily that one version or the other is like quote unquote right or wrong. I know people strongly believe, as you just said, you'd lay your life down rather than change the circumstances, which is a pretty strong thing to say. So obviously, you're very committed to the state of Israel. Here's what I don't know for sure. And I think a lot of people have doubts about this, and I think it's fair to have doubts. The Middle East has been violent for a long time, mostly because the Western powers created arbitrary borders that didn't reflect the nature of the relationships in the region. So it's led to chaos. I mean, Iran and Iraq had a major conflict in the late 80s, which the US actually backed backed Iraq at that time because Saddam was going against a greater adversary, Iran. But then, of course, Saddam had the weapons, and then Saddam becomes our foe.
But you know, by the way, you know who are the believer in Iran and who are the believer in Iraq? You know who are the Sunni and Shia?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Yeah, you do. So
Uh-huh.
there will be always wars between them. Always, 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 entire life, there will be always bloodshed in the Middle East against small groups, against the others, because in the culture of Islam, you should understand there is three cultures. Okay? Let's say that, how come that the Abraham Accord was so succeed with the countries that they are not failures. Let's say that they are not failures, like the Emirat, like Bahrain, like Dubai, like Morocco. You see, how come that they can do agreement with the Jew? We are the others. We are in the tribute of in the culture of tribute. There is some rule in the culture of Islam. There is a rule, and in the culture of modernization, there is a rule, and all of them are going together. Okay, so we cannot make peace, for example, with Algeria. Why? Because their culture is completely Islamic culture. If you go into Saudi Arabian, they are completely modernization culture. If you go into Iraq, it's completely tribal and Muslim culture. This is something.
Barrett,
Yeah,
can we have a little bit of a conversation? I know you're eager to share what you want to share, and I appreciate your views.
I
It's
want you to understand our the image, the real image.
how it's fair to ask some questions. I'll ask a question of you, and then you can ask one of me if you like. So
Yeah,
here's
sure.
a question: do you think it is irrational for, and again, you mentioned a lot of other violent circumstances in the region. Do you think it's fair to tie the conflict that's happening inside of this particular conflict to other conflicts? And then do you think it's unreasonable for people whose families were living somewhere that they didn't have anything to do with what happened 3,000 years ago? And a lot of people do argue that some of the people there have descendants from that region, as there were Jewish people as well. So it's not just like it was simply Jewish people that lived there. It was Jewish and some Arabs. Many others over time with conquering of land moved different places as happens. But do you think it's reasonable for somebody who has their land taken from them that they perceive as their land at that time, even if you believe there's a broader historical nature to it, for them to
So
be upset about that? Is that fair?
I will correct you for a few disinformation that you made now.
Okay.
Secondly, first of all, in a situation of war, there is always victims. You know the history. I'm sure that you know the history. I'm sure that we are also in the same age. I'm 55 years old, and
Mm-hmm.
we passed through something on our life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can tell you, that in a war there is always victims, not involved, and there is always victims. So when they open a war in 48, even before that, You don't know who are those people who call themselves Palestinian. They came to this land in the time of Ottoman, which is in the last time of Ottoman, and also in the time of the Mandate, British Mandate, for work, only
Right.
for work. For example, I can show you family of Zuabi. Zuabi, it come from Iraq. Family of El Masri come from Egypt. Also Mashawa, also Bushnak came from Bosnia. Also Hurani came from Haran. They're not Palestinian. The name of the city and the village are named Jewish. They just change it. For example, what is Nablus?
Well, Bayron, real quick, are there people living in modern day?
I'm trying to give you.
I get your point about the
So,
heritage. Real quick, let me
I can answer you.
Byron, we gotta be able to have some kind of a dialogue because I know you're sharing a lot of information. First of all, I appreciate your knowledge of the history. This is not something that we get too deep into. It's very, very long-winded, so a lot of the audience just kind of gets
So they
lost
have
in the
no
weeds.
right. I don't see how can they have right to have our land. You know, our prophet, kings, fathers, mothers, all of them bearing on this land. How come they belong to Arabs? You don't see the image.
Well, put it this way: land changes hands over time based on transitional events. So
That's
obviously,
right.
here's my question. So, it was the land still occupied and controlled by a Jewish kingdom 2,200 years ago?
No.
Okay, so at that point, that wasn't the land anymore, right?
When Jesus was unalive, it was in the 70 on the Christians count. Okay, in the 70. Okay, so in the 70 the Hashmonaim was controlling on this land. How
Hold
can you
on,
say that? How
hold
can
on,
you
real
say
quick.
that it's before 3,000 years?
Well, real quick, here's the question. So, if we know that conquest and conquering of land is part of history, right? And you said people get hurt along the way. I think that's a fair point. So, I guess the question is, why does one group get to pick a point in time and establish that as a permanent ownership versus the others who have no legitimacy to the fact that they were living there at that time? Where do you draw these lines, and how is it fair to give consideration to one party over the other?
I don't know how to answer to this question, but I know that you also living in a place that is not belong to the white man,
I agree.
right?
I
You
agree.
agreed. So if you agreed, how come you come to us when we return back to our land?
Well, I think in terms of conquest,
I will ask you a simple question. You
well,
know what? I will.
you just asked a question. So let me answer that. I disagree with violent conquest and ethnic cleansing of land always. Now, the fact that it happens over and over again is an unfortunate reality of mankind. I don't know why we have to behave this way, but we do. And so, therefore, I understand the context in which it happens. Now, there are many of us that are born subsequent to these things having happened. In my case, it's 7 or 8 generations ago with regard to the ethnic cleansing of North America. In this situation, we're talking about maybe 80, 75, 80 years ago where this big event occurred in this region. So the question is, it wasn't right here. I don't think it was right, but it happened. It wasn't right in the Middle East, according to many, maybe not to you, for Israel to be established and for the changes that were made that disrupted other people's lives. There were some winners and there were some losers, which is what you said, if people get hurt. So the question is, where is it fair to draw those lines? And you're right. If I'm going to make a statement about Israel's illegitimacy, quote unquote, then I have to say the same thing about America. I think you're right about that. And that makes me a hypocrite for not doing that. I agree with you.
Okay, if you are agreed with that, so this is actually what empire did. You know
Right.
what? And we are not really succeed because we are drop in the water as a people compared of all the population of this earth. Okay, we're
Yes.
just a drop of water, but we have a lot of
True.
support from our big family, which is the Christians. We have a lot of support from them because they know the truth and they know the history and they know that Jewish people supposed to be to have a justice for the people of Jewish. We was 2,000 years out of this land. I don't want to live in your land. I want to live in the land of my fathers, and this is how it's supposed to be. If you want to be a right for the Jewish of the people of the Jewish people, so this is my opinion. Even that, if I will not even a Jew, I would think about it also because I'm very loyal to the history record, to the history books. You know, history books create the history. Actually, you can't change it. You can't made a made up story about people of Palestine. You know how many people was unalive in the time of Ottoman? They controlling 401 years. They unalive a lot. I don't
is it
hear
okay if
you.
I just ask you? I'm sorry. Can I just ask you a question? If
Yeah.
what you're saying is accurate, you're saying that you believe historically, because of your strong beliefs that what happened back then, that it's been Arabs that have basically, what did you say, colonized, and it's just being decolonized. I've heard this argument. Why do you think it is that the international community, almost to a T, like almost entirely, believes otherwise? They believe that the land is indeed, Arab or Palestinian, and that it is the Israelis who have encroached upon it illegally under international law and settled that land. Why do they think that? Are they just anti-Semitic, or what drives that?
Well, you should go to their source in their belief, and when you will open their books, you will find a lot of bad thing about me and you because we are in the same culture. You are Christian, I am a Jew, and they have a lot of things in their books very, very bad about us. Okay,
Who's
this
they?
is first thing.
You're talking about Muslims, or
Who
who's
are
they?
they? The Muqawama Islamiyah, the
Okay,
resistant Islamic, the
okay,
Muslims.
gotcha.
Okay,
Okay, yes,
I have a
gotcha.
lot of friends Muslims, and they are pro-Israel, and they they will defend Israel of any kind of danger will come to Israel. They are brothers of us, you know. They, you know, in Israel there is so many culture and so many religion that lucky for them that Israel ruling here. You know how many Christian was in this land? You know how many? More than 1.5 million. Now there is a barely 180,000 Christians, and they move from Bethlehem because, you know, Muslim cannot live with the others. Like I told you, the culture of the tribe. You should
Do you do you do
understand,
you do you do you, do you really believe that? Because if you look at the history in the modern era, again, I focus, just to let you know where my focus is.
bro.
A
You
lot of
don't
people argue that.
understand.
Well, hold on.
You don't
I understand. I
understand a lot
understand.
of things,
I know. I understand every word that you said. It's an interpretation of the history in a way that you believe is factually accurate, and therefore it's indisputable. I understand where you're coming from. What I'm trying to say is others don't agree or see it that way. And you may think they're wrong, but this is their view. That most of the world sides with their view from the modern era. I look at this conflict as someone who tried to study it from about 1880 to 1948 and to present. That's the window that I've looked at.
okay?
Other
This
people
is
want to
great.
argue.
This is great because I have a
Well, I,
question for you
let,
about that.
well,
Have you
let
heard
me finish real
about?
quick.
Oh yeah, go
Can I just
ahead.
finish one? I wasn't quite done. So,
Go ahead.
as a part of that, one of the things I like to look at is what was the population makeup in that era? Like, how many people were Jewish? How many people were Arab? How many people were, Christians, or maybe Arab Christians, or whatever it may have been? So there's a table that I can look at. It goes all the way back to, like, 3000 BC to present, and the numbers have changed dramatically because of population growth in general, because of industrialization. But if you look at that, what I saw is that there was a strong majority Arab population, a smaller, much
How
smaller
many?
Jewish population. We can
How
look it up
many?
on YouTube in a second. I mean, we can look it up on Google in a second. I'm just going to
I
look it
can
up
give
real
it to
quick.
you. Have you heard about the census of the Ottoman when they take this land from the Mamluk? Have you
I
heard
haven't heard.
about?
I haven't heard of
So
the
I can
census. No,
give
I
it
haven't
to
heard
you.
about
I
that.
can give it to you. You know, my culture
Okay.
is a truth culture. We are not lying. Okay? I will give you even that we did a bad things in the past. We wrote those bad things, but people which is our enemies use with that, and you know they say their propaganda. I will tell you something. When Umar ibn al-Khattab came to this land in 638, I hope that you listen to me. There was already only in Jerusalem, there was more than 220,000 Jewish only in Jerusalem with the Christians, which is the Byzants. Okay, only in Jerusalem, 220,000 Jewish when Omar ben al-Khattab came to this land and conquered it without a war because the bishop take a flag, a white flag, when he saw
Hmm.
his army. Secondly, each ruling of Bet Umayyah, Bet Abbas, Fatima, Salah ad-Din, you should understand that all the people was unalive. There was a lot of bloodshed on this land, especially in Jerusalem. There
Hmm.
was a lot of bloodshed. Even those Jews who stayed in the time of Omar bin al-Khattab, they run away. They run away because there is
What
always
happened? What
bloodshed.
happened?
So another
What
thing,
happened to
another thing, another thing, please.
Hold on, Byron, real quick. Hold on. Just I want to ask you. We talked about 1880 to present. I'm not trying to cut you off. You have a lot of knowledge. I'd love to talk to you in a longer form. This is not the place for a massive history lesson because it's too much conjecture. I'd like to have longer time to flesh it out with two people that can go back and forth. You know more than I do, quite frankly. So I don't want to be. I'm not the person to adjudicate this. Those in the audience are saying things like this isn't true. I don't know. So I'm ignorant, but I want to hear about it. But right now, what I'd like to do, if you're okay with it, is focus on the modern era. So in the modern era, if you look at the population tables, you can go to Google. Anybody can Google it right now. There were certain numbers that were in place from the modern era, from 1880 to present.
I
And
can
it was
give
a
you those
much smaller,
numbers.
yeah, well, real quick, I'm just going to give a general sense. The numbers aren't significant in terms of their actual numbers, but there was a much smaller Jewish population in the region that was referred to post the Roman era called Palestine or Palestine. You don't have a P in the alphabet. And in that region, there was a very small Jewish population. For whatever reason, that's how it ended up. And a
Well,
much
small
larger
people, you
Arab,
know.
let me finish, much larger Arab population and a very small Christian population. You can look it up, and it changed over time. There was a lot of immigration that took place. You know, Jews were basically not welcome in certain places throughout Europe. The United States didn't want to take people in, so they ended up in Palestine as a part of the movement towards a potential creation of a Jewish state, the Zionist movement for the return to the homeland. So that's the modern era. And the question is, for those that were born into the modern era who were living on the land at that time the way that they were, you can say that someone else owned it historically, but they were there, right? That's indisputable. Here's the question. If you or I were living somewhere, even now I'm living where I'm living, and if some external body made a decision to partition something in a way that wasn't something that I agreed to, it was just something that was agreed upon outside of my control, and then it was implemented with force, and I ended up having to move my house. Some of my countrymen got unalived. Other people fled because they saw the adjacent village get massacred or whatever quite
It's
bad.
wrong to think
And then,
like that.
well,
It's
hold on.
wrong
Let
because
me
it's
finish the
not.
thought. But well, hold on. Just let me go. This is the thing. Different people have different points of view. So I'm somebody who's neutral. I don't have relationships with people in Israel. I have relationships with people from Palestine. So I try to look at different people's views. Your view is that no matter what anybody says, the land belongs to the Jews. It's their homeland. Everybody else is just you said, colonizer, right? That's what you said. So therefore, it's
So
legitimate. It's legitimate to remove them because they're the ones who took the land from the Jews that was theirs to
no,
begin with.
it's
I understand
no,
your. I, I understand your
it's
point.
not
I think
like
that's where you're coming from, right?
it's
It's
not
your
the way that it's not really the way that you're explaining. It's not really the same thing because inside of Israel there is a lot of Muslim. How come that we didn't kick them out if you say that we throw them out? How
no,
come?
no. I know. I realize that in terms of the creation of the state of Israel, some people were not expelled. They didn't leave the region. They stayed where they were and tried to make a new home within the changes of the new borders. So right now, there's about 2 million non-Jews in Israel that are under the law, given equal rights. Society works a little differently. We don't have to get into that, but they do have quite. They are supposed to have, or supposed to be treated equally in terms of that territory. The Palestinians that live outside of the borders of Israel, that live in the West Bank and Gaza, do not have any of the rights, even though that the Jewish state claims that after
And you should
1967 that
ask
it gets
yourself
the right.
why. Why
Well,
come? How come?
let's go back to
Because they are
this is
not belong to this land. They came all over
okay.
from the
Well,
Middle East.
okay,
So this is
fair
what
enough. But
I'm
it's
trying to ask you about the census. In the census
but
of the time of mandate, look at that, check it out.
does
In the time of the
does
mandate, British mandate, there was a population on this land in 1920. There was 1 million people, including the army of the British. So 600 people, 600,000 Arabs, 300,000 Jewish, few of them Christian, few of them Sumerian, few of them Druze, few of them, very, very few of them Bedouin. Okay? So
what
this
year are
is,
you talking about? What year are you talking about?
I'm talking about
1947?
1920, 1920 when the British mandate came over.
Let's go look at the
Okay?
numbers.
And if you will go back to the time of the Ottoman, they make also census, 4 census they made in the first, when they took the land from the Mamluk, and after 400 years, they made also in 80, 80, 82, 80, 88, something like that, they made the second census, and the quantity of the population was less. So we ask ourselves, okay, I'm not listening to my history, I'm not listening to the Jew, I'm not listening to nobody. I open books, and I have a lot of books. I have a lot of books. And I can guarantee you that there is a census the Ottoman made it. There is a census that British made it. There is census that the Zionist, which is the Jew, made it. So we cannot lie those documents. We can't lie that. We can't. You can't lie
Okay.
and say no. There was more. You came and you colonized. No, we didn't. We can't colonize our land.
Okay,
Okay,
hold
we
on a second.
cannot.
Just hold on a second. So, this is something I invite everybody to do, Baron as well as the rest of the audience. So, if you go to Google and you type in uh, population of Palestine 1900 to 1947, that's all you got to do. There's a table that pops up, and it shows you the numbers of people who lived in the land at that time. And these are just facts that everybody agrees upon. So, in 1890, there were 43,000 Jewish people, 57,000 Christian, 432,000 Muslims. This is how they
Okay.
refer to it in the tables.
So
Hold on, let me
how
finish.
much?
Let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. In 1914, the Jewish population more than doubled to 94,000. So a lot of immigration happened during that time. 70 the Christian population went up by 13,000 to 70,000. The Arab population rose about 20% to 525,000. So it was a
Where
big
they came
change in the.
from?
Hold on. Well, they could have some of them could have been born. It could have been birth, and some of it could have been
No,
immigration.
no,
So
no.
yeah,
They just
yeah.
came
That's.
over in the time of Muhammad Ali from
Do
Egypt.
you think that people didn't reproduce when they were living in the area they were living? They never reproduced
They
one, not one
didn't
time.
live in the area, bro. I'm telling you the truth. They didn't
Hold on,
live on this
hold on.
land.
Listen, this is not me making this stuff up. This isn't my opinion. These are the facts as agreed to by historians right here. So let me tell you what happened. There was
Give me
another
the name of the
doubling.
historian
Hold on.
because I have a lot of
No, I just this is through Wikipedia, which is the demographic first century through the mandate in thousands.
Wikipedia. It's not loyal.
If anything, Wikipedia is slanted towards the state of Israel because the people that have access to it, they have hundreds and hundreds of people they hire to try to sanitize and change the narrative on Wikipedia. So this is the best it's going to get. The difference is, the numbers that you're saying that people just kind of poured in and came in from elsewhere, but you're saying the Jews are indigenous. It's mostly the exact opposite. People reproduce when they live places. So that's what happens. Some people do immigrate. Most people reproduce. The population figures change dramatically, more so on the Jewish side because of immigration from Europe. There were tens of thousands of people that poured in from the 1900s through the 1930s. So here's where the
So,
figures went for the audience. Let me turn my camera around. This is going to be important to see, and we got to go with the facts here. I'm not trying to make this stuff up. Here's the figures, everybody. Okay, so this is the chart from Wikipedia. Hopefully you can see it well. Now, the biggest change was from 1922 to 1931. In that 9 or 10 year stretch, look how much the Jewish population increased. It went from 84,000 to 174,000. That's more than doubling. It's a lot of immigration and some births, but mostly immigration. The Christian population went up marginally, and the Arab population went up by about 30%. This is during industrialization. This is the beginning of the real, fossil fuel driven population growth. The same thing happened in the US and elsewhere. Then in 1947, look at this population change. It went from 175,000 to 630,000 people. So that's not birth. That's immigration, massive immigration. So that's an increase of almost fourfold. It's more than fourfold, I believe. No, it's a little bit less than fourfold. The Christian
so,
population a little bit less than doubled, and the Arab population went up by about 60%. So these
well,
are the numbers so the numbers you were mentioning earlier. I don't know where you're retrieving those numbers from, but these are the
well,
numbers that everybody agrees to.
everybody not open really books. This is two books. You see,
Let
this
me
is
make you
two
big. Well, let me
books.
make you big. Hold on.
Okay, this is two books of 900 years of ruling from. Check it out. From this is the time when Omar bin al-Khattab came to this land until the Christians, the Templars. Okay, Bet Umayya, Omar bin al-Khattab, Bet Umayya, Bet Abbas, Fatima, Salah ad-Din. Salah ad-Din came after 1167. He came up and throw away all the Christians. Okay, those books giving you all the history on only on Jerusalem. Okay, only on Jerusalem, and those Look at that. This is in English. Those are documents which is the European, the Muslims, the Jew, everyone who was on this land wrote those documents. Okay? And we collect everything, history, politics of Jerusalem in the time of Muslim, the ancient time of Jerusalem. Okay? So I can agree that this is a lie. Okay? Those book, I can agree this is a lie. This is a book of Josephus Flavius, if you heard about him. Yosef ben Matityahu. You heard about him? He's not
Uh,
here.
I'm listening. What I was trying to say to you,
So
what I said earlier was
I'm
that you're
trying.
being
I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you source,
I get it.
a loyal source,
I've
and
already
not Wikipedia stuff.
I've already acknowledged.
Wikipedia. Listen,
I've
listen.
I've already
Wikipedia.
hold on.
Just a
Listen,
minute. Just a minute, bro.
you keep repeating the same thing. I don't need any more evidence. I understand that from your point of view, and you're saying that the historical record reflects as much with the sources you're sharing that the land belongs to a certain people and that others were colonizers. I get the point. You don't have to keep banging the drum. I get it. I'm not dumb. However, it doesn't change the fact that at the later time in history, for whatever reason, there were people living on the land. The old adage that it was a land without a people for a people without a land, that's not true. It was a land that had a lot of people, and at the time, there was no ongoing massive pogroms in
So
Palestine.
why Mark Twain and what is his name also Adrian Rilandi? If you heard about him, why? What do you think they are lying? They're lying for their experience when they was in this land.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know? You don't know who is Rilandi? You don't know who is Rilandi? Before 300 years, when when the family of beside of my mom came to this,
I can only say this one more time, Byron. I'm not trying to be mean to you.
don't
You
let me
keep,
talk.
hold on. You keep doing the same thing that I've asked you not to do. That's why I'm not trying to be hard on you.
I'm trying to
You've
give
made
you a source, a loyal.
you listen. You've made your point. I know you're saying that according to the sources that you have, that everyone should agree that your view of this is 100% accurate and no one else has a leg to stand on. I get it. But let me share this with you. Other people don't agree with the source you're talking about. You claim that it's historically accurate and that others have written to it, so therefore it's accurate. Other people who were living on the land at the time, real quick, let me finish, feel differently about it, as would I think most normal people. So if someone's living somewhere and there are other people immigrating in, and there may be some friction with regards to that, and then they have a plan they're working on where they're going to carve out territory that's going to dispossess many people who happen to have been living there, whether you want to use this as a justification or not, it was going to be disruptive. It's no different when Jews were expelled from other places historically, which is terribly unfair. It was disruptive to them. And somebody else can make the claim that 3,000 years ago, our countries, or our region, our tribe said this, that, and the other, so you all have to go. But that isn't fair to Jews at the time, and it's not fair to
Well,
people who are Arabs at the time.
Well, if you are not agreed that Jewish will have a land by their own, so our sources are not available. You probably you don't like it that the Jewish people live on their homeland, and you think that we should separate that, or to give Arabs who colonize our land give them a chance, and to but every time that we try to make a peace with them or agreement, they open a war. You know how many war I was? I was already in 2 wars. I was in the Marines
Yeah,
in Israel, and
I get it.
I made a lot of comebacks, and I
Why
know
do you
what I'm talking about.
what okay, hold on.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying
Let
to
me ask you
tell
a
you
question. Why do you think there was conflict though? What spurred on? What was the
the
motivating
conflict is
factor?
theologic, 100% theologic. And if
What do
you
you mean by
don't understand that, you should read about that, and then you will
when
understand.
when you say
If you
you're
want me
saying
to give you some source,
hold on.
I can give you in the private.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I'm trying to just understand you. So you're saying that from your viewpoint, the motivating factor behind the various violence that's taken place, which you believe is all started by the quote Arabs or Palestinians, is based on 100% theology or religion.
100%.
Okay, now why do you believe that? Do you think that it has anything to do with the land and people who are moved off the land
It's
that have
not that
built
I'm
that?
believing it. This is the fact.
Well, when you say this is the fact, there's what I call objective reality. Let me lay this out first for the audience and for Bear. Let me get through this. This is important, okay? Now, there are things that happen. So I think we can all agree that if you see a tank and the tank fires something and it hits a house, you can say to somebody, hey, this tank just fired at a house. This happened in the kibbutzim. We saw it. It was on video. However, there's different ways to describe and to interpret what happened. That's what happened objectively. Somebody might say, we are going in to destroy a bunch of T words that don't belong in our land and they attacked us unprovoked. That's one interpretation of that event. Another one would say, we came across and broke free from the containment walls that we're not allowed to move out of for as long as these people have controlled our borders. And we decided to attack and bring back hostages, some of which people got caught inside a home with families. The enemy attacked us with a tank and people burned the house and it unalived our fighters as well as the civilians. That's a completely different narrative and description of the same exact objective event. You see the difference?
This is what happened when kind of people like you doesn't understand their culture deeply. For that you don't understand, and you see only wow, there is a tank who fired to a house or something, but you don't ask why he shot on it. You don't ask. You don't see all the picture. This is what I'm trying to tell you in the beginning, and you still.
Listen, you're making declarations that I
still tell me. Hold on.
Hold on. You're listen. You may think that I'm not embracing your narrative because what you think you believe, but when somebody says this is fact, when it's an interpretation of objective reality, that's not fact. Fact is what objectively happened. That's the facts. What the narrative, this is in general for anything. This is what I'm trying to share with you, because this is where people get confused. If you believe in the work that you've done, the references you've put together, the interpretation you have of the history, you can say to yourself, and you can make the argument that everything you're saying is factually, and anything that says anything else against that is counterfactual. That's a way to do it. And you may believe that in the bottom of your heart, but that's not objective reality. That is an interpretation of what happened. Okay, now you may believe that interpretation, but it doesn't mean it's the only interpretation. And this goes for anything in life. So when people have a car accident, you know very well there's always two sides of the story. This person cut me off. No, I didn't. So the same thing happened, but different conversations happen around it based on someone else's perception. I just want you to agree to that as a reality. Is that real?
No.
That's not real. Okay.
No.
Listen, if you can't understand that, I can't help you, because as an analyst and try to be
I'm trying.
Hold on. You're making your point as if it's absolute and rock solid and unquestionable is what you're saying. And what I'm saying to you is that you're not seeing the reality that not everyone is going to interpret.
No, you're the only one who doesn't see the reality. The reality is still logic.
Listen, Baron, you're making statements about what I don't know. You have no idea the work that I've done on this particular conflict. I've done a lot of work on this. So please don't make broad
Well, you don't know Islam. You don't know Islam.
Baron, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take you down because you don't. I'm just gonna take you down for a second. You can come back in. I just have to be able to talk to the audience for a second. If you can't,
why you take me down? I'm trying to.
If you can't keep quiet for a second and let me get a word out, I'm gonna take you down. I've given you a ton of time to share your point of view. I've not been rude to you, and you've been interrupting me the whole damn time. So give me a second to speak and give me that courtesy. I'm trying to be a good host. Now, this is what we have to agree on. If we can't agree on this, we can't continue our conversation, because this is how most rational people think. And people are going to say, if you take the course that you're taking, you are being irrational. You may think you're 100% right, which is you can make whatever point you want and say, this is it, this is the law, there's no questioning this. But not everybody's going to agree with that. And there's a reason why. Because the same things that happen can be interpreted differently by others. So, for example, if I'm living somewhere and somebody happens to decide something's going to change where I live, and they're going to say it's justified because of something 3,000 years ago, and you're the interloper, so you got to go. They're like, hey, I was born, my family's been living here for 7 or 8 generations. What fault was it of mine that we're here? And there is historical record going past the 3,000 year point that people have the same lineage that are from the region. Some moved in, some conquered, many were there already. Both parts were there in that area for a long period of time. That's indisputable. Nobody disputes that. But you're claiming that it was only people who were Jewish that were there and everybody else just came in and took stuff. That's not historically factual. Ask anybody who studied the conflict from a historical basis, they would never agree with that point of view. Now, if you move forward to the modern era, which is what I'm trying to get you to do, you seem to want to cling to the long-term history to then justify anything in the modern era. What I'm saying is that if everybody doesn't embrace that justification, and they don't look at, which the entire world does not, by the way, in terms of the West Bank. They do view the establishment of Israel, which was agreed upon internationally, as legal and recognizes the state. Some other people don't recognize it, but many do. So there's that. But what happened in the West Bank is a different animal. What happened with the 1967 conflict was a different animal. Israel put out one version, one perception of events. We're under attack potentially. We're going to preemptively do X, Y, and Z. Other people said, no, you weren't under attack, like the U.S. said WMD, and you did something that acquired land illegally. That's what the world says. So it's Israel versus the world on that one. And Israel has continued to push its agenda, even in the face of condemnation from the United States. Still to this day, right now, settlements are being built right now inside that land. Now, again, you can make the argument. You can talk about Eretz Israel, which people like Daniela Weiss do. And they say everything from the Nile to the Euphrates is Eretz Israel, and therefore it's ours to take, and we're going to get it back. Okay, you can make that argument. But everybody else in the world who looks at this and say, these guys are lunatics. How can you go back 3,000 years and say, I'm taking everything back because God gave it to me? They're like, what is wrong with you? That is a crazy justification.
This is the same. This is the same question that I'm asking myself. What's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you? You don't want that Jewish will live on this land. What's wrong with you? You came out from us. Islam and Christianity came out from us. We believe in the same prophet, but they still fight against those children, the children of those prophets, of those people. What are you talking about?
Okay.
When you don't know the culture of Islam, you will never understand this cause politic. You will never understand this conflict.
1 second. Let me flip my camera back. Okay, 1 second. I want you to just. I know it's hard to open one's mind when you believe something strongly, because I appreciate your point of view. You seem very adamant and very convinced that everything you're saying is rock solid and there's no other way to look at it. I get it. Here's the thing that I think you're not being cognizant of, or you're not acknowledging, or maybe you just can't bring yourself to discuss it. There were both Jews and Arabs and Christians, as I just pointed out on the population chart, which that's indisputable. You can argue the numbers were a little bit different, but they were there. You're saying that one group doesn't want any Jews there, but the population shows that for many decades that what you're saying is not the case, that people who were Jewish were there. More people who were Jewish in drastically large numbers immigrated to the region. There wasn't major campaigns and war. There was some strife as the population dynamics changed dramatically and quickly, and the plans were being discussed behind closed doors. People got word of it. There was anger that there was going to be a potential for this hugely disruptive thing. Whether you agree with it or not, it has caused disruption. Let's face it, this has been a complete disaster from the beginning. One party benefited. I'm glad for that. You're saying that you're making statements about what you think I believe, which I don't. I am very happy that Jewish people have a homeland of their own to be free from persecution. I think
And you
that's
don't
awesome.
want that they will live there.
Well, this is the point. It's not a
Well,
certainty.
this is the point.
Hold
Well,
on.
this is the point.
Let me
The-
finish. You're not giving me a chance to explain
let
myself.
me talk. Let me say
Byron,
something.
you got,
dude. That's rude.
hold on. Let me finish my point, and then I'm happy to let you go. Just we'll take turns. I'm not
But you
trying to
don't
talk.
stop to talk. I don't.
Hold on, Byron. You
Let
have
him
to hear my
finish.
point of view. You've made statements about what you think I believe and others believe, and I'm giving you a counterpoint. Listen to it, and then you can respond. Okay. This is important for you to have this context. It's you're not the only person that has the only mind in the world that gets to make the decision for everybody. I mean, other people have different views. Be respectful and hear them out, and then you can argue.
No one
against
can
them.
make our decision.
Hold on, Byron. Listen, this is the last time I'm going to ask you. If you do it again, I'm going to have to. I'm very polite, but if you do it again, I'm going to have to let you go. I don't want to let you go because you're an interesting guest. Okay, in that region, there were Jews and Arabs, as we know from the population tables, and there wasn't complete conflict. It wasn't mass ethnic cleansing all the time. There was some cohabitation. Byron, I got to let you go, my friend. Have a nice rest of your day.
Bye, Byron.
So no, hold on a second. Now, let's be polite. Now listen, the thing I was trying to get to, real quick. Listen, I respect Byron's point. What his name is? Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I respect his point of view. I respect his beliefs. I respect his interpretation. I understand those interpretations. I just happen to see other people's ideas as well. Now, I'm not disagreeing with him because he may be right. And maybe his interpretation is 100% lock solid and everything I've ever thought about this thing is wrong. It's possible. But the way I look at it is, if I were somebody living in Palestine in 1913 or 1925, right after the Ottoman Empire fell, now I had a British mandate, still living in my culture, no one's ruining my life, and a bunch of agitators the Irgun and others start bombing hotels and trying to drive the British out so they can enact the plans that they want. They can create havoc and they can get what they want for their needs over and above those who are on the ground that they were living side by side with. Now, you can argue you own the land from the get-go, but in that time, that was not the case. There were people living in a region, interspersed in cultures, villages, municipalities. It was a real life thing like any other place in the world. It didn't have statehood. It didn't have formalized statehood, but it was a region recognized by everybody for a long time. That's indisputable. The Arabs that were living there were not happy about a forcible imposition of an arbitrary set of boundaries for a Jewish ethno-state. They didn't hate Jews because of that. They hated the idea of the disruption that that would cause, because when you forcibly delineate boundaries that dispossess people of their land, people don't like that. I think that's normal. Now, you made the argument that this is 100% theological, that it's all Islamic driven. I disagree. There are some who are Islamically motivated by their religion who probably don't like Jewish people. That's possible, or maybe Judaism. But I believe that the majority of people feel there's been a historical injustice because of the dispossession of land and the force with which it happened. And once you're made a refugee, like it's happened to Jewish people before, it's terribly unfair, shouldn't happen. I know it does happen all the time. That doesn't justify it. But the people that got scattered as a part of that, that got unalived, that got brutalized, that got kicked off their land, that fled from horror shows. And yes, there were some massacres of Jewish people by Arabs during that process leading up to this, but not nearly the numbers that Jewish people killed as a part of what they call the Nakba, which was a terrible event for some people and a great victory for others. So I'm glad the Jewish people got a homeland. The question is, where should it have been? You're arguing that because of historical context and ownership, that Jews belong in that land. That's it. End of story. No more conversation. Okay, you can make that argument. There was a world that decided to try to make a delineation as best they could. Nobody was going to be happy about it, and it led to major conflict. The Jewish people violently at that time tried to expel more Arabs, and the Arab nations attacked to try to repel the forcible imposition of this while people were being unalived. That doesn't get talked about much. Now, the Israeli military was able to push back and repel the attacks, and they, quote, won that war and took more territory. That happened. Okay, so that territory was now considered the borders of modern Israel. The other countries didn't recognize it because they were still angry that it shouldn't have happened in the first place. That's not driven by hatred of Jews. It's driven by not wanting to be dispossessed of one's land and forced off it and treated like third-class human beings. By this movement referred to as Zionism that sees one people as the chosen people with the right to come back and take what they want because they think it's rightfully theirs. You can make that argument, but people disagree with that. People who got dispossessed, believe it or not, disagree with that. Now, what has happened since then is what I have the biggest issue with. You can make the arguments one way or the other about the transition and the legitimacy of the imposition by the British Mandate, the UN sanctioning it, and stuff like that. Okay, make that argument. But what Israel has chosen to do since that time is where I really get irate. And you can make the argument that the state should exist. I think something else should exist. It's not about expelling anybody from their land, but I think it's an unfair system that's been forcibly imposed on others. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. But I understand the Israeli argument. I want to see there be peace. That's what I want to see the most. I want people to feel. But peace is not possible when you're stepping on somebody's neck and brutalizing them because you can, because you have the upper hand militarily, and you control them because you occupy the land that they scattered off to, which is insult to injury, and you wall people in because you say these people can't be peaceful. If you go and read about the specifics of the historic peace accords that have been tried to put together, they've been very close at times to having something that could work, but then there was an assassination. It didn't happen. But none of the deals, barring the one that was in play at that time, which did not get ratified, were decent enough for Palestinians to say yes to. It's not that they don't want peace. It's that they want peace with autonomy, self-determination, and dignity. That's what anybody would want. That's what Israel has. Why wouldn't you want to have somebody else have that? And the excuses or the rationale has always been on the Israeli side. These people are inherently violent. They hate Jews. We can't live side by side with them because they want to unalive us from the river to the sea. Therefore, we have the right to do anything we want for our security. That's the driving concept that has driven this conflict since it started. And since 1967, the insult to injury, the poking in the wound of all this has been the increased pace of settlements. And that's not been right wing. That's not been middle. That's been everybody. And the U.S. has condemned them from the start, as has everyone else in the world, except for Israel, who has this belief through these things you're talking about that everything's theirs and they have the right to do whatever the hell they want. And other people say, no, You want the benefit of the sanction of the central, UN to give you the right to have the state with the British mandate, right? You want that. But then you reject the same international standards that says you can't take what's there from some historical context. You were given something for what you wanted. Now you're taking more because you feel like you have some historical right to do so. And you say these people can't be peaceful. And you tie it up in this little anti-Semite bow and claim you're the victim while you brutalize people next door. That's where I get the most angry about it. Now, if you look in the modern era, the way that Israel has chosen to implement its next stages of its development have been absolutely ruthless and brutal. And they make the argument that these people are crazy, they attack us. Yeah, they have the idea of resisting you because you have done a grave injustice to them. And if you were on the other side of this and someone else says, hey, God gave me the right, so just F off, you'd be like, what the fuck? So you have to be able to see both sides of this. You can take your side and say it's ultimate, but that's not being objective. So I have to try to be objective. You may think I have the history incorrectly interpreted. Maybe we can have a longer conversation so you can clearly lay it out and we can do it in a way that I can really understand it. You talked about this, that. You talked about names I have never heard of before. So I'm willing to learn, and I'm not somebody who's going to push out the information, but the way it was presented was impossible for me to make heads or tails of it. So I'm always happy to look at more information. This most recent chapter where Israel says this is the narrative. We're just this little slice of land where these poor Jewish people trying to survive and just keep ourselves alive and be free from harm from these crazy terrorist Arabs. And all we're doing is defending ourselves, and they just attacked us out of the blue on 10/7. That's what I heard. Okay? Now, you can believe that narrative if you want, or you can back up a little bit and you can look at the broader context, going back to this historic area with all the changes we've been discussing. And when you do look back and you see the brutality and you see the excessive nature of the control Israel has implemented, in my opinion, to try to contain and secure their security, it makes people angry. When you subjugate somebody to brutality, you come into their house in the middle of the night and terrorize families. You shake up people in the street, you look at their phones, you bulldoze their house. I mean, I could go on for 3 hours about all the bullshit that Israel does. Most of it's completely unnecessary for its security. It's aimed at trying to demoralize and humiliate the people and violently repress them so they want to leave. And some have. But most want to stay because they believe it's land where their forefathers came from. Even if you believe that 3,000 years ago, your forefathers were there. Well, they were there too. Why do you get to pick one point in time and make a declaration and they can't? It doesn't make any sense to me. Each person, in my opinion, has a valid argument. But look where the violence has gone. Most of it has been from the Israeli side towards Palestinians. The numbers are indisputable. Even during the Nakba, way less Jewish people died in the conflicts that led up to the established state than Palestinians. That's indisputable. Many more massacres. Many more Palestinians have died in all of the interactions that have taken place since 1967. It's not even close. Now, it's horrible what happened on 10/7. I don't agree with it. I don't like war. I don't like the Ukraine war. But I do understand the context in which resistance movements act when they're under they have a future that doesn't have any light at the end of the tunnel, and more bad things keep being put upon them by the other because they can. Imagine yourself being in that situation for a second. Imagine somebody has your area completely contained. You can't travel. They decide what gets in and out whenever they want. They can cut it off. They can come in with warplanes and bomb the living shit out of you and kill 12, 1,500 people. Bring a bunch of tanks in. You have nothing but small arms and rocket propelled grenades to try to defend yourself. You have crude rockets that you fire in because it's all you got to do because you're walled in. And yes, I don't like the idea of Israelis being under constant threat. That's got to suck. But I don't think it's fair to tell somebody who's under your thumb and under your control permanently that they have to sit back and just behave and take it as you build more settlements in land that everyone else in the world agrees is theirs, but you. Do you see why that's not rational? So you can do what you want. Anybody, you can go around the world and say, I have the right to kill people because God told me I can. But society's going to have a different thing to say about that because of the harm that it causes. And in this situation, I'm not opposed to a Jewish state, but I am opposed to the harm that the establishment of the Jewish state caused to others. I don't think that's unfair or anti-Semitic. And since that time, the brutality, the ongoing absolute brutality, and most people don't know about this. They think that it's just a bunch of rabid terrorists and Israel's just dealing with them. Nothing could be further from the truth. Yes, those things happen, but the vast majority of interactions are unprompted and violent and unaliving kids, shooting people in the kneecaps, in the groin. I've seen it happen over and over. I have hundreds and hundreds of videos of this stuff on my phone. What happened after 10/7 is equally indicative of the disproportionate nature and brutality that Israel chooses to implement vis-a-vis Palestinians. Now, yes, I think Israel had a right to go after the people that perpetrated this. It was a horrific attack. A lot of civilians were unalive. It was disgusting. I've seen most of the videos. Didn't enjoy seeing it. However, there weren't videos to substantiate any of the additional, more horrendous allegations. So I went through and spent 4 hours yesterday looking at videos that somebody claimed showed absolute proof of all of the things that were alleged. There wasn't a gosh darn thing in the videos that showed any of it. A lot of civilians, horrible to watch, but none of the other stuff. I think that stuff's made up because I've tried and tried and tried and tried. The journalists who saw the 47-minute, nothing in there. All these claims, all these third-party references, an article written by this person. Oh, I know my cousin Sarah, who talked to her friend Jane, and her cousin Joella had this happen to her. That's not evidence. That's what's called hearsay. So absent all that, it was still horrific regardless of that stuff. But I think those claims were made to enrage the public that then allowed Israel to do a tremendously disproportionate response. And this is the big change. If you don't believe this, public opinion matters. I know Israel says, fuck everybody. We'll do it alone. You said it earlier today. If the Americans step on my head, I'm not going to leave. You said it yourself. People who are ardent Zionists are so caught up in their lore and their beliefs that they cannot see objectively any other part of this. I've had these conversations over and over and over my whole life with people who I meet, and it doesn't turn out well usually because they don't have the ability to see the other side. And that's unfortunate. But there is another side. And to not acknowledge that is to not be realistic. And people who are under terrible circumstances, they usually push back at some point because they get frustrated, they get angry, they feel humiliated, and they're like, what else am I supposed to do? Just sit back and let this continue unabated? That just doesn't work. Even Jews that were in Poland that were forced in these horrific conditions inside of ghettos had the same set of feelings. They're like, what are we going to do? We're going to get killed or are we going to fight? They fought, as they should, I believe. I commend them for the courage and bravery to resist a horrific situation. The Americans in the colonies, they were under British rule and occupation. They were being taxed out the ass. They were being controlled through British law. They didn't want to do that. They wanted their own deal. They fought back. They used guerrilla tactics. The British called them terrorists. They won. They got their freedom. They were a freedom movement, a resistance movement. In South Africa, the same thing happened. There were sanctions against the government. There was violent resistance by the majority black population against the minority whites who controlled the society. Do we condemn the resistance movements in America, the resistance movements in South Africa? Do we condemn those who had an uprising in the Warsaw ghettos? So the same violent response that always will follow repression, occupation, and brutality is what we're seeing play out. And it will never stop because it's not a group, it's not a certain subset, it's a mindset that is created through the behavior. It's a stimulus response situation. And that's it. Now you can argue that it's not justified because you think your side is doing all the you're noble and pure. It's your place. People are just trying to attack you and take your stuff that you've decolonized. I've heard that all the time. You can make that argument. It's just nobody agrees with that. Very few people do. And the world isn't slanted against Israel in the UN. The world's slanted against that mindset and that behavior by any nation. So God gave it to me 3,000 years ago is not a plausible, legal, modern argument for taking land from people. Imagine if Russia said, you know what, this was Russian territory in 1810. We're going to take the whole of Ukraine because, God told me this morning to get up and do it. People are like, that's fucked up, dude. That's not a reason to go capture a whole sovereign country. Now, Palestine wasn't considered sovereign territory, but it still was a region with a people with an identity. And at the time they were called Arabs, they've since collectivized into a group called Palestinians. And they've been scattered to this little strip of land, which we've seen destroyed by the Israeli military, with tens of thousands of civilians brutally killed with bombs and snipers and tanks. And they've leveled the entire infrastructure, universities, hospitals, community centers, apartment complexes. They just leveled the whole landscape. And why do they do that? Because they can. There's no military objective in destroying a university. There's no military objective in destroying a hospital. None of that shit. But the point, hold on just a second, I'm almost done. I know I'm on a rant here. The point is, you should expect at some point somebody to violently resist something that you're doing to them over and over where they have no other way to do it peacefully. All these so-called deals that you say are such great deals that the Arabs kind of just rejected because they're violent, that's a bullshit story. Read some Norman Finkelstein. You like books, obviously, right? You seem to be somebody who's a bookworm. Dig into this one, Norman Finkelstein. Go read Ilya Pape, The Ethnic Lens of Palestine. You want me to learn? I'm happy to learn from the things you have. Look at these. Now, never once has anybody ever in these interactions ever once looked at one thing that I've suggested. Not one. What does that say about us? I look at everything people send me and try to make heads and tails of it. If you're saying that I'm being unfair and I don't get it, do some work too, and then we'll come to a sort of a meeting of the minds and talk about it. But you're putting an unfair standard where you believe everything you're doing is right and justified, and there's no other conversation to be had because you got it, you hit the nail on the head. That's not how conversation, that's not how life works. Say that to your wife. Hey, I believe I shouldn't have to clean up the house. I shouldn't have to do any work. You go work, you feed me. That's what I believe. God told me so. Get the fuck out of here. Your wife's not going to be loving that too much. The world doesn't love what you think. Not because they hate you for who you are, not because they hate Jews or don't. It's because of the bullshit story and the horrific behavior that has accompanied it. That's based on Zionism. It's the right as the chosen people to take whatever you want, regardless of the consequence to others, and you're better than them. And like you said, you're entitled to. That's not something that people like. And so they have a right to resist that just because you have this story you're telling yourself that nobody else agrees with or very few agree with. That's the story here. Now, where do we go from here? Well, Israel has come in and completely destroyed the northern half of Gaza. It's like a moonscape. And they're talking about beachfront property development. And they're talking about trying to completely eradicate the age group, which will never happen, by the way. And even if you unalive every fighter, every militant right now that's part of the group, you'll never eradicate the mindset because the circumstances in which people find themselves foster the very same mindset. And if you're a young person, 8 years old, and your 25-year-old, brother or your 35-year-old father or whatever it may be, got brutally, unalived by Israelis, either execution style or a sniper, or got run over by a goddamn tank, or was in a hospital that you destroyed, and they just shoved the bodies in some big pit and said, fuck you. What do you think goes through that person's mind? He's like, I'm going to send a thank you card to Israel. Thanks for killing my family. No, they're going to be fucking pissed. They're going to want to come at you at some point. Why wouldn't they? You'd do the same damn thing if you got that happening to you. So the point is, stop brutalizing the other because you can. Yes, it's fair to go after the militants who harmed Israel on 10/7. Fair game. Okay, go get it. But don't make everyone else pay. Why do I say that? Because they cut off the water, the food, the fuel, the electricity, the medical supplies, the whole 9 yards. That is what's called collective punishment of all the civilians, most of whom had nothing to do with any of this shit. They're just living there. Most of whom were born well after, they were born well after H group got elected. They had nothing to do with this. Half of them were children under 18. And your government that you support is mass murdering people by indiscriminately dropping bombs. The American president said that in those exact words. The indiscriminate bombing has to stop. That's pretty strong language. Everybody but Israel believes it's indiscriminate and massive disregard for human life at best, and genocide at worst. It's going through a political process, through a trial. It's going through an international justice system. And everybody thinks it's invalid. But Israel should be held accountable, as should the people who supply the arms and the money and the military and political cover, because this is mass murder, unnecessary mass murder. And I understand the objectives. If Israel solely went after its objectives to go after the enemy, I wouldn't be critical of that. Although I think within the context, and according to most understandings, the occupying force, the blockading force, doesn't have a right to self-defense. These people are trying to get out from under your boot. You don't have the right to go in and then brutalize them more than you've been doing. But you're doing it anyway because you can. Because right now you have the cover of the largest superpower that's ever existed, more money that can be done. You have political connections in the country that are overruling any sense of common sense that would make things better for the people. Why are we spending all this goddamn money on Israel and helping them bomb the shit out of people and kill them with weapons that you write celebrities' names on and then drop them on 3-year-olds? Who does that shit? What kind of sick fuck does that? So that's what people are angry about. I'm not the only one. I've been watching this forever. I've been sick of what Israel's been doing for decades. But this is just one step too far. And the world now sees it through social media. I'm glad you're on social media. You're a guy in my age group. I'm glad you're sharing your point of view. People aren't buying this shit anymore. The same propaganda system that has allowed Israel to get away with this crap for decades, the Palestinians, has been mostly hidden from people's view. Social media opened up that window. And whether you agree or not with the attacks on 10/7, this has been the best result for them ever in their history, that more people know about it, more people care about it, and now they're coming down against Israel. Israel's doing its own damage to itself now. It thinks it has the right to inflict whatever damage it wants, but in doing so, it is killing its reputation internationally. And so many people are just absolutely horrified by this, that Israel will never, ever regain a position of standing in the international community. Nor would you if somebody smacked you in the face and then you went back and you unalived him, unalived his brother, unalived his whole family, went around the community, got everybody else, blew up everybody's houses. It's an insane response. It's collective punishment. It is a war crime. mass murder, a war crime. How do the people who were subjected to horror by their grandparents, by the Yahtzees, turn around and do some of the same very shit to another group of people because they can? What does that say about you? What does that say about you and those who support that shit? Whether you're an American and you're somebody who's Israeli, you're Jewish, whatever the hell it is. I think that makes you a bad person. That's how I see it. Now that you have your strong views, those are my strong views. I'm not right. You're not right. These are takes on things. Got it? Okay. I am Palestinian. Welcome back to the conversation.
Hey Chip, how's it going? Few points. Call me a few times, so I'm going to do it quickly. I know you mentioned, you said we used to, I mean, there used to be Christians, Jews, and Arabs. I think it's very important to say that they're Palestinians because even though they speak Arabic, does not mean that they're Arab. And that's the propaganda that I've been pushing for the
fair enough.
past centuries, that if we have to push these Arabs away because they're coming, taking our homes. I mean, even their claim, there are no data to back it up, because if you look at the population of Palestinians, I don't know, 46, and population of Jews, it's not very significant. So it's like, the other thing is that it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that you use religious claims, scripture, to claim something. And when you do that, and Chip, when you use religion to analyze people, it's active T. If you use politics or any other agenda to mass analyze people, that's active T, whether you're going to accept it or not. My last point is that we did have issues in that area, but not to certain that they were, massively analyzing each other before 46, until these refugees came from Europe and started, doing what they're still doing, right? And I mean, if you look at even the societies in America, Chip, we have had issues like with the different type of, racial issues, right? But imagine, Chip, if American government decide to segregate a whole black community, and then at some point use self-defense to drop bombs on top of them. How is that going to sound, Chip? That's going to be, yeah. And then when people start pointing finger at them, or the countries around the world, then America say, hey, I am in self-defense. How are you in self-defense when you're analyzing your own people? How is that a logic, right? And that's exactly what they're doing, Chip. So that's all what I wanted to say. And to that guy who you throw out, the argument they're using, a place for Jews. I mean, I understand what happened to you guys, but you also have to understand that you can't force the same thing what was forced upon you, right? And that's exactly what you guys doing. So anyways, I had a few more points, but I have to write them down next time, Chip. So
no problem. Come on back when you're ready.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the thing is, when somebody says you don't get it, I get it. I understand the argument. I understand that people legitimately feel that because of scripture and their belief and their religion and how the history and the different movements of people and the way that conquest happened, and that it's theirs. But the question I come back to is, if we go back 3,000 years ago, why don't we go back 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago? And if there are descendants on the land right now who 4,000 years ago had forefathers that are from the actual physical territory that was called whatever the hell it was back then, why are they any less entitled to the land than you? If you have forefathers that went back with your DNA or whatever the hell it is, right? So I don't believe that in a religious interpretation where you believe that your God gave you something is a legitimate argument to tell people to get a packing and get the fuck out. Just as if you were I'm living in America, if somebody came to somebody in New Jersey and said, hey, you know what? 6,000 years ago, when a woolly mammoth knocked over my stone hut, I'm coming back to take the place. You got to get a packing. And if you don't, here comes some heavy things coming at you. You'd say, bullshit, dude, get the hell off my property, or I'm going to, whatever. This is a bullshit argument, because anybody can pick a point in time and then make a declaration of ownership, right? Now, I think if you look at the pragmatism of this, if you look at the 2017, this is fast forward, the 2017 H Group Charter, I believe they made some major changes that I think were very, very fair of them to do and honorable. And I'm not an H Group supporter, but I read the document, and this is what I believe. They eliminated the horrific language about wanting to unalive Jewish people, which I'm glad they did. That's disgusting. And they said that they're not going to recognize the Zionist regime because in their minds, they still want things to return to historic Palestine. That would, in their minds, that's the right thing to do, to have peaceful coexistence with different people as best one can. But that's not probably practical because of what's happened with the UN and the international community and all the stuff that's in place right now. It's part of that whole historical process. But what is possible is all the shit that's still going on. It's not a done deal. It's not way in the past. It's right now. And therefore, they were willing to accept a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders when Israel, in my mind and most people's, illegally crossed in and took territory that was not theirs from Jordan and from Syria and from Egypt. The territory that was Egyptian territory has since been returned, and they've had some agreements, but the territory in the West Bank and in the Golan Heights has not. And it's considered illegally occupied territory according to every source on the planet, except for Israel, which believes it can do whatever the fuck it wants. And as long as it has the U.S.'s backing, the U.S.'s money, my money, unfortunately, then I wouldn't give a red cent to this bullshit because I don't believe in violently repressing people. I don't want to spend money on that. That's crazy. The military, the whole thing is just disgusting. And the fact that Zionism has such an arrogance and an entitlement to it, it's just, why do others have to suffer for your version of life? Right? Do you have any sociopath? Are you just thinking solely from your own point of view? You have no compassion for anybody else? You're just going to take their shit, kick them off, shoot them, unalive them, and treat them like they're nobody, like they don't matter, and then continue to brutalize them and take more? And you're doing it right now. There are settlers right now as I speak. It's probably 9 o'clock at night that are sitting on a place that they just dispossessed a Palestinian of. They're sitting there laughing with the police next to them or the IDF. And they just took something, you know why? Because they could. East Jerusalem happens all the time. People just get kicked out of their house and they take it. And a Jewish person from New York moves into East Jerusalem and takes that house. What the fuck is up with that? They don't have bloodlines going back to the region. They're just somebody who they're Jewish so they can return and take shit. Don't you see that attitude is one that most people find repugnant? When they learn about this stuff, they're like, what? How can that be justified? You know, people who are Christian walk down the street and they get spit on by Jewish people. There's massive racism and just disdain for others that are non-Jews. It's disgusting. It's just as disgusting as the H group language in the 88 Charter. So because the H group has said publicly, hey, we're willing to be reasonable. Just get those fucking illegal settlements out and we'll just live, and you guys go do your thing, but give us autonomy, don't control us. It's like, nope. We have to have military control. You're too dangerous. We don't trust you. Who are you to say that? You have your own military. Defend your borders. If somebody comes into your territory, defend it. If somebody fires a rocket, go get the rocket people. But I believe in my heart that if there were a state that was established side by side, that the people who are militant would be very happy to have something that's been unattainable for so long that they would contain the more extreme elements. Because once you have something that's been the aspiration for such a long time, why would you do anything to fuck that up? Trying to take more is not worth the risk of losing everything you've attained. And Israel's never given that a chance. Never. What they do claim is that because they withdrew from Gaza in 2005, that they, quote, gave them land, gave Gaza back to them, and all we got was rockets. I've heard that over and over again. Well, guess what you didn't change? You didn't change the West Bank. You kept settling the West Bank and kept repressing the same group of people that lived elsewhere, family, friends, neighbors, fellow countrymen, same people as them. So you're maintaining most of the brutality. You eliminated a small part of it, and you get shocked when somebody still resists. You have to remove the entirety of your oppression in order for the entirety of the resistance to cease. It's common fucking sense. And to expect otherwise is just, it just doesn't make any sense to expect otherwise. So you can support Israel, but I guarantee you right now with how the world is seeing this, you are on the wrong side of history. People are just absolutely fed up. I've never seen so many people more politically active and outraged in my entire life. People are pissed. People are really pissed, and they're pissed about all the other things that they feel are completely outside their control, that this crazy government that's been bought off by industry and special interest groups like APAC and others, that there's no connection to the population. Nothing that the public needs or wants gets even a second look. It's all to the interests, and it's all bought off, and it's all corrupt, and people are pissed, and they realize it doesn't matter anymore who they vote for. Like, I can vote for bad candidate A, bought off, bad candidate B, bought off. What's my choice? No choice. That's not a choice. Richie Torres from New York, one of the most disgusting people in the world, I think. Hakeem Jeffries. These are Democrats that are horrible people that just kiss the ass of Israel and vote to send them all this money and all this support. It's disgusting. Somebody here says, this is a good question. What is it that you envy from the Jewish people? When you say I envy, you mean what do I envy about the Jewish people? Or what do I think they should do? Listen, this is not about the Jewish people. I talked about this earlier in the live when I was walking the dog. This is not about the Jewish people. Okay? If there were a different structure like there was before the establishment of Israel, there would be Jewish people living in the region. There would be Arab people living in the region. There wouldn't be perfect peace, but it'd be a hell of a lot better than what we have now, I believe. And actually, the least safe place to be right now, if you're Jewish, because all the conflict that's bubbling up, is Israel. It's supposed to be a safe homeland, free from harm, free from oppression, free from violence. And it's not. Why isn't it? Does Israel play a role in why it's not? That's not happening. Is there anything that Israel does that causes this to get worse? And if you're going to maintain the narrative that all you're doing is defending yourself and all they do is use human shields and blame everything on the other side, that you're the righteous ones with a moral army and all this other horse shit that nobody's buying anymore, and what do you expect the world to do? You're barbarically slaughtering tens of thousands of women and children. Nobody does that shit and gets away with it, no matter how you want to try to justify it. You know, if you're going to bomb, you're going to try to go after somebody you believe is a T-word or a militant, or what you're going to call the person, and they're in a refugee camp embedded somewhere, and you're calling that human shields. People are just living. They don't probably even know who the person is, that they're part of that group. They probably don't announce it. They don't wear a special T-shirt or something that says, shoot me first. And they determine that that person's there from cellular, whatever it may be. And then they drop a 2,000-pound bomb and they kill 456 civilians and injure 800 more. And somehow try to justify, oh, we got a bad guy. And it's his fault because he embedded himself. He used 456 people as human shields. Dude, if you have a bank robbery and someone's holding 36 employees in a big bank hostage, you don't drop a bomb to get one bank robber. But somehow you justify that with the H group militants. It makes no sense. You wouldn't want it done to your people. I guarantee you that. You know, you wouldn't want to have 160 of your people being killed for getting one bad person. You say that's unjustifiable. But somehow on the Israeli side, it's just all bets are off. So I don't know how to answer that question. What do I envy? I don't think I envy. Listen, it's not about the people. Like I said, it's about the government and the Zionist mindset that drives the bad behavior. And I'll put it this way. It's the negative impacts that come out of the mindset that drives the behavior that causes those. That's what bothers me.
Hey Chip, what do you think about the red calf ritual?
I think it's disgusting.
People of God do that to 5 animals that have nothing to do with anything.
Well, again, a lot of humans do a lot of bad things to animals. I wouldn't restrict that just to Israelis or Zionists, but yeah, it's a sickening ritual. It makes me sick to my stomach, and I wish I could do something to stop it.
Like I meant people of God, but what I came up to say earlier in response to Mr. Byron over there is that this is Islam that he fears so much actually honored the King Solomon's temples and nurtured it and allowed the Jewish people to have full access to it and prevented the Crusaders from annexing any Jewish people from there, because that's what they've always done throughout history. And he didn't seem to bother to mention any of that at all. He made it seem like we got there and took out everybody, whereas on the contrary, when Omar ibn Khattab went and opened Jerusalem and the bishop over there surrendered, he allowed everyone to stay, and everyone from Europe safe passage. Back to Europe. Even Salah ad-Din offered them full safe passage back to Europe after he took it back from the Crusaders and opened it back up to all religions.
Yeah, real quick. I get this a lot. Somebody says you must be making a lot of money. You know, unlike a lot of people who I know for sure are getting paid on the Israeli side, because that's what they do. They paid college students $250 each to go attend the pro-Israel rally in D.C. I met some of them, talked to them about it. I don't get paid by anybody. In fact, after these lives end, they always send you a little like live transaction notice in your messages, and you open it and it says you earned 44 cents after you just spent 3 hours doing work. And if you think that's getting paid, yeah, I do technically earn some money, but it's impossibly small. Once in a while, kind people
Buy
who
your
love the
subs
work
on
that I
that.
do. Hold on a sec. I've even offered to provide people my bank records. Yes, I do get some donations from people once in a while. Somebody will send me $50 or something like that on Cash App or Venmo or PayPal or whatever. And I mentioned that I have that, but I don't harp on it too much. I don't sell any merchandise. No outside parties. Listen, I'm my own person. The only reason I do this, and I know this may sound crazy to people, because this may not be a commentary. I do it because I give a shit, and it's deeply embedded within me. When I found out about this in 1989, it upset me. It seemed really unfair. And then the things I've learned since then, the more I've learned, the more it seemed really. The brutality has really shocked me and got me outraged. And there's nothing that compares to what's happening right now. It's absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous. And I think most people just absolutely are horrified right along with me. And the difference is now people now know about this and they're looking into it. They're reading books. They're understanding like, holy shit, this idea of Israel being this innocent victim that's being harmed by these terrorists, this is a bullshit story. Now, do people who are Jewish have a right to a safe place to be? Absolutely. 100%. The question is, given some's perception, like the previous person we had on, is the perception that it needs to be in historic Palestine an absolute? Well, it was. That's what happened. But it could have been elsewhere. And the question is, would the strife that we're seeing right now still be the case if there was a Jewish homeland elsewhere? Maybe people think that's an inappropriate question to even ask. And if I believed on that side, I'd probably say the same thing. But the question is, all this strife, and it doesn't seem like it's ever going to have an endpoint unless one group or the other gives a little.
So wait, TLX, you support this racist chip?
Nice to have you here. I thought you could be an adult, but I guess not. So the point is, I don't believe that this is going to change. It's going to keep getting worse, but I do believe there's been a real awakening. So I think the pressure politically is going to be to try to solve something. I know the Saudis have said they're not going to reconcile with Israel until there's some change in this where there's some autonomy for Palestinians, which is a good thing. I think that more and more of that's going to come to bear. Israel will eventually be pressured into having to change, which it should have done a long time ago, because this selfish, self-centered, brutality doesn't do anybody any good. It's got to stop, in my opinion. Okay, Senzu Bean, what's up with you?
G'day, guys. So I've got a innovation. I've seen people talking about how the overall, initiative is that people are being invaded, right?
One sec. So the comment said everyone on your panel is Pally. I bring up everybody. The last guy that requested to become pro-Israel, what did he do? He put up a picture of me with a cone hat on or some shit like this. Do you think that's a mature pro-Israel point of view to come represent the cause? So
Can I say something about that, Chip? Sorry.
One sec. So if you want to come up, if you think there should be more I'm happy to have people up. I let anybody up, even people who I can't stand their point of view. But it's fair to have the conversation. But if that's the kind of representation that's going to come up on your side, that's indignified. I'm not going to give that the time of day. That's silliness. Okay, but if you want to come on up, Tinka. You have plenty of followers. Come on up and talk. Listen, you'll be treated with respect. I promise. Okay, what did you want to say, TXL? And then we'll go back to Senzu.
Yeah, just real fast. I try to present the best example I could possible by being respectful, muted, not cut people off. Not just you, Chip. Anybody on your panel, if they're talking, I'm respectful. I try to maintain that example just to basically give the image that where I come from, my people, this is how we were taught and this is how we were raised. And for some reason, as an advice, I would tell these people that if they want to look good at some point in some kind of way or prospect, they could at least have the decency to be respectful when they come on panels and not cut you off so continuously. So I hope when you do invite them up, they don't behave the way they do. Chip, that's all I wanted.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. One thing I do want to mention is this is probably true. I get accused of talking too long. That's probably a fair point. So what I'm going to start doing with people is I'm going to do a 2-minute timer. I'll go 2 minutes, they go 2. That's a fair way to do it, that they don't think I'm hogging all the time, even though it's my live, but I want to be fair to people. I don't want them to think that I'm air timing. Okay. Did you want to say something, Senzu?
Yeah. So, as I was saying, the overall perspective I've noticed is that there are invaders. Obviously, both sides agree, and I just wanted to know, where does it end? Like, because the Israelis want to say that, for example, the Ottomans have taken over the area, and they're only retaliating in return, and the Palestinians want to say that they were there. They're the people of the land as well, and they're also retaliating. So I want to know, where does it, not just where does it come from, but where does it end at the same time? So yeah,
Well, that's a hell of a question. I wish I could predict. I think I've talked about what I think could happen. I mean, there's 3 basic solutions. 2-state, not going to happen because of the territorial, that's been carved up by the settlements. 1-state, Israel will never put up with it. What I think should happen is there should be a different state that gets created. It's not dominated by an ethno-state. If Jewish people want to find a place to establish an ethno-state where it will not cause so much harm, that's more than reasonable. I don't know exactly how that would come to be or where it is, and I'm sure people would be very angry to hear somebody like me say, "Who the hell are you to tell us where to go?" I get that. But if you look at the ongoing strife, it doesn't seem like it has an end in sight. So I think the region should go back to something where it's cohabited by different people under some sort of authority that's fair and reasonable, where people get citizenship and rights and dignity and respect. It's not going to be perfect. There's going to be skirmishes. There's going to be problems. It'll probably iron out over time better than it would immediately. But there won't be violent resistance groups that'll terrorize Jewish people. I know that the perception is that if we give an inch, we're all going to get killed. That's what I keep hearing. If we lay down our arms, all they're going to do is push us all into the sea. That's bullshit. The only reason the H group exists, in my estimation, is because of the dynamics that Israel has chosen to create, to put in place things that are unbearable for another group, and therefore they have to find a way to try to change the dynamic. That's it. If there was nothing to change, they would not exist. And that goes for any resistance movement. So the point is, until Israel recognizes that reality, they're either going to continue to do what they want towards their ends with the cover of America and the political and military might, which may continue indefinitely. It looks like it is. Or if there's a conflict, maybe some of these things will change and some of those powers will shift. That's the only thing in the short term that I think will change it. But in the long term, it doesn't look good.
Good answer. Actually, a good answer. So what if, for example, I'm not saying we should definitely do this, but what if we were to genetically test everyone in the region, and the people that we find that scientifically belong there can actually stay, and the others will be seen of as I don't know, a bit lesser rights, like maybe they get a secondary portion of what's available.
I mean, I'm not a fan of that approach. I don't know if that would be incredibly
Me either, but
intrusive and
it's looking
disruptive.
like
I think it would be nice to know, based on the arguments, how many people are indigenous versus aren't, just as a study. But I think it's probably clear that a good percentage aren't, which is they've just emigrated into the territory based on their either religion or ethnicity, or both. Listen, it's not about disparaging or trying to mess up one group or the other. It's not about trying to harm the other or take something from the other. It's about establishing something that's relatively equitable and sustainable. And populations have grown, different things have developed differently. There's no easy way to do this. It's like a very complicated. It's simple in terms of the injustice. It's complex in terms of the way you remedy it. And so therefore, what I think should happen, which I think would be fair and would be simple, is what the H group said. Abandon the settlements, create a delineation. You can put a damn wall up if you want. You can put a 500-foot wall if you want to, whatever you got to do, and just make the agreement that we need to have peace. There can't be any incursions into the territory that we've agreed upon. I think people would accept that, but they've never been given that opportunity. We don't know. We'll never know unless it happens, and I don't think it's going to happen. They're not going to give up 700,000 people, and the people aren't going to want to go anyway. So it's very challenging. I don't have all the answers. There are probably people way smarter than me that have thought this all through and have divvied up different ideas to put together different land swaps and stuff like this. But I do know one thing: if the brutality continues, there will only be more violent response. That I know.
100%. I totally agree with you. I think the main obstacle is going to be, somewhere between like psyops and physical violence. So either way, there's going to be some sort of a brutal mentality. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, right
thanks
now
for
we
having
need.
me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Right now, we need a ceasefire is the most important thing short term, and I think there's been some back and forth. I read the terms and conditions that Hamas wants Israel to abide by. They're not going to do it, so there's going to have to be some give and take for that to happen. We don't even know how many of the hostages are where they are, what condition they're in. The Israeli public is just absolutely outraged at Netanyahu. So there's a lot more internal strife. When we say Zionism, remember that even if people believe in the establishment of the state of Israel, they don't necessarily agree with all the excesses that are going on this conflict. So it's not as simple as like everyone's bad, everyone's good. There are plenty of good people that have beliefs where they're misguided, and if they knew more, they probably would think differently. I wish we could get that information to people, but it is what it is. But in the end, Israel's going to have to stop doing some of this shit that everyone's condemning, or it's to their detriment. And I don't even want to see the people suffer because of things that their government does. That's like what my government does. Is to our detriment in many cases. Okay. Is it Kitty next and then Palestinian?
Hi, how are you, Chip? How you doing?
Good as always.
Good, good, good. The question is always asked to everybody, even on the news and everywhere. Does Israel have a right to exist? But the true question is that I keep asking to ask them, does Palestinians have the right to exist in their eyes?
That's a fair question to ask.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the way they sort of identify themselves, the way that people were generally identified in the Palestine region in the earlier parts of 1900 were not Palestinians. That term wasn't widely used. Some may have referred to themselves as that, but it wasn't a widely used term from the outside world. It was only until the mid 60s that term started becoming regularly used to refer to the population as a sort of a group. And that was because of the way the changes were taking place. And people had to come together. There were people in Gaza, there were people in the West Bank that were separate geographically, but they were looked at collectively as Palestinian Arabs.
Exactly.
And so Palestinian Arabs, if you don't know this, there are Palestinian Arabs that are in Israel. They are the least flexible citizens in the entire state of Israel. They are treated entirely differently than another non-Jewish citizen might be, like somebody from India, for example. So it's an interesting thing, and listen. There's a racism. There's a sort of superiority complex that Gideon Levy, the columnist for Haaretz, said that the unspoken truth about Israel is that Israelis look down on Arabs.
Not just at Arabs, they look down at everybody, Chip.
Yeah, non-Jews. Yeah, non-Jews.
Okay, that's non-Jews. Okay, and I'm sick and tired of hearing about the H group and the H group. Do they not realize that the H group are Palestinians who lost so much family, who lost lands, who lost things, as we see them today here on TikTok and all over? Okay, kids without parents. Older kids are left to take care of the younger kids, their siblings. Okay, what do they expect these kids to grow up to be? Say, oh, we love Israel. Thank you so much for killing our family and lineage. And some families are gone forever. Okay, these kids are not going to grow up with a mindset of peace. Do they not understand that the H group is made up of the Palestinian people defending their land, defending who they are, defending their existence? I don't understand how they want us to react as, hey, that's just another war. A war, this is not a war. This is a one-sided war. You are unaliving people without ammunitions. Israel's army is supposedly one of the greatest armies in the world. They have everything at their disposal, okay? And they're fighting people who have absolutely nothing comparing to what they have. The H group is Palestinians. They did not come from Mars. They are the indigenous people of that land. They have every right, as you know, Chip, they have every right to defend their land, to defend the Palestinians. But they don't want to hear that. They have put that label of T word on us, even if it's not the H group, even if another group was to emerge tomorrow to defend Palestine, they would slap it with the T word. Okay? They would slap it with the T word. They just don't want us to exist. They're going through the graves of people gone so many years ago. Why? To destroy if there's any lineage, any heritage of Palestinians that ever existed there. And they're bringing people from all over, okay, to replace us, to replace the Palestinian people, okay? So I don't understand when they say, oh, does Israel have the... When you accept that the Palestinians have a right to exist and they're human beings and not, as you say, we're animals, then we'll talk. Then we will sit down and talk. But as long as they have that mindset and doing what they're doing, it's not going to happen. And I'm sure you know this, Chip. Within Israel itself, there's a turmoil right now.
Very much so.
Netanyahu just ordered all of his the state of Israel to join the army by force, and he's not paying anybody, and he's closing down schools, and he's doing what he wants to do because nobody wants to get in the army, but he's now forcing them to do that. Okay, and now there's a struggle between the Ukraine Israelis and the rest of the Israelis who were there from before, of a power struggle, who's more Israeli than the other. Okay, so they have their own turmoil going on. Okay, and the Palestinians doesn't have any right to defend themselves and defend their lands. They have, the settlements are the biggest issue that exists in Palestine. Okay, when they bring in these settlements and they take over villages and they take over homes and they take over crop and they take over everything. I mean, what logic do they think that we have no right to defend ourselves? I just don't understand it. When is it going to sit in and sink in their brain, okay, that we have every right to defend ourselves in every way, in every which way, in every mean? They don't have that right. They're the occupying force. We're not the occupying force.
Can you hold on for 1 second?
Sure.
So there's somebody in the comments named Amir. Welcome, Amir, by the way. I'm glad you're here. So this is where I take issue with this, because nobody wants to hear people say things like, you know, we have to get rid of the Jews or something like that. That's an all-encompassing, disparaging, anti-Semitic term, which is not what people who are considered on this issue ever say. When somebody like Amir says Palestinians are done, you know, what is that language? I mean, you can go after the militant group, I believe, which is fair. But to put the entire group of people in a term like that, how can that be any better than the mustache guy saying we have a final solution for this particular group of people? That's just a shitty thing to say, Amir. So if you think that Israel needs to prevail for its security to eliminate the threat of a violent group, that's a fair thing to say, but not something like that. So I say shame on you for saying that, man.
Let me tell him this. If Palestinians wanted the Jews gone, they would have done away with them years ago, before Israel, the state of Israel was emerged, correct? We lived amongst each other, Christians, Muslims, and Jews. There was no issues, typical issues for any other country. It's fair, but not like when the state of Israel emerged and created itself, okay? So now we accepted you. We extended our hands when no other country did. You were invited into Palestine because of what you were going through. And this, the humbleness that we gave you everything, okay? Go back in history and look at yourselves, okay? It's not us who want to do away with you. It's you who wants to do away with us. It's you who doesn't want our existence. It's you who wants us gone. You're in denial. Just like you were fighting for your identity. Go back and think about it. When you were fighting for your identity and existence, okay, you have bestowed this on the Palestinian people, 10 times the worth, 10 times the worth. So don't come here and say we're done. We're not done. No one's done here. As long as Palestinians have breath in them, even if it's a 5-year-old, we're not done. We don't want to unalive anybody. You just don't know how to coexist with other people. You think you're superior. You don't like anything that's not you. That's your issue. That's the problem here. You don't want anybody but you.
Well, in fairness, there are a lot of people in Israel, and I've actually met a bunch of people who outside of Israel do not want to continue the expansive nature of Zionism. They don't like the occupation. They do want peace. But the more hardened Zionists and the more hardliners and people who support those policies, they believe the things that you're referring to.
Can I tell you something, Chip? This is from an experience.
Yep.
Okay. People that I know over here who are Israelis, they're so kind and humble, and they're your friends, and they befriend you and go on and go forth and whatever. Okay. Once they hit the land of Palestine and they're with their own, they're totally different people. Their mindset totally changes 100%. They make a 180-degree turn. Okay. So I don't trust. You understand? I'm not talking about the Judaism, the religious. I'm talking about the Zionism. You understand? There's a difference. They're trying to intertwine the two together, and it's impossible. Okay? It's impossible. Okay? So that on its face, okay, that they're trying to do that, okay, to get more power and more sympathy, they are in the wrong. They are in the wrong. Once they learn and understand that we exist and we will continue to exist, okay, and they have to deal with it, then maybe people will start talking.
Okay. Thank you. One sec. One second.
Can I say something?
Yeah, just give me a sec. I just want to kind of go through the order now. This has kind of changed. We have a number of different panelists coming up, so I appreciate everybody being here. I know some people aren't going to like this, but this will make the conversation flow better. I'm going to keep a 2-minute timer because otherwise it can go on, which I know hasn't been the case yet. I apologize for that, but that'll keep everyone gets a chance. We're going to do this. I'm going to give Amir a chance to speak, and we're going to go bounce back and forth to Pali, Israeli. So I'll do my best. If I mess up, I apologize. Amir, 2 minutes. Welcome. How you doing?
So first of all, just to let you know, FYI, there is now an ethnic cleansing of Syrian refugees in Lebanon due to the Syrian unaliving a Christian Arab leader in Lebanon. I don't know if you care about the region. Who knows? Next, Iranian not going to do anything because they're afraid. Third, Palestinians who want to live with us in peace are always welcome if they don't accept the Jewish state, so they're not welcome. For Gaza, we're going to do the following. We're going to have a base in the middle. We're going to do raids for the next 6 years until we will thoroughly clean everything there. We're going to work with the Saudis and the Emirates. And the big strategic victory is going to be a normalization. We're going to have now a peace agreement with Indonesia. And then we're going to have it with Saudi Arabia. And we're going to build a coalition to fight Iran and all the proxies across the Middle East. Israel currently, I don't know, maybe we just expanded the border in Gaza, so I will call it expansion in general. What else? Hamas will be done in a year or 6 months. I don't care. It will be done eventually, like we broke all the West Bank resistance. And for you all, I don't know, you're welcome to visit Israel. We have nice food, nice weather. You're all welcome, except Abdul, because Abdul, I will personally greet you on the airport.
I may, Chip, you come here so arrogant and you have this all laid out. Don't you know that God has the last word? Do you not believe in God? God has the last word. You can plan all you want and you can talk out of the both sides of your mouth and you can say and you can do. But remember this, God has the last word. You know what your own scientists are saying about Israel? They're giving you 5 years to be demised. What do you think of that? They're giving
Kitty,
you
real quick, we have to give others a chance, but I know it's an emotional subject. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go, this is the order. I want everybody to know this. So it's going to be, don't start yet, Abdul, then we're going to go to Shiri, then Palestinian Jew, and then Prozio, and then Tufik Salah. Okay, so go ahead, Abdul. Welcome. How you doing? You're going to have somebody meeting you at the airport, it sounds like. I don't know if you're speaking, Abdul. I can't hear you. Can anybody hear Abdul? I can't hear him.
Abdul, manna samaninak. We can't hear you, buddy. Just skip him. I think maybe he's doing something.
Yeah, he'll have to come back in. So when he comes back in, we'll give him his turn. Okay, so let's go to Shiri. Welcome, Shiri.
Hi, Chip. How are you?
I'm trying to have some fun with all this. I wish Amir would be nicer to everybody.
Hold on. I'm already here.
Oh, good. Okay, Shiri, we'll go back to you in just a second. Thank you.
No, why the mods muted me? First of
Well, we're
all,
good. We
I
couldn't hear
don't
you.
give
It
a
wasn't, you
damn
weren't,
about
just,
what that
you weren't muted. We
me.
just couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I know, I understand it. I don't give a damn what that Amir said because simply in the beginning, what Senzo before she left, she said something which was like really logic. That don't even they always claim that they always leave. They are the indigenous and all of these things, especially that God promised them this land. First of all, they shall go and see what their ethnicity is and where they came from, what their DNA is basically, because they shall follow their DNA where they came from, their ethnicity, not the citizenship. Example, I live in Europe. I have Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, German, Dutch, and all of these citizenships. What do I belong to? Do I belong to Sweden or to Denmark or what? Just citizen, not ethnically, firstly. And secondly, if they claim that Allah promised them this land, but let me say to you, what if I am, as a Muslim Middle Eastern, I say also Allah promised me entire Europe in my Quran. Do I have the right to invade it and to take it? No. Just because Allah promised me, shall I follow these things? I don't think so. Because Allah never do that in general. And they only go after that because they already know that over 80% of the Jews are actually Ashkenazis, and Ashkenazis by from the medical school in Harvard or even the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, capital of Palestine. There it's written that they are actually all from German, from Western and Eastern Europe. So they cannot come and talk about anti-Semitic when actually anti-Semitic is made by Wilhelm, who is actually a German man who made this, change it from him in 1879 to be a Jewish, from Jewish hatred to Semite hatred, and just it has been published in the English dictionary in the beginning of 1900, 5th July, to be officially for the Jewish hatred, while it was only for the Semite people, actually for the Semite people in the Middle East, because he was actually extremely anti-Jewish man, and he made it for them because he referred to be that it's a way to the victory of the Germanism over Judaism, and he changed it. It was first Juden has in German. So all of these things I will see, even if it has been now already a part of them, and even their principles and a part of their lives and what they believe in, when they have been brainwashed and confused, I don't give a damn. What I only care about is that I see the history, I see facts, I see studies, I see sources that I follow. If they see all of this anti-Semitism, then I am the Semite one. I am the Middle East. Anyone who is from outside of the Middle East, they shall forget that they are Semite people. They are only Ashkenazis from different countries or regions in Europe, in Western countries.
All right, Abdu, we got to finish up
Yes.
this. So thank you for sharing that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the timer set to 2.5 minutes, and I'm going to turn up the volume. When it'll at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you'll hear it go off. So you'll have 15 more seconds to finish. And if you keep going, I'll have to mute you and let the next person go. Nothing personal. Shiri, you're next. 2 minutes 30 seconds. How you doing?
Great. So I want all the audience and even YouTube to go to my profile and to see the live videos I just posted from Tel Aviv, live from Tel Aviv, when you can see Muslims celebrating the end of Ramadan and doing shopping and eating ice cream, and soldiers are going with them side by side. So where is the genocide? Where is the apartheid? We live in peace. We want to coexist. And Bnei Israel is mentioned in the Quran many times. Did you see Moses on Netflix, Chips?
No, I've not seen it.
So you should see it because, this is the whole story of the Jewish people, the Promised Land, the Ten Commandments, and, all is there. And, in this documentary on Netflix, people interviewing experts from the Judaism, Quran, and Christianity, and you see the same story of Bnei Israel, they were slaves in Egypt, and history is repeats. And Abdu, he said, what if God gave us Europe? Will we occupy Europe? No, you do it anyway, without God. You occupy Europe, you occupy US, you occupy Israel. You are the real occupiers. This is what's been done since forever, since the Ottoman Empire. And this is what you do. You are the real occupiers, and you try to deflect it on us. Israel is a little spot on the map, and the Muslims are trying to control the entire world. They, Iran, Qatar, they do it. We know it. They fund the colleges in the US in billions of dollars. Okay, so we know it. You can't lie. Gaza people and the Israeli people want to live in peace. They can live in peace. You can see the lives on my profile. You can see Muslims and soldiers eating ice cream together. So stop with the lies, stop with the propaganda. We will exist and we will be here. And if you don't like it, so you will keep losing. That's it.
All right, Sherry. Thanks for sharing your point of view. I usually interject, but I'm going to let the other people go. Palestinian Jew, go today, please. Go ahead.
Hi, how you doing? So, I still don't understand how they can deny, how the Israelis can deny the genocide. It's obviously happening. So, there are a couple of ways by which this whole conflict will end. And so, if the Israeli Palestinians will rise up in defense of the brothers and sisters and start doing tea activities inside Israel, from inside Israel, Israel is not going to bomb Tel Aviv. They're not going to bomb and kill all the civilians in Tel Aviv because they're acting as human shields for rebellious Palestinians inside Israel, right? It's not going to happen. So they're out to kill civilians. That's his mission. This is the mission. They want to end all Palestinians and can do it because there are no Jews living in Gaza. So they wipe out all of Gaza. That's what they do. So
we're having a little trouble with your connection. Hold on, we got a bad connection there, Palestinian. When you get to a better place, come on back because right now your connection's kind of bad. I'll take you down and come on back, and we'll get you back and finish your time up. Okay, I think Prozia was next. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Have at it.
Yo, so yeah, I mean, it's a logical fallacy to say that this is a genocide. This is actually one of the best outcomes of any war in the last 50 to 100 years. If you take just the numbers, which the numbers of Hamas are not trustworthy, but if you do take those numbers and you take the rockets divided by the number of casualties, you will get only one rocket kills half a person. There has never been a war in history against, one side against another side that has had that small amount of casualties per rocket. Never has happened. You see wars in World War II, it was 5-1 casualties to the enemy that they were fighting. Any single war that happens, that's way more casualties than we're looking at now.
You're talking about civilians, right?
No, yeah, civilians to combatants. Okay, so civilians to combatants. The 30K number you see, that it has inside of it Hamas. So people will say 30,000. There's actually 13 of those are Hamas. And that's not also counting all the rockets that Fatah and Islamic Jihad and Hamas have shot and landed right inside of Gaza, because we know that 30% of all their rockets land straight back into Gaza. So those numbers are not trustworthy. Next, what's his name? Abdu. He loves to make this lie that our DNA of Ashkenazi Jews are not linked to Judea. There's 5 different studies that I can quote from universities in America and in Israel that have confirmed that to a 90% accuracy, all Ashkenazi Jews have links to Judea. The Khazarian myth is a myth. Okay, never happened. Next, Palestinians want peace. That's not what we saw before 1948. You guys say, oh, we welcomed you with open arms. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Pogroms started early 1920s, right after the Ottomans. 1920, 1921, 1922, 1929, 1933, 1936, 1939 pogroms, all against Jews. What did we do? Oh, we just lived there, but oh, you welcomed us with open arms, right? Okay. 1947,
Real
British
quick,
left.
hold those thoughts. I didn't want to cut you off, but we have to give each person a turn. That was your 2.5, but stay if you want to stay. It's cool. For those guests that are trying to come in or having difficulty, I'm not keeping you out. There's a problem in TikTok where the connection times out, so you can't fully come in. The best way to fix that is to exit the app, go into airplane mode, get back on your internet connection, come on back in and re-request. So I'll hold a spot for you if you do that. That usually fixes it. Okay, I think that the next person that's going to go is it Tufik? I think that was the next person, right? Yeah, Tufik.
It's Tawfiq. Yes, Tawfiq.
Oh, Tawfiq, I apologize. You're next if you want to go. 2.5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep.
Great. I'm not here to debate with anybody in specific. My argument is general. I just want to make a certain point. Some people are quantifying the genocide by looking at numbers as if 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 are not much. We are on 21st century. If a cat somewhere has get hit by a car, people from non-government organization, they organize rallies and they organize so much activities. They go to events to protect a cat or anything or any threatened creature. It's very unhumane to say that what's happening in Gaza is not genocide and it's the cheapest or the least costly price of war. This is not acceptable today. I don't know where these guys are going, but at one point there are the black swan concept where things comes from nowhere and things happen. In Europe, after the medieval age, a pandemic came and killed a big portion of, unalived a big portion of Europe population. And that ended up causing, one of its consequences is more land for less people, and prosperity came after, and people were able to invest in social matters and in the quality of life. And Renaissance came after that. Today, we're in 21st century. We don't know what would happen tomorrow. In 1979, Egypt signed a deal with the Zio entity. In the same year, a co-op happened in Iran, in Tehran, and it was not expected. Something like that might happen anytime. What would these people who are not, who are happy with the genocide happening in Gaza, what would they say? What would their...
Okay, Tufik, we have to switch to somebody else. I'm sorry to cut you off there. I think Federico was next. I'm trying to go back and forth to people who are pro-Israel. So if you can tell me in the comments if you're pro-Israel or pro-Palestinian, I can probably navigate it better.
Hey, Chip. Hello, everyone. I wanted to comment on the pro-Zionists that every missile they struck killed a quarter of civilians. He forgot to mention the execution styles. He forgot to mention running people over. He forgot to mention, which is if you are excusing the 30,000 unalived by missiles, I can give you, I can be sympathetic. But the idea is that they are unaliving people in person. That is even more crime than ever you could think of. So when you go saying, a quarter casualty for each missile, and you are literally admitting to unaliving people in person by purposely targeting civilians.
People
Because
alive.
if you look, don't interrupt me. I listened to you while you were talking, and the history of your existence in the Middle East, all it shows is crime after crime after crime, unaliving after unaliving, massacre after massacre. And the biggest proof, last Chip, I don't know if you heard of that. Last Thursday, the Mossad had eluded somebody that works in the Lebanese banking system to a villa in northern Lebanon. That is the second time that it happens. And they tortured him for 3 days straight, and they unalived him, and they left the money that he had on him, along with the weapons they used, the gloves, everything they had on them, they left them in a bleach and water buckets.
Wow. That's horrible. That is horrible.
Yeah, what's coming to them is coming to them. We have been warning you for a long time, and we will not listen to your crying pretty soon anymore.
I think it's really important to distinguish, though, when we make those sort of broader statements, that what people want, I believe, is a shift in the power structure that's causing the harm that people are enduring. So it's not that when coming for them, meaning they're coming for, quote, the Jewish people to harm people, but they want to change the Zionist mindset and process that has shaped this the way that it has and return it to something that's a lot less brutal and more conciliatory and more peaceful. I don't want to speak for you, but I hope you're not.
I want to say WU, Abdul. Abdul, you're the man. Everybody is after you for a reason. Same with you,
Thank you
Chip.
very much. I appreciate
Everybody
you.
after you for a reason.
Thank you. I
Right, Federico.
appreciate you. At last,
Thank
I am
you.
the man of the land, so it's my duty.
I hear you. Okay, real quick. This is a refresher for the audience because someone reminded me this is a good suggestion. So the way the format is working is, and I'm going to up it to 3 minutes because somebody said 2.5 isn't long enough. So we'll up it to 3. Each person's going to get their term. I would respectfully ask you in the comments if you're someone who's pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli. I can't tell from your name. I'm trying to go back and forth so we can have a fair dialogue and not make it all one-sided. So, but what I'll do is I think the next speaker is going to be. I think it goes back. I think we haven't heard from. Is it S. Kator? Is that how you say your name?
Yes, you did a good job. So I think you
Would
pronounced
you
it.
describe yourself as pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli?
I am pro-Palestinian, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm supportive of all human being and all creation of God.
Can I politely ask? Is it okay if I let someone who's pro-Israeli and then you'll come in right after them? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. No
Okay,
problem.
you'll be next. Thank you for being thanks for being cooperative, Coach. You are next.
Thank you. So first and foremost, you guys have sort of all mentioned this idea of Zionist expansion. Where has Israel expanded to exactly? I mean, they wanted their state. They got their state. The only land that they have actually taken has been from wars that they ended up getting back in treaties and exchanging for other land that they took. They haven't ever been aggressors in terms of going after expansion. So this myth that you guys all seem to talk about and have perpetrated in your head is just that. It's a myth. The other thing I'm going to address is you keep talking about Zionism. Zionism has been dead for about 75 years, at least as a political arm. We're no longer Zionists. We're Israelis and we're Jews. There are Zionists who believe in the land of Israel. Most of them are not Jewish, at least the ones in America. They have their own means for it that we don't believe in. But when you're talking about us, refer to us. Call us what we are. Call us Jewish. Call us Israeli. Zionism hasn't been practiced as a political army for going on almost 70 years. It died in the 60s. There were some remnants of it, but it was died in the 60s. So please, call us what we are. We won't bite, I promise.
Okay, Coach. Thanks for that advice. Yeah, real quick before I bring up SKTOR. I don't think anybody's doing it in a mean-spirited way. I think what people the way that I'll speak for myself, what I try to differentiate from the mindset back in the late 1800s and then into the early 1900s, the relationships that were established with the British, the sort of trying to push forward this idea of having a return to Zion for the Jewish people. It was successfully created, but it came at a big cost. And the cost was a lot of disruption to the region. It's not been peaceful, not that it was fully peaceful, but it's not been peaceful since. And it continues to this day, obviously. And so I think people who look at this from the outside in see a difference between people who are Jewish and anti-Zionist, meaning they're not for the disruptive nature of the Zionist project and the things that the Israeli government and military choose to do as a part of it to secure and protect it, as those who do. And so they differentiate between those two as Zionist versus non-Zionist. So maybe the terminology is, twisted, just like anti-Semitism is used to describe, people who are unfair or disliking of Jewish people or mistreating them. But it's a Semite or somebody who's Semitic is somebody with Semitic blood from that region. So you could technically say that it's Arabs and Jews, but it's used colloquially in that regard. So it's
I understand that, Chet. The only problem is that the political ideology that you have described that was alive, and there's no doubt that it was alive throughout the 1800s into the early 1900s, in fact, into the mid-1900s. It's gone. That ideology does not exist anymore. There's no political group of collective Zionism.
I mean,
you have Israelis who are broken up into about 8 different political parties. You have an extreme faction of them, which goes by Zion. If you want to talk about them, then refer specifically to them. But aside from that, you have Israelis and American Jews. You have American Jews who don't agree with the state of Israel, and you have American Jews who do. That's really all it is. A Zionist would be somebody who wants to go back to Judea and Samaria.
Yeah, I understand that argument. I think the reason why others disagree, including myself, and we'll get somebody else to turn and then we'll come back, is, the mindset, I believe, that pervades those who support the concept of an ethno-state and the things necessary to secure it, including what I believe to be completely disproportionate force, brutality, occupation, whether you believe the land is yours or whether you listen to the international community that pushes back against that dialogue. The war started under dubious circumstances in '67. It wasn't that it was very clear that Israel was under attack. They perceived that it might be becoming under attack. That's a lot different. And same thing with the U.S. The U.S. said the Iraqis have WMDs, therefore, as a preventative measure, we're going to go in there and stop them from being a danger to us. Those are very weak premises for starting conflict. It can be justifiable if it can be validated, but in both cases, I believe it wasn't validated after the fact. People feel differently from both sides. Okay, SKTOR, welcome. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Here we go.
Yeah, first of all, I will say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to you all, and be peace and blessing of Allah be upon all of us. And I would like to say Ramadan Mubarak to all my brothers and sisters in Islam. And, I hope you guys enjoy the Ramadan, and I hope we have a good future. And my question, not actual question, my explanation is like, we don't have any problem with this, with the Jewish. Jews are our brothers and sisters, in Islam. So we don't have no problem. But only problem that we have is a Zionist. So, like this sister or Sherry was saying, we are eating food and this and that for the Palestinian. We killed 30,000 people plus and nobody cares about it. And we care about that, like they distributed some food and all this stuff. Actually, I'm from Afghanistan, and we've been through wars for the past 45 years by occupation of Russia, United States, and all the other ones. The truth is the truth. Nobody can hide the truth, and nobody can demolish the truth. Like United States, when 2021 in attack Afghanistan by false narrative of accusation of Taliban that they were enemies of this and that. But today, 21 years later, they bring the same people back to the power and spending all the money and everything by billion of dollars, and everything went to the waste. Why are we doing that? It's same thing with Israel. I don't think Israelis cannot deny the truth. Is how much is the truth is there, is gonna be there, and by killing people, I think you're not creating a friend. You're gonna create more enemies, and there's gonna be a thousand or more Hamas followers instead of demolishing them and finish them. How many Hamas people they killed so far? There's no numbers. There's no the truth because nobody tells the truth. We seeing the destruction of killing, the children and the women and the elderly. I mean, who can tell me the exact number that Hamas followers been killed? So the same thing, we bring the lies after lies. We made up 9/11 and we attack Afghanistan. We made 9/11, we attack Iraq. We made 9/11, we went after Libya. We give excuse for 9/11, we went after Syria. And look at the reality. And we're saying that 9/11 started. Look at the Pentagon when the airplane hit the Pentagon. Have you seen any piece of evidence they represented to anyone? They're saying like, okay, the airplane hit it. There's none, right? Then what is it? It's a lie. Everything is a lie. We make up stories and then we occupy that country. So why we doing that? Why we went after 21 years in Afghanistan, we take the Taliban out and we bring.
We have to move on to the next guest. That was 3 minutes, but stay on. Right now we have room for people to stay. I'm going to let Max Broberg come up next. Max, welcome. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for having me here. And I'm not Israeli, as I wrote, and not Jewish, though, but I was studying the case and I was visiting Israel. And most of Jewish people in Israel that I was meeting there, and there's some Muslim Israeli, they're not violent, they're not telling that we want to destroy someone and we just eliminate some nation. And I really never met someone there and who were this way. Even my teacher of one of them moved to Israel with his wife, and unfortunately in one of the many years ago, I think it's during Second Intifada, his daughter died because of some attack on bus, and his wife survived. And even he is not so angry at the Palestinians. I never told him bad word. Yes, he was really upset, but I never met. And as for Palestinians, I was meeting and I was in Jericho, and they all the time, like nearly all of them, I don't remember even, they always saying, oh, West is bad and Israel wants this, Zionist. And I never thought, whom you're mentioning by this? How can you, who is those Zionists you're mentioning that want us? They never told something. Yes, we can offer this and this. There's always someone guilty. They put guilt on America, they put guilt on Israel, using Zionists all the time, and never explaining who they are. And yes, as I told that Zionism ended 75 years ago. It's done, project is done. And I don't see, yes, I know that some Lehi and other groups were like really violent and doing some atrocities, but they were like, Israel recognized that it was wrong, and Israel was like putting them in jail. It's reality, and telling that Israel doesn't have right to this or something, it's just weird. And when I hear, now let's make DNA, it's totally sound like close to Nazism when they're measuring skull of people and they measure DNA. It means it's identity, it's human construct who we are, If we identify as Jews, then we are Jews. If I identify as Swedish, then and it's reality, and I'm really shocked when I hear some things that let's check all DNA of people and then see and send. Now they live there. They're not going anywhere. And yeah, I am totally aware of what was going on 75 years ago. It's terrible, but it doesn't justify killing other people in other parts of the country. I was oppressed in one country. I was a refugee, but I never thought that. Thank you. That I would go and kill random people in Russia, for example. No, never. I have
Okay.
no idea. But that's
That's a fair point to make. People ask why people have to be violent. That was the end of the 3 minutes, by the way. Thank you for sharing your views. Right now, we have room for people to stay on the panel. Real quick, I just want to let people know the typical schedule that I do these on. I normally go Wednesday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time, and then on Saturdays I go 12 to 4. So if you didn't get a chance to come in today, you want to come in at a different time, that usually works for everybody. And then I do them periodically like this when I can. The way the format's working, for those who don't know, we're giving each person 3 minutes of uninterrupted time. Please stay on mute, be respectful of others. And then we're trying to go back and forth as much as we can between both sides to be fair. So we have a few less pro-Israelis on the panel, I believe. And so I think the next person to go was going to be Quartzsite, and then Quartzsite, Shiri, Abdu, and Kitty.
Yeah, but she spoke before me.
Who was?
And I had the right to she spoke before me. I mean, I spoke and then she responded, and I had the right to respond to her.
Oh, did she mention you? I don't remember. Yeah, why don't you go
Yeah,
ahead
she
and
mentioned all of her speech was about me only.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Abdu.
Okay, first of all, for the pro-Palestinians, please help me grow this account. I need to turn on my camera as fast as possible. Thank you very much. Firstly, when you actually said about Bani Israel in the Quran, Bani Israel mentions, which means the children of Israel, first of all. And the children of Israel are the Israelites, first of all. And secondly, here is in front of me, Harvard Medical School. It says here, the largest study to date of ancient DNA from a Jewish individual reveals unexpected genetic subgroups in medieval German Ashkenazis and sheds lights on the founder events in which a small population gave rise to most present-day Ashkenazis. The funding is spearheaded by genetics from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, the capital of Palestine, and the Harvard Medical School. It says about half of the Jewish people around the world today are defined as Ashkenazis, and meaning that they descend from Jews who lived in Central and Eastern Europe. The term was initially used to define distinct cultural group of Jews who settled in the 10th century in Western Germany. So don't try to do this, because no matter what you try to do, no matter how much you try to do to even convince the people about the world, about anti-Semitism, it's more for the Jewish people, but it's more Semite, means Semite languages. Example, I was born and raised 50% of my life in Iraq. Iraq is more Chaldani, Sumerian, Assyrian, Assyrian, and even Aramaic. All of these are Semite languages, and the European languages are not Semite languages, neither the African language. So stop spread all of this bullshit just to try to convince people after you have been fooled and brainwashed by this of Theodor Herzl, when he made it simply just to take the advantage of the Jewish people and use their own belief for the sake of his own political interest, as well as Balfour Declaration, as well as Biden. But unfortunately, you have been brainwashed with it, and someone also told me already that when the people have been brainwashed with it and they already are like that, it's really nearly impossible to change them. But at least we are waking up the world and see the truth about the Jews who are from the Western Europe, not from the Middle East. Not that today even the term Mizrahi is actually very new term. All represent the people in the Middle East, and Palestinian has never been Arabic. They are only Palestinians like that. Remember it. And the thing that you need to understand, we will never we will never leave our land, no matter how much you do. We will kick you out and we will punish me. Well, we will not unalive you, but punish you. Remember it. Am Palestine Chai, which means long live Palestinian people. Thank you very much for having me, Jay Ship, and talk to you later.
Thanks,
At least
Abu.
you were honest and said Jew that time.
Hold on, Coach. Real quick, someone in the comments said, I think it's Abu, someone else said, there's no such thing as Palestine. Jerusalem is the capital for Israel, something like this. So I'm just going to quickly play something. It's very short and let people make their mind up. This is Golda Meir, the only female prime minister of Israel. Let me turn the volume up here. And she's going to speak to this issue by herself.
What was all this area before the First World War? When Britain got the mandate over Palestine, what was Palestine then? Palestine was then the area between the Mediterranean and the Iraqi border.
You said there was no such thing as
East and
Palestinian.
West Bank, no. East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport.
So hopefully that clears that up. There definitely was a region referred to as Palestine. Golda Meir said she lived there. She took a house from a Palestinian when she became part of Israel. She kept a Palestinian home. She had a Palestinian passport. She said she was a Palestinian Jew. I don't know how people can say there was no Palestine because she just told you. Okay, let me see what was next here. I think it was.
I was reading about it. I just would say I even posted something on Insta.
Hold on. We got to go in turns here. We can't have people go out of order because then people are going to get upset. I got to be fair to everybody. Okay. I think next was going to be, I think Kitty came back, and then we'll go back to Shiri, then we'll go to Courtside, then Coach.
Thank you, Chip.
Can I just
This
say
is a new thing
that?
right now. They're trying to get rid of the word Zionism. They don't want it to stick on them. This is a new movement I'm seeing over here that the Zionism has died. I don't know how many years ago. Zionism is still alive and well in Israel. It was built on the state of Zionism. That's what it is. You cannot deny that. And the arrogance, I must say, the arrogance of the denial of what's going on in Palestine, in Gaza. Shiri is trying to tell us they're happy and they're having coffee and ice cream and I don't know what, denying everything that's going on. The total of unaliving, the children, the women, the raping, the burning, the demolition of the hospitals, of schools, of colleges, of anything that has to identify with Palestinians. How dare you demonize this? What's going on right now? Okay, if you want to exist, this is what I'm telling you. The moment that you are not in denial and you say, yes, Palestine exists, Palestinians exist, and they have the right to live, and they have the right to the land just as much, maybe then people will sit down and talk to you. But when you come up here with arrogance and telling us you have plans and what you're going to do with us and what you're going to do with the land and all that, and denying the horrific actions that the Zionist state is doing with their IDF to the Palestinian people, I don't think and I know for a fact nobody's listening to you. The world has opened its eyes and ears. They see. We have eyes, we have ears, we see, we hear. It's no longer a secret. October 7th has opened the world to what is going on within the Zionist states of Israel. So you could go on with that new movement. Zionist doesn't exist, but good luck with that, because I'm telling you right now, nobody's going to believe you, and nobody believes you, and nobody wants to hear anything about what you have to say. That's just the fact. I am not making it up. I understand you're hurt. I understand your feelings are very hurt right now because the world is on to you. The world is seeing what you've done, what you have done to the Palestinian people. And for you to come up here and deny what's going on, you're not a human being. That's just how it is. Unless you accept the fact and say, yes, they're doing it and it needs to be stopped, okay? And we need to sit down and talk to see how we're going to coexist. Then nobody's going to talk to you. Nobody wants to talk to you. So please, let's not make another propaganda with the Zionists has been over. It's still alive and well in the state of Israel. That's where it is. That's where it was born, okay? And you bestowed on us what was bestowed on you many years ago, 10 times the worth. Thank you, Chip.
Yeah, thank you, Kitty. Okay, Sherry's going to be next. This is for the rest of the guests, though, before Sherry begins talking. We're doing a very simple format. Each person gets 3 minutes. That's the timer you just heard. And what happens is I'll show you the clock when about 10 or 15 seconds are left on the screen. Please remain muted, be respectful of other guests. Even if you feel like you have to correct somebody, make a note on your pad, and then you'll get your turn, and then you can share whatever you want. Just no personal attacks. Keep it on the issues. Thank you, Sherry. Please continue.
Oh, first of all, Kitty say that nobody wants to hear us, but you know the propalis are keep bringing us up, maybe for the coins, maybe for the rating, the audience, but you want to hear us. This is a fact because we are here. So this is one. Number two, Kitty, can you explain why the people that came in October 7 in the border, why we hear on the recording Itbach El Yahud? Can you explain why they didn't say Itbach the Zionist? Please, I would like to make one-on-one with you because I really want to hear your answer.
Before Kitty says that, but real quick, let me jump in. I spoke to somebody last night who's of Palestinian descent. I didn't know this either. He said to me, and you can believe this or not believe it, but he said that it's colloquial slang to interchangeably use the word Zionist and Jewish, not in a mean-spirited or pejorative way, but just that's the colloquial linguistic element of communication. But it's not meant to be disparaging. Kitty, do you have anything you want to add to that?
They always, Chip, they are
Exactly.
always saying Itbach El Yahud. You can check me, you can
What does
Google
that,
it, you can
what does
check
that mean? What does that mean?
Itbach is unalive, El is
No,
dead.
no, 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 no,
Yahud
no.
is
Stop.
Jew.
No,
No,
it
but
says not. It
I
says.
heard it.
I'll correct you. I'm
I'll
going to
pause your
correct you
time.
in a
Go
minute.
ahead and answer, Kitty, and then sure, I get your time paused. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Chip. She said "اطبخ اليهود." That means cook them, right? That's what it means. اطبخ, unalive, whatever it is. You come to tell me and us, and you come to reproach us at what we're saying about what you're doing to us. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? And the reason we bring you up is because of what you're doing to our people, of what you are doing to our people. Believe me, I'm wishing for the day that comes, Shiri, that I don't have to bring you or your name or anything about you up and live peacefully and be happy. But you don't make us stop. You're the ones who egg us on. Your actions, the state of Zionists that you live in, and what you're doing to our people is what makes us bring you up. Okay, you say we occupy Europe, we occupy America, honey. The government, our government in the United States, is very heavily occupied with AIPAC and Israelis and Zionists. So who are you to come and tell me that we are occupying?
Okay, let's let Sherry finish her time. Let's go, Sherry.
Itbach El Yahud and not Itbach Zionist. Why? Why they say Yahud? Why? Can you explain? I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you want her to answer, Sherry?
I want an answer why it said Itbach El Yahud, not Itbach Zionist. I've never heard in my own life one person saying Itbach Zionist. Never. Only after October 7. Before it was always Itbach El Yahud. We hear it on the text on the Jews. We hear what you say. We hear you say Itbach El Yahud. You are hate the Yahud, not the Zionist. The Zionist is a propaganda because you are against Jews. And if some Jew that not living in Israel, if some Jew from Italy come to Gaza with the David Star necklace, they will unalive him because he is Jew, not because he is Zionist, because they don't know where he lives. Okay, so trust me, if someone with a David Star necklace that means Jew will go into Gaza, they will unalive him and say, Itbach El Yahud. So stop with the propaganda. We know Arabic, okay? And, you know, if I can say, because I gave some time to Kitty, can you also explain why in 1929 we had the Hebron massacre Arabs also unaliving Jews before 48. It was 1929. Can you explain why? Israel.
So what I did share was I paused your time when Kitty was speaking, so you'd have your full time, and your full time ended when that noise went off. I think the question you were asking is why was it that people massacred Jewish people in Hebron? And my understanding is there were multiple massacres that took place leading up to and during the formation of the state of Israel, and that more of the casualties were done by Jewish terror gangs against Arabs than were done by Arabs against Jews. Not that any of it is right or justifiable. Let's leave that for a second, and maybe somebody else knows more. Let me see who's next. So Shiri, actually, I think it was Quartzsite that was next in terms of coming in. Go ahead, Quartzsite, if you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to ask Mr. Chip that yesterday I was in a panel and then someone from pro-Palestinian said that you're basically threatening the Palestinians. So my first question is this, and then he was also...
Can you clarify? I didn't hear the words you said. I'm doing what to the Palestinians?
Yeah, you were basically playing around with Palestinian. That's what I hear, and also Eric. So you can give your explanation later, but I just want to mention to you that people are talking behind your back, even as Palestinian.
Very much aware of that.
But we respect you that for the last 6 months your account got banned so many times. I've been following you just from the beginning of what started. So we are talking about all this Islamophobia in this world. So when you look at this Zios, I feel so good that you're keeping the leash in your hand, because when they go to any of this pro-Palestinian or their own panels, they're very not respectful, and then they do not care of anything. And then when they spew all the lies, we are not here to buy the propaganda. So when 9/11 happened, so that's when the Islamophobia came in, and we already know, the whole world knows that who orchestrated the 9/11. So we are not here to buy the propaganda from these people when they are here to come and lie to us. Islam is a very beautiful religion. If you look at the East and the West, there's a conflict of what? It's a conflict of civilization. So when you look at the Muslims in a bad image, because it was portrayed, who runs the media? There's 3 companies running the entire world media. So we are not here to listen and get all this propaganda spewed to us and you're lying the world. America needs to open up their eyes. So whatever is happening, whatever is these people are doing to the Palestinian, everything 10% goes against them. They are the one doing all the action speaks louder than their word. They're here to come play as a role of victim. So Islam is a peaceful religion. Just to let you know that if you see in the Muslim community, only Islam is the religion that no one is allowed to drink liquor or alcohol. So how is Islam a bad religion today? Islam is a beautiful, peaceful religion where the people in Islam, they try to have food on the table. They're very family oriented. If today the Palestinians were bad, so why in Islam the other religion people are converting into Islam so fast in millions? Tell me that. Who is the one person that they're even a single person you tell me they're converting into Judaism? We do not have Judaism, but we do have the Zionism. We need to stop it. We need to defund all this funding to Israel. We need to stop this propaganda and let's bring peace to the world. Stop your lies, go to other panels and educate others. We already know what's happening to the world. Peace to everyone.
Thanks, Quartzsite. Thanks for being here. Let's give, I think it coach, no, this person hasn't spoken yet, Yehuda Israel. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, in response to the previous person, merely because millions of people, for example, are converting to Islam, doesn't actually establish Islam as true. For example, millions of people believe in the flat earth theory. Just because there's millions of jahils that exist within the world, this doesn't establish it as true. It just means there's millions of idiots. right? Millions of people are likewise believing in all sorts of weird theories, heretical theories, by the way. For example, feminism, which contradicts that of the Sunnah of Muhammad. So again, are you going to start saying that this is true because millions of people are converting and believing in it? Of course not. So stop being a fallacious cherry picker, right? Don't special plead. Now, we know that Israel belongs to the Jews based upon the Torah of Moses, right? Musa alayhi salam established in Torah Musa that Israel belongs to the Jews. Now, we know this to be true due to the fact that the Torah has an unbroken succession since the prophets, and the prophets have a direct transmission to God, right? Therefore, we know that the land of Israel belongs to the Jewish nation. And anyone opposing, for example, the Jews being in Israel is in reality not just merely opposing the Jews or the prophets, but they're reality opposing the very word of God. Now, of course, the Sunnis in the comments are going to say this is fairy tales, but this is due to the fact they can't actually refute what I'm saying, or the sanad, or the matan that we have from the prophets. So again, in order to refute, for example, the Jews don't belong in Israel, you're going to have to argue against the very words of Moses himself, where he establishes in the book of Deuteronomy that the land of Israel belongs to the Jews for all nations, for all time to come, ad la'olam, forever, right? So that's my response to quotes. So I mean, maybe just saying that like X amount of people are converting to Islam, like who cares? You're saying that it's a peaceful religion, then why, for example, right after the death of Muhammad, do we have the Ridda Wars? Where, for example, I mean, Aisha and Ali go toward each other, right, and massacre each other, and massacre millions, hundreds of thousands of people from the opposite side, all who are Muslims, by the way, and who are not kufr, according to Sunni Muslims. Then why do we have a mass amount of wars going on, and idolatry, and all sorts of paganism going on? If Islam is the religion of God, why do we have so much fitna, so much interwar, right? So, I mean, this is the thing. You want to have a joke about Judaism. You want to say that Islam is peaceful. But, I mean, the very book itself that you believe in, the Torah of Moses, actually establishes that it is Israel who the land belongs to, right? So, yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, thanks for raising your point. I know a lot of people disagree with that point, but you're entitled to have that view if you like. And, you know, you said that people who believe in the flat earth theory are stupid before you said that people who believe in Islam is fallacious. I hope you're not conflating stupidity with a religious belief, because I think that's a little unfair to anybody's belief. Okay, I think the next person on here is, if I'm not wrong, we haven't heard from Faraj. Is that your name, Faraj?
هاي كاتي هل في إمكانية إنك تترجمي كاتي إذا كنت تحكي عربي؟
Wants me to translate. I hope I do well.
Yeah, I want to ask a favor. So speak in one or two sentences at a time and then translate and then continue.
يعني ما تكثرش بالكلام، جملة أو جملتين علشان إني أنا أقدر أترجم.
أوكي. الله يسعدك.
We'll go an extra minute to give him a little more time to do the thing. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chip. تفضل.
أختي كاتي إحنا من غزة. أنا عائلتي نزحت من بيت حانون إلى خان يونس بعد تدمير منزلنا في الحرب.
He's from Gaza, and they, you know what they did? They threw them and they sent them to Khan Yunis. Okay.
بعد شهرين من النزوح في مراكز اللواء أبوي استشهد.
After 2 months, his father passed away. They unalived him.
بعد هيك إحنا نزحنا إلى رفح.
Then they left to Rafah.
أنا الآن موجود في الضفة الغربية لتلقي العلاج لمرضى سرطان الدم.
Now he's in the West Bank under treatment for cancer.
Oh, jeez.
أنا عملت اللي هو حملة لجمع تبرعات لإخلاء عائلتي. أنا زوجتي ولدت قبل تقريبا أسبوعين، وهذا طفل الأول اللي بنتظره من 8 سنوات.
Okay. His wife just bared a child that they've been awaiting for a while, for 8 years now. And his wife just gave birth to his first child after 8 years of waiting for him to come. انت مع كل الاحترام إلك، انت طالع هون علشان يعني التبرعات او حدا يعني يساعدك؟
أنا يعني ما بفهم الإنجليزي كثير، أنت فاهمي كيف؟
بس هذا البث مش للتبرعات، هذا البث بث سياسي.
أنا مرة حكالي تشيب إنه أحكي مع زبيدة أريك وارس ما رد علي، فعلى اساس انه يعني اذا يعني يعني اذا كنت انا مثلا الشخص صحيح من غزة فاني احكي معهم، فاحكي له انه ما حكى معي اريك كوارس. ويعني كل اشي موثق، انا عندي على الانستغرام وعندي اللي هو التيك توك موجود، وايش يعني موجود
تعرف
كل اشي عندي.
انت بتعرف في كمان بيساعدوا هون على البث دكتورة هالة، اذا بتروح على البث تبعها
مين دكتور هالة؟
هاي بتساعد الناس كمان من غزة.
انا عندي
Can you
رابط.
please,
I'm
can you
sorry,
please tell
Chip.
us
He's
what they
saying
said?
that. I apologize. I'm just trying to explain to him that he needs help, and you have referred him to Eric, and you
Yeah.
referred him to a Zubaida or somebody of that.
Yeah, I said Eric Warsaw. Eric Warsaw.
Yeah, Eric Warsaw, and he said that he hadn't heard from him. So I'm trying to explain to him that this is a political. This is political over here. It's not for that, you know. But I'm trying to guide him to see if he would go and get help on another platform, because this platform is about politics.
I mean, there has been a process for people that are asking for help to become verified. Unfortunately, we had people who were not willing to put their camera on, claim they were from
Right.
Gaza, asked for money, and it turned out they were a fraud. So that's why.
Yeah. So أنا بنصحك هون ما رح يقدر يساعدك كتير، بس ارجع لإيريك اللي حكى لك عنه. إيريك هناك بيساعده.
مش عارف ما بيرد.
معلش حاول كمان مرة وكمان مرة.
ان شاء الله خير.
أوكي. الله معك.
الله يسلمك.
أوكي الله معك. مع السلامة. All right. That was that. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. Did he want to drop or do you want to stay? Did he have more to say?
I have no idea. I guess you could. I don't know.
I'll bring him down. So thank you for doing the translation.
No
Just kidding.
problem. No problem.
Okay, I think SK Tor and then Coach, and then we'll go to Max again if he wants to speak.
Yeah, again, my greeting to all of you again. And I think, it's always history repeats itself. No matter what you do, it comes back to you. And I have I was reading something that, after World War II, there's Muslims help a lot the Jewish people. They give them a homeland and all those stuff, which was there was an Iranian diplomat who gave them like 1,000 passports to the Jewish people to save them from Nazis and all those stuff. There's another guy with the same thing, and they saved thousands of families, And how could my question is, how could now the Israel turn a blind eye and go there and destroy Arabs, which is the Arabs was most of they saved all the Jewish people, So and that's a history. That's the truth. So why would they go there and do the same thing? Like on the 6th Day War, and they went against the, all those 3-4 Arab countries, and they occupied their land. And the same thing with the Palestine. The Palestinians, most of them is Palestinian land, and they kicked them out. They got their orchard, they got their land, and all this stuff, building, cellars, and all this stuff. Why would somebody disappreciate something that they given to them, and they turn blind eye and come back and hunt them back again? So I think that's a fair question that they shouldn't, they should have some kind of appreciation for the Muslim people that they saved them from atrocities. So nowadays, if you say, the history is going to have, whatever you do bad, the history is going to come back and haunt you. The same thing. And I mean, I'm not saying like Israel has been destroyed not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 times. Each time they come back, and not saying all the Israelis by the Zionists, they turn back again, and they destroyed everybody else. And the same thing now, the Sherry was saying after the October 6th or this and that, but the thing doesn't start on that. You go back thousand years, the history, if you look at it, there always been a conflict on that small region, between all the religions. But, to kick out the people of the, the indigenous people and take their land, I don't think it's a fair game, by support of United States. But how long the United States going to support them? Eventually the money is gonna run out. The people are gonna turn against them, and the whole world gonna turn against them. Right now, before everybody, they were with the Israelis. Nowadays, if you look at it, most of the world turn against them because they are the one make enemy for the Jewish people, not other people. So I think this is a fair question to ask. Why would they turn blind eyes to the to the Muslim people and come back and take their land? So that's my question.
Fair point. A lot of people. So go ahead, Eskatar. I mean, sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, to answer your question, Escatar, you have your history pretty much incorrect from top to bottom. I mean, we've pointed out, it wasn't me, but Shiri before pointed out to you that in 1929 there was a massacre of Hebron. There have been many instances, which we can point to if you want me to bring up the image of al-Husseini meeting with Schmittler, sorry. They were not in favor of helping us. That is maybe your history, the way that you were taught, but I'm sorry, the actual books and the historians don't quite see eye to eye with you. Were there some? Absolutely, but not a majority. So that idea is just fallacious completely.
Jump in. If you look at back the last Nazi trial, the lady that she explained everything. I think history is to repeat itself again. If you look at
I don't disagree with you. It looks
so
like
I don't
our
think
people out
I
to
think you are
unalive Jews
totally
again.
wrong. I think you're twisting the whole thing. Sorry.
No, I think you are, my friend.
Let's let Coach finish his time. Coach, you have about 2 minutes left. Please continue.
I appreciate that. I also want to thank Kitty for acknowledging the atrocities on October 7th when they burned and unalived Jews and raped them. Yes. So thank you for.
I guess this is where I have to step in. Okay. So just for those of you who don't know the history of this, Coach, your time is on pause. This is really important though. So obviously we've heard a lot about 10-7. People have different views on it, what they think. I've spent so much of my time to thoughtfully go through this process. So here's what I've come to find. People have sent me video after video after video, but 15 or 20 different people in this exact circumstance have said, Chip, I got all the proof you need. I'll send you. So I've gone through all of it. Not once was there any evidence that corroborated either sexual assault, sorry, that's my stock thing, mutilations, deliberate burnings, head removal while one is still alive. There was a hoe that was used to hit somebody in the area, but nothing actually severed. And nothing about babies being collected up, hands twist-tied and lit on fire. None of those things are corroborated. We have independent sources that are saying that a lot of the things were made up as atrocity propaganda. None of the journalists who saw the compilation film that was given to them by the IDF to review with the GoPro cameras, they said there was horrible things against civilians, as I've seen, unfortunately. And I admit that wholeheartedly. It's it's disgusting. It's a war crime. But none of the stuff that was just said by Coach, the latter things that he said, the more egregious atrocities, there's absolutely no evidence to back it up. I just want to make sure that very clear. If it does come to light,
except for the UN report that came out,
which said at the bottom that it was based on circumstantial evidence.
No, sorry, sir, you're absolutely incorrect about that. I'd be happy to sit with you one-on-one and go through the report and show you exactly why you're incorrect.
Did you see the addendum?
Have I seen the addendum? Yes, and it's not based on.
Yeah, at the bottom of the addendum said the bottom says based on
sir.
It's based on Israeli accounts.
This
is exactly what they said. Let me tell you exactly what it said. It said that we cannot say definitively that there wasn't anything that occurred, that it was not systematic and widespread, and the accounts that were referenced were done based on Israeli testimony. That's what the notes say. But they believe some. They believe that some did happen possibly because there's no forensic evidence for it.
Why?
Even the Al Jazeera report that was a very deep investigation, I can play you the video, it's saved in my video.
I would be
says
happy
the same
to
thing.
tell you why you're incorrect.
Please do.
Because
be clear.
The
Israeli
addendum,
analyst was on the Jazeera analyzing it. And I did
the
not
addendum,
say such
the
thing. Do not put
addendum
words
that
in
you're
my mouth,
referring
Coach.
to,
Do not put words in my mouth.
the addendum
let's let
that
it
you
finish,
are
Katie.
referring to specifically speaks to certain sections. There's a section of the report. Now, you have to follow a report like this as the scientific report that it is. when it speaks to certain sections, it breaks it down by area with what happened in what area. So, for example, where they talk about the Nova Festival, they say there is clear and convincing evidence, which in their definition, it is defined as fact, because there was enough evidence to support it as fact. That evidence is provided by, yes, Israeli sources, because it happened to the Israelis, by their people, by interviews, by footage. They reviewed a number of different things. Where circumstantial things come in is in another section, where it said areas not specifically whatever. It's around number 74. It's broken down into numbers, so you can look at number 72 to 74, which is areas not identified, and that is where it says there was circumstantial evidence. So you have to follow it true.
Okay, thanks, Coach, for sharing that. Okay, so here's, I try to be fair about this because I'm not trying to take sides. And in fact, I don't have any evidence to deny anything. I've always said that. But people have been enraged at me. One guy told me I should be anally raped. This guy, Chewbacca, whatever, Menachem Bagel 3, whatever he calls himself, because I wouldn't agree to the version of events. Now, others have analyzed the report. Coach, you have your analysis. Your analysis, not your analysis. I'm going to play you all a video. It's something called Breaking Points. They've dissected this thing. They're doing an analysis of it. I'm going to turn the volume up. We're going to watch that for a second or two. We'll let the audience decide. I mean, again, I'm not trying to make heads or tails. I'm just trying to make heads or tails of stuff. By the way, here's all my stock trading stuff. Okay, it's Breaking Points. This is Sagar and Crystal Ball. So here we go. Tell me if you can hear this, by the way. Okay, here we go.
A report came out yesterday that we wanted to spend some time taking a look at. This was a UN report that sought to confirm or rebut charges of systematic rape by Hamas on October 7th. Obviously, it's a very fraught topic, one that we've delved into before. Before I jump in, I just want to say, I don't enjoy nitpicking these things, whether there was no rape or some rape or systematic rape or whatever. But the reason we do it is because the atrocities that were committed on that day and the inflation and invention of additional atrocities committed on that day have been a key part of the propaganda effort to justify now Israeli atrocities in Gaza. Now, let me also say, even if all of the beheaded babies and all of the things that were spread were actually true, it still wouldn't justify atrocities in response. But that's the reason why it's important to dig into these things. So, in any case, I want to start by setting the context of what this report actually is and what it's not. This is the words of the woman, Pamela Patton, Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict. She was in charge of putting together this report. This is how she framed what this report actually is. Let's put this up on the screen. She said her trip into Israel to investigate these claims was not intended to be investigative. Other UN agencies have that mandate, she said, but to, quote, give voices to victims and survivors and find ways to offer them support, including justice and accountability. So she says this wasn't intended to be investigative. There are other bodies that have that mandate. In fact, in part of the report, she calls on Israel to allow those bodies to conduct a full investigation, which they have not done. She also called on them to allow a full investigation into allegations of sexual violence directed from Israelis towards Palestinians. Of course, Israel said no to that as well. So in any case, that's to set the stage for what this report actually is and what it is not. In addition, let's go ahead and put the next piece up on the screen. The report contains a boatload of caveats as to the limits of what they were able to ascertain and how much evidence, quote unquote, they were able to gather. So I'm going to read from the report. Bear with me, guys. I want to read from the text so that no one can, so it's not being taken out of context and we can't be accused of this. But I wanted to give you a sense of some of the context here and some of the caveats that were offered. She writes, the national authorities face numerous challenges in the collection of evidence in pursuit of their investigations of the crimes committed during the October 7th attacks, including challenges of coordination and information sharing between governmental agencies, with very specific challenges related to crimes of sexual violence. These included limited survivor and witness testimony, limited forensic evidence, due to the large number of casualties and dispersed crime scenes in a context of persistent hostilities, the loss of potentially valuable evidence due to the interventions of some inadequately trained volunteer first responders, the prioritization of rescue operations and recovery, identification, and burial of the deceased in accordance with religious practices over the collection of forensic evidence. Further, a significant number of the recovered bodies had suffered destructive burn damage, which made the identification of potential crimes of sexual violence impossible. The mission team also faced specific challenges in gathering and verifying information on the occurrence of conflict-related sexual violence. The main challenge was the limited number of and access to survivors and victims of sexual violence and to survivors and witnesses of the October 7th attacks. While the mission team was able to meet with some released hostages as well as with some survivors and witnesses of the attacks, it did not meet with any survivor or victim of sexual violence from October 7th. So pretty noteworthy here that they are indicating that they were unable to meet with a single actual victim of sexual violence from October 7th. We know from other reporting in the New York Times attempt to report all of this out that they were unable to locate or speak with a single actual victim of October 7th attacks. They talk about the challenges of forensic evidence. There is also no forensic evidence that they were able to use in the production of this report. And so, very limited in terms of the actual data and evidence that they were able to collect. In addition, let's go to the next piece here.
When Barbas was the turbo attacks.
Sorry about the ad.
4 generations of family tradition with 5 little.
So they said, despite concerted efforts encouraging them to come forward, the mission team was made aware of a small number of survivors who are undergoing specialized treatment and still experiencing an overwhelming level of trauma. Further, the internal displacement of several communities from the Gaza periphery to other locations, relocation of survivors, and the deployment of October 7th first responders from military forces to combat hindered access to firsthand information. They go on later in the report to add what is maybe one of the most important lines in the report. So as a result of the aforementioned challenges, which are the ones I just described, along with other ones that they include in the report, must be noted that the information gathered by the mission team was in large part sourced from Israeli national institutions. This is due to the absence of UN entities operating in Israel, lack of cooperation by the state of Israel with relevant UN bodies with an investigative mandate. Nevertheless, the mission team took every step in line with UN methodology to mitigate issues of source reliability before drawing conclusions within the scope of this report. And Sagar, I want to just get your reaction to this initial piece about the limits of the report, the caveats that were put into it, and the fact that at the end of the day, much like this was the same thing that Anat Schwartz revealed in her, and the same thing that happened with the New York Times report, at the end of the day, they weren't able to really glean much other than what the Israeli authorities were telling them.
This is how anti-Semitism working.
So here's the deal, real quick. So listen, when I make the statement that there was a lot of ambiguity and the report said it was based on Israeli sources and not based on independent verified evidence, that's what somebody else found after reading the report. I didn't make that up. These people aren't being paid by the Qatari government or Al Jazeera or anybody like that. Now, mentioning Al Jazeera, you can question their veracity, but there's a very specific documentary that's been released. I just watched it a couple days ago. And if you type in Al Jazeera 10/7 SA, documentary, they go.
Al Jazeera line.
Hold on. Hey, whoever that is, do yourself a favor and comport yourself to the degree you like to be thought as. Because, this idea of jumping in and interrupting, which happened last time you were up, it doesn't fly. So just behave yourself like everybody else is, and we'll have a good time talking about this stuff. You may disagree. You'll get this chance to say your point, I promise. I didn't speak for the last 45 minutes. What I wanted to say is I don't have it in for Israel to try to deny the claims, but we have to go with what people present us. People told us that the journalists saw it. The journalists didn't see it. That the 47-minute compilation film had clear evidence that it didn't. But we were told that. We were told the first day of this revelation that there was a journalist who said, somebody told me that such and such number of babies, blah, blah, blah. So that was exploded. That was 5 days of straight coverage that the whole world was shocked by. Biden said it, turned out to have no evidence, no validity. So now there was one infant that did unalive it was in a safe room where a bullet was fired in and hit an infant. And of course, that's disgusting. But the idea of people being systematically having body parts removed or tortured or burned alive, or there's no evidence to suggest that. Now, there are people who did burn at the festival, and there are bodies that were burned inside the kibbutzim, and it's not clear how exactly it happened. However, we do know that there were tanks that were active, massive damage to some structures, and many of the tank rounds that are used can cause incendiary reactions. I used to train in tanks. I know exactly how they operate. I know how to ride one. I know how to fix it. I know how to fire it. I know how to communicate. It's what I did in my whole military service. So the damage done in the kibbutzim could not have been done by standard small arms. No RPGs, no M16s or AK-47s. It just can't happen. So, and there's tank tracks everywhere in these communities. So there's evidence, and there's even testimony from people in the military that talk about the response. So it's indisputable that some of these responses, listen, if people burn, it's horrific. But if somebody from the Israeli military gets the orders to engage structures with potential, their words, not mine, terrorists holding hostages, and to engage the structure, that can cause burning of bodies. That doesn't mean the H group lit people on fire. That means that bodies burned in the course of a response to a dire situation. Now, would they have happened without that happen? No. Obviously, it's the fault of the H group from the other side that this even happened. I get that. But to say they did it in some sort of barbaric manner is not clear. That's the difference. The vehicles in the Nova Festival, if you know anything about, I was in the first Gulf War. I literally was 5 feet away from vehicles like the ones you saw there. I can tell you, without a doubt, they are hit by Apache helicopter, Hellfire missiles, and 30mm cannons. I've seen that exact damage. I've seen the bodies. I've seen it all, hundreds of them. So I know exactly what it looks like. And that evidence looks exactly like that. Exactly, identical. So many people burned that day that the initial number count that was out was 1,400. They had to shave it back by 200 because 200 of the people that were burned beyond recognition turned out to be non-festival goers. They were basically civilians or H group members that were involved in this whole calamitous situation. So again, there's a lot of things that are said, a lot of things that are alleged to get people absolutely enraged, and we don't have specific evidence. And when I present something like this, people say it's anti-Semitic. Give me a goddamn break. This is called trying to figure out what happened. Now, I'm going to let the next person speak now. I got the thing turned around. Who was the next person?
Can I respond to you, please?
Just a second.
I want to just respond to Coach. I want to respond.
Let Kitty respond, and then we'll let Bayron come in.
Yeah. First of all, Coach, do not put words in my mouth. Second of all, from the get-go, Beery people, I have it on my thing over here. They were complaining about the IDF soldiers and what they were doing, and nothing. They said nothing. They did nothing to help them. Okay. And second of all, why should I take the word of the IDF, knowing what they're capable of doing and knowing what they're doing? Why? And if such atrocities happen, wouldn't you think the victim would be screaming bloody murder, coming out to tell their stories to the medical, if they have to go see the medical about what happened to them and all that stuff? Why didn't they come up? Why didn't they rise to the occasion when they went to ask? Because it never happened. Because it was fabricated by the IDF. As usual, all what they've said has been fabricated, and you know it. And now Chip has just proved you 110% that you're wrong. You are spreading propaganda as usual. We need to stop. People are, my people, not just any people, my people are being unalived in minutes, not just days. So enough. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Chip, do you mind if I respond real quick?
Well, real quick, Coach, 30 seconds. I'm going to give Bayron a chance to come in. He's been waiting.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead, Coach.
So the
reason
why
because he just mentioned. Go ahead.
So again, the reason why even that video that you just showed was propagandized is because they're bringing up specific parts that don't relate to the other findings. You have to really read the report and dig your heels in, because it's broken down into sections, and everything she just cherry-picked was from one specific section talking about areas that they did not fully investigate.
So the argument is that it's propaganda.
May I, Chip, before I have to go?
Stay. I would like to respond to you also.
Israel have done so much atrocities. They have killed the food aid that came in. Everything we are investigating, and it never goes anywhere. You're the one who's spreading the propaganda. I need you to not do it anymore. And the world is watching. We have ears, we have eyes, we see, we hear. They're not speaking in a language from Mars, okay? And I understand you're hurt. I really do, because the world is on to what you guys are doing. But there's nothing can be done. Your own IDF soldiers are filming themselves on TikTok, doing the atrocities to the Palestinians and doing ridiculous things and throwing their food. And I don't even want to talk about what other things they're doing, wearing women's undergarments and doing all that stuff. How do you expect people to react? How do you expect people to react? To sympathize? I'm sorry, there's no more sympathy. Sympathy is gone. You did this to yourselves, your own actions.
We feel
Thank
the
you.
exact same
Okay.
way,
All right,
darling.
Katie.
Well, I agree
Let's.
that sympathy is over, but all of you are lying. In front of 250 people, you're lying. I can't believe that you didn't see all those pictures. My uncle was unalive. They shot him. He was 80 years old. What are you talking about? I born in this kibbutz.
Hold on, Kenny. I'm going to make a difference here before you continue. No
So
one's
you don't let
disputing.
me talk
No,
again.
you gotta listen. You gotta listen to this. This is really important. Nobody is disputing that civilians were harmed. It was a war crime. It was atrocity. It was widespread. No one's. We're talking right now about the more egregious allegations
So
of.
this is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, listen,
This is what.
if you want to make the argument, talk to that. Not about your uncle or grandfather. I'm sorry they were harmed, but it has nothing to do with this conversation.
I understand. I would like to respond.
Go ahead.
I come to that. You let everybody to talk, but not me. You
Don't
know.
talk in circles. Talk directly.
Well, I'm not talking in circle. Actually, I would like to
Talk
prove you that
directly to the issue.
women's was raped, children's was burning, little children, little
Where's the
child was
evidence?
burning.
Where's the evidence?
We have all the evidence for that.
Where?
How? Where?
Where?
Where? How come? How come that you didn't see? We
Where?
film it. We film
Where?
it. We film
Where?
it, and we
Where?
see, and we saw. Just a minute. Just a minute. Let me talk. I know that you don't like the truth, but this is the truth. We film a small baby who was inside of the.
Listen, I'm not going to put up with that kind of stuff. I work very hard to try to get to the bottom of every situation. So let me give him an idea of what I did, but the work that I've actually done. Yesterday, I spent 4.5 hours of my life reviewing, quote, evidence that somebody such as yourself sent. I watched 285 videos. It took me 4.5 hours. Okay? That's not somebody trying to deny something. That's me going out of my way trying to corroborate something. Now, the videos that I saw were disgusting. The civilians that were harmed, I'm very sorry if one of your family members got caught up. That's horrific. I'm sorry. I condemn every civilian that was harmed that had nothing to do with any of this stuff. That's even the hostage stuff. I hate all that stuff. I hate it. It's disgusting. But it also goes for both sides, to be fair. But there was no evidence whatsoever of anything to do with intentional burning and intentional unaliving and intentional baby stuff. Now, there were some casualties that unfortunately happened when things caught on fire. We're not sure if it was the H group that did it externally. We're not sure if it was the tank fire that caused it. That's still up for debate. So if it was one or the other, I would say it with clarity. I don't know. But I don't think there's anybody on this app that's worked harder to try to get to the bottom of this, because I've tried, and I've had 20 or 30 people, just like you just said, go look at the pictures. We have the pictures. We have the video. Everyone says the same thing. And then when they point me to it, there's nothing there. I don't know what else to say about it, except for I've been through this so many times now, and everybody calls me a jackass for not agreeing to what you have to provide evidence. Evidence matters. You can't ask people to believe you, especially when your government and your military lies through its teeth. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, former chief of staff for Colin Powell, the former Secretary of State in the George Bush, he says, I've dealt with the Israelis. He was there for 6 years working directly with them from the defense, from the Secretary of State. He said the Israelis lie. You can't believe a single word that comes out of the mouth of an Israeli official. They are liars. They are inveterate liars. They lie. That's a pretty bold statement from an American official. So when people like me are asked to just take somebody's word for it, when this person had this organization and government has a long and sordid history of lying and exaggerating and trying to inflame the public, and it seems like it's serving their cause to have this monstrally disproportionate response and to get public support for it and create outrage in the country over it. Every person I talk to thinks all this stuff is true. There's no doubt about it from the Israeli side. There are plenty of doubts about it. Be fair, be objective. Don't blame me for not corroborating it. Like I said, somebody came on and said I should be anally raped because I wouldn't corroborate their version of events. I don't know, but I've been more than fair in trying to adjudicate and parse through data. And it's not fair to ask people to corroborate your story when you don't provide the stuff to back it up. Full stop.
I mean, Chip, if you haven't actually seen the videos that the H group provided themselves of them torching homes in Kibbutz Be'eri, I don't know how much research you actually
If
did on that video.
if you have other videos that show that happening, I've probably looked at I've probably spent about 15 hours looking at
Go
videos.
on to the are you part of Telegram? Just search for the Al Qassam actual Telegram group that they upload everything
They took down
to
the Telegram
themselves and
channel. They took down the Telegram channel that was the
scroll back to October.
just all you have to. It's very simple. My Telegram address. I'll give it to you. It's t.me/Chip Barnes. If you know the name of the group, give me the full reference. T.me/the name, whatever it is. If it's in Hebrew, I'll do my best to get to it. I'll follow the link. That's what this other person did. I watched almost every single video in the entire library. It took forever, and I didn't see any evidence. I saw a lot of horrible things, but people keep making these egregious claims. They burned this. They did that. Where is the after effect? A picture 60 days later does not show who did something. It shows a result of something.
Chip,
That's not
may I
evidence
may
to
I
do it.
ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
May I say something before the question? They're not interested in evidence because they have none. But let me ask you this. Did you hear about the raping that was going on for the Israeli soldier women by their Israeli soldier partners? And they're talking about graping. How dare they? How dare they? They're the ones who are doing the graping to their own women, okay, demonizing them and graping them just because they can and they want to. Okay, so don't come preach and say they did this and they did without evidence. You're not interested in evidence because you have no evidence. You have none. That's what it is. You just don't get it. And you're spreading propaganda instead of accepting what's going on and what is happening. No, you rather lie about it.
One last thing, and then I'll let whomever wants to respond next go. So this is something that was done as sort of a use of language and sort of conveyance that I found very duplicitous. So someone from the Israeli side would make a comment like this: "This happened, this happened, this happened. The burnings, the grapings, the mutilations, the whatever you want to say, the babies." And then they would say journalists who left the viewing got sick in the bathroom. They were sick to their stomachs, making you believe that because of what you just said prior to that, that's what made them sick. What made them sick was the stuff that I saw, which is the disgusting carnage of civilians, which is enough to make any human being of normal bounds sick. But it doesn't mean that the things that were alleged were included, which people later said were not. That's the crafty language people use to try to convince you that something that was true is true. The average person hears that and goes, oh, it must be true. That's not truth. That's not evidence. To say that I'm not looking for the truth is bullshit. I go out of my way, and I even say things when it doesn't serve, quote unquote. I get criticized for saying things that people think I shouldn't say just because it doesn't flatter one side or the other. But it is what it is. That's called being honest and objective. But to accuse me of not being truthful in all the work I've done, that's a low blow.
Chip, you're an amazing person.
Can you
Because
do
of
me a
all the
favor,
work
Chip,
you
and
do, I
send me?
appreciate you. I honest to Allah, I appreciate you for just being you and telling the truth on either side. That's what we need. That's what they don't understand. We can have a conversation. We can agree to disagree to agree, but that's not how they want it. They want their cake and they want to eat it all. And that's not how the world works, Chip. And I appreciate you and I appreciate your lives. And I always will try to come up on your lives. I just need to.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! You.
What?
I tried to
Whoa,
bring you up.
Dora's back.
Dora,
Dora's back.
Kitty, I gotta let you
More
go so I can let
somewhere
some
else.
other folks go. Okay?
Chip, good
Chip,
luck.
can you do me a favor,
Honestly.
dude?
And
I
Coach,
didn't hear Chip. I didn't hear your Telegram name. Can you just DM it to me? I'm not in a position to write
Let
it
me
down.
follow you. Let me follow you first so I can get it to you, and then yeah. But really quickly, it's very simple. You know, Telegram, it has a universal thing. It's just t.me / and then whatever the name is, and just use my name, Chip Barnes. T.me Chip Barnes. That's it.
Cool.
Real simple. Okay, I'll take a look at it like I always do. If it's there, you have my word as a gentleman. I will discuss it openly with my audience and etc. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we have I think who hasn't spoken in a while was Create Account.
Can I go?
Create Account hasn't spoken at all.
Okay.
Bottom right.
Actually, I'm waiting longer a little bit.
Well, I think the other person hasn't had a chance to speak at all yet. If they're there, Create Account. And if not, there's somebody that's coming up in the queue that hasn't spoken yet either. There's someone named Gold Seal, I think, that wants to come up. I just want to give everybody a chance. I try to be fair.
I'm game. Do your thing.
Gold Seal, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I'm from Chicago. First of all, I would love to thank you so much. Like, there are so many people, like my friends at my work and my relatives, who really have like opened their eyes. I'm a Muslim, but the way you speak is totally different than the way I speak to them. So I have so many Christian friends too. So when I say it, it's like, I'm talking about my community, my people, wherever in the world they are, right? So, but when you speak, so I have shared your life with so many other people. They loved it and they were like, it makes really a sense. So I would like really thank you so much. There's so many friends, like, believe me, tons of my groups and the friends who come over. I don't speak nothing to them. I just share your life with them. They join it all the time. Maybe you don't realize it, but they are on your life most of the time. Now they love it.
Thank you. That's very nice
Excuse
of you
me.
to share that. What I try to do is to have a diplomatic format. I think there's an echo on your
Oh,
side, so I'm just going to mute you for a second.
Somebody has a really bad echo.
Yeah, I think it was Gold Seal. Gold Seal, if you want to come back in and speak, just if you leave and come back, it should solve the echo problem. I'll bring you back up. But yeah, what I really make an effort to do, and again, to be accused of not trying to reach the truth is really a low blow, because I really go out of my way and I let everybody come up and share their views. I've done that today. If there is a counterpoint to be made, I don't attack them or call them names. I show what I believe is something that maybe be a different vantage point, and then people can decide for themselves. That's how this stuff should work. And the person that came up earlier, what's his name, Peyton. Whenever you come into a place and you say my way is everything and nothing else could, that's a silly way to be, because you don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. And so it's always a process of searching out more, and that's a fair way to do things. And I think that's why this is an enjoyable experience when people come to this version. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but for those that it is, I'm glad they like it. Okay, let me see if there's anybody else hasn't come up yet. We have Karen. And let's see if Karen wants to share anything with the group. Don't be a Karen, though. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Chip.
Hi.
Hi, and Assalamu alaikum, and Eid Mubarak to anybody who's celebrating or is Muslim. I just wanted to make a quick point. Chip is right. There was an Apache helicopter seen in the area of the Negev desert. There was a tank in the kibbutz. I don't know, Kibbutz Be'eri. I don't know which area that was affected on October 7th. However, the Israeli government has brought those videos to light and said we had to do what we had to do. And this is months later, all of this evidence is coming out. You can look it up. I don't have anything to share with you right now. But, Chip, I've not been in the military, but I don't know if it's because we're Americans and we keep getting into this, Iraqi situation with those wars, unaliving a million people, but we've seen a lot of damage, lots of video damage on screens, on the news. And you could tell that those kibbutz were fired on. And how would that have come over on their Walmart fans over the wall with something so great? Now, I will say, in all fairness, you could light anything with a match. So, yes, there isn't exactly a claim on either side exactly what happened, and both things could be equally true. So, they could have lit some things on fire. The government admits they brought tanks over to the kibbutz because that's how they wanted to deal with it. They're notorious for not doing hand-to-hand combat. So I just wanted to make that point, Chip.
Okay, thanks for making that. I think that did Create Account? Did you ever come in yet? I don't remember. My memory sucks.
Can I respond?
Well, let's see. You'll go next, Baron. Let's let Create Account say something. They haven't spoken yet.
How are you doing, Chip?
Okay, thanks. How about you?
How are you doing, buddy? All right. First of all, I will be very quick. Good. So, for there's a filmmaker and director, Richard Sanders. He's the one who made a documentary about the truth about October 7th. He was interviewed for about 41 minutes by Peter Bourne in the Middle East Eye channel and YouTube, and he explained everything about all. He's the one who reviewed all the available films, movies, documentaries, whatever. It's 41 minutes. You can Google it now.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it
And
up right now so I can give it
yeah,
to people. What is the name
yeah.
of the actual file or project?
The truth about October 7. It's in the Middle East Eye channel on YouTube.
Okay, Middle East. Okay.
41 minutes and 10 seconds. Very informative. Second thing, I saw myself on the internet. A news channel was filming after the 7th of October. I don't know which date was it, but there was a reporter, I think he was an American, and he was like in a big shock. He said, this damage could not be caused by handheld weapons by the H group. This is a damage by something big, like tanks and Apache or something like that. And this was like very short and was cut. And I think if you Google it, you may find it again and you may not. So that's it about the October 7th.
So you're saying that IDF explodes the houses in the
Yes, sir.
kibbutz?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
No. This
Okay,
is
excuse
completely.
me. It is my time. Respect
Let
the.
him finish, Baron. You keep interrupting.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about you, but you can't
Yeah.
help yourself. Please be
So-
respectful of others.
So this is what I want to say about October 7. Something else. I hear this again and again and again. It's part of their Haspra. Israel is the other name of Prophet Jacob. In Arabic, he is Yaqub, peace be upon him. And the children of Israel, or Bani Israel, in Quran, as the Jew or the Israelis trying to link themselves to, are not them. The children of Prophet Israel or Jacob are the children and the grandchildren of Prophet Jacob, peace be upon him. You guys have nothing to do with them. If you prove yourself that you are descendant or grandchildren of Prophet Jacob, then you are welcome. Other
So
than
why-
that, please excuse me. I'm not interested in arguments with anybody. I know my religion very well. Go educate yourself. Know who you are, where you came from. All right? Something else about how God described the Jew in our Quran. I'm a Muslim. They are saying God is poor and while we are rich. This is how God described the Jew. And they ignite conflicts among people. That's their habit. It's in their blood. They are the prophet killers. They killed Prophet Zechariah, Prophet Yahya, and they tried to kill Prophet Jesus. We Muslims, we don't believe that Jesus was crucified.
This
or
is
killed.
a highly anti-Semitic rant, Chip.
Excuse me.
A
Keep your
highly
comments for yourself.
anti-Semitic rant.
I agreed.
Well, real quick, just
All
so I
right.
can understand. When you say it's anti-Semitic, what is that? What do you mean by that?
It's
He's
Plain.
accusing Jews of unaliving prophets throughout history. It doesn't get much worse than that.
Of unaliving what or who?
He's accusing the Jews of not being Jews, first and foremost.
Didn't Jews
and then
unalive?
going
Hey,
on,
didn't Jews
and then going
unalive
on to
kill prophets
unalive
throughout
all
history?
the prophets.
What does it mean for
Kill,
this
unalive.
story here?
Yeah.
Why are we discussing it?
I would like to respond this guy. Okay, first of all, in the Quran,
Hold on.
I would.
Manage it, dude.
Everybody,
It's-
just listen for 1 second. I'm going to give Baron 3 minutes uninterrupted. Go ahead, Baron. Just don't
Thank
tell
you,
me I don't
thank
care
you.
about the truth.
Thank you. So if you really want to, you care about the truth, so you can check out in our information, and you can see many kind of videos, children's, women's, on the surface. More than 3,000 Gazian and Hamas came in and made all those messed up, and they also made a crime against humanity. You don't talk about that. How can you don't talk about that? You're taking only one side of the picture, Mr. Barnes. You're taking you're looking at the picture in one size, 50% of the picture. You don't take the second the 50 others. Okay? You convinced that we are liars. You convinced that my country is not our country. This little guy that Muslim saying that we killing that, this is anti-Semitic, man. This is anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic cause. How can you let such a things happen in your life like that? You're lying, all of you lying, completely lying, and I can prove you everything. It's unbelievable that people think that IDF will attack is civilian. If they will attack the civilian, why they build our shelters? What for? They can
Sir,
analyze it like that. Just a minute. It's my turn. Okay? Secondly, when you're talking about the Quran, it's full of lie, full of mistakes. They speaking about the story of my people in a different version. Why the Christian and the Jewish completely in one side, in one level? Because they know the truth. They know the truth. The Muslims took our Torah and messed up all the story. Paro and Aman didn't build the tower for Paro. This is completely lie. Surah 5. Also, you know, there is so many things, anti-Semitism against us and against the Christian in the Quran that Mr. Barons, you don't know those things. And this is what I try to tell you, that if you really want to know what is the reason and the conflict between us and the Arabs, I don't call them even Palestinian, okay? If you really want to know, you should go to their source. You should read about their source, how they build their empire, how they analyze people, how they conquered countries and Arabize. What are you talking about? And everybody come to us, a little nation, a little nation. What do you want from us? You want us to be unalive? It will not happen.
sir, I just want to clarify something real
No,
quick,
Karen,
Chip.
real quick. I'll let you talk in a sec, Karen. So I just want to make sure people are aware of this term. Now, there's a lot of conjecture about this, but there's something that the Israelis have deployed in the past. It's a doctrine, it's a military doctrine called the Hannibal Directive. So if you don't know what the Hannibal Directive is, it's a policy that kind of goes like this. It's a rule of engagement. What that means is, how do you deal with stuff in combat? Like what should you do, what shouldn't you do? We had those when I was in the Army. In this case, what the Hannibal Directive says is that has to do with previous problems in the Israeli dealing with hostages and soldiers that were held captive. And there was a humiliating situation with like 1,000 Palestinians were released for one Israeli soldier, and the right wing freaked out like never again. So they created this thing called the Hannibal Directive, which basically says this, and it's very, very non-specific. What it says basically is, we're not concerned as much about, we don't want the enemy to take our people hostage, whether it's a soldier or a civilian. So we would rather engage the enemy and eliminate all of the people in the situation so that they can't use leverage against us to get their prisoners out. That's the Hannibal Directive. What happened on 10/7?
Chip, if you don't mind,
Please nobody interrupt. Please nobody interrupt. Let me finish this thought. Those who have analyzed this particular day, people have said the Hannibal Directive has been put away, down off the shelf. It was revised the day of 10/7, officially. And it was used in the military response. Now, I think somebody named Barron said, there's no way the Israeli tanks or IDF would fire on its own people. Yes, they would, and yes, they did. That's a part of 10/7. I know it sounds shocking, but the doctrine says it's better to unalive hostages and militants than to allow them to be kept captive and try to negotiate your way out of it. This is, in my mind, disgusting, but it happened. It's the same reason the Apache helicopters were allowed to fire on the people running from the party and the people leaving in the vehicles, and they couldn't make sense of who was a quote-unquote T-word, who was a civilian, who was a hostage. They didn't know, so they just fired on stuff and just destroyed targets. And it's permissible under the Hannibal Directive. So we'll never know how many people exactly were unalived by fires, tank shells, whatever the cannons were, all that stuff. We don't know for sure, but it was part of that day. And I know that sounds horrific if you're pro-Israel. How could my government have their military kill its own people? Well, it's already happened with the hostages when they were indiscriminately bombing the civilian areas. 52 hostages, unfortunately, lost their lives. And obviously, Israel's, by their actions, although the words say they want the hostages back, their actions indicate a relative indifference to their well-being by the way they've executed the military campaign.
Chip, if you don't mind me just rebutting that real quick.
Yeah, please do.
As somebody who knows the Hannibal Directive,
Please
First
do.
and foremost, please show me where it was reinstituted, since it was completely revoked in 2016. However, you're conflating something with it even. It was only about military people, not about civilians. If a military person was going to be taken captive, there was a directive about what to do with the military. It had nothing to do with civilians. So the idea that you're trying to say that it was about civilians is absolutely false. But secondly, please show me where it was re-implemented post 10.7 or on 10.7. It wasn't. It was revoked in 2016. Period. Full stop. So I've not seen a source to say otherwise.
Anybody can look this up. If go to Google and just type in Hannibal Directive 10.7.
I did.
That.
I did literally have another
So
phone in my hand.
there are plenty of YouTube videos. There's plenty of people speaking to it that are analysts that have looked at the day in terms of trying to dig through what happened. And according to the sources that I've reviewed, and again, I have no reason to say this one way or the other. What do I care? I'm just a guy from America. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. If everything was done by the H group, okay, the H group did everything. I don't give a shit. But it does appear that during that day, you want to call it what you want, call it a ham sandwich. Whatever the Israelis chose to do to respond that day, and it was a very difficult day. It was very tumultuous. It was chaotic. It was horrific. I'm not passing judgment on it. I'm just saying that it appears as if by the use of tanks, other tracked vehicles, mortars, artillery, and helicopters, things happen in these places that unfortunately could not have been done by the H group's weapons. They don't have the firepower or the capability to do the damage that was done. They didn't have tanks. They didn't have vehicles that had tread on them. This was Israeli military stuff. And it's likely that some of the civilian casualties and many of the H group militants were caught up in this, and people died. And it's horrible, but it doesn't mean that Israel is a horrible group of people for doing it. It's a choice of how to engage an enemy in a terribly chaotic situation.
Yeah, and I would like to note that he didn't pull a source to say that the Hannibal Directive was re-implemented.
It's kind of hard with one hand
after...
and a phone and trying to run the live to find the source, but I'll look for it. I'll tell you what, I'll put the phone down and give me a chance. Let's let somebody else talk for a second. I think Daddy...
it's my turn now. I waited for long.
Yeah, find me an Israeli government source, please. Thank you.
David Doyle, by the way.
Well, put it this way: an Israeli government source, I wouldn't wipe my ass with that. Just to let you know, that's worthless.
Well, I mean, they're the ones who would have to re-implement it. So
they wouldn't tell the truth if somebody put an AK-47 to their head. They don't tell the truth about anything ever. So that's just that to say an Israeli source. That's worthless.
Right. Israelis
totally worthless.
Chip, thank you for having me here, sir. And I'm glad that you're the only panel that these people talk over each other, and they're just nonsense people, no education, no ethics, no morals. That's
okay. Hold on. We need to be fair. Don't attack the people. If you have an issue-based thing you want to say, I'm all for it. But I don't know what the education level is of Coach. He may have a PhD in whatever. He may be way more educated than me. I don't think they're immoral. I don't think they're stupid. I don't think they're trying to be purposely untruthful. They believe what they believe because of the road they've traveled, the people they support, the experiences they've had, and what they perceive to be the events of this stuff. So let's be fair and not disparage anybody for what they believe. I think that's the courtesy we deserve to give each other. You can disagree, though. By the way, Courtside, there's somebody who did come in that hasn't spoken yet named David Olihartz. Let me give them a chance, and I'll have
David Doyle. David Doyle. Can you hear me? Yeah? It's the name is David Doyle, and I'm from the Republic of Ireland.
Doyle. Gotcha. Sorry, David. Yeah.
And I don't want. I just want to give kudos to you for having a proper discussion online. I've been on numerous discussions with people from Israel, and I've been beaten with the garden hose multiple occasions down. I don't have a problem with Israeli people. I don't have a problem with Palestinian people. I just know that what I see here in the Republic of Ireland, and I'm getting told all the time, or we're all getting told all the time by the ambassador here in Ireland, that we're wrong and we're anti-Semitic. We're not anti-Semitic. We're very open here in Ireland. We don't have a problem with Israel people in general. But the lies that I'm seeing on social media, and I have a background in social media, is just ridiculous. I've never seen so much devastation of innocent civilians, of children in particular, from reporters in Gaza. It's heartbreaking. It breaks my heart, really. It breaks my heart to see anyone any child, any innocent civilian being murdered, especially by a military that's probably the third most powerful in the world. It's gut wrenching, and I just wish it would stop, basically, and the lies.
So here's a real quick. Thank you for sharing your point of view. He said he wanted a source, so this is Coach. And again, Coach, this is my first step, but I'm just going to show you what I found briefly. So this is one statement. There are two statements immediately here, and one says it's according to Israeli newspapers. Around noon on October 7th, according to Israeli newspapers cited in the documentary, I have to find out what documentary that is, the IDF may have invoked a version of the Hannibal Directive expanded to include Israeli civilians, and in accordance began blindly opening fire with rockets and helicopter gunships on any person or vehicle seen moving across the Nova Festival. So that's listen, I'll find the actual report, and it's called the American Project, prospect.org to the American Prospect. It gets into a specific report that was authored about the day. So I'll look through it more to try to find you the specifics. I can even send you the link if you contact me. By the way, Coach, my email address is in my bio, but I'll give it to you. It's very simple. It's chipbarnesonline@gmail. You're more than welcome to contact me. We can have a dialogue there too if you prefer. I'm not trying to make shit up, but if other people say it and it makes sense, then that's what I've heard so far. I've probably seen it mentioned 80 different times. Okay, I think Patrick Watson's coming in. If he comes through, I can let Patrick talk for a second. And then we have somebody named Gold Seal who's coming through. So Gold Seal, why don't you go ahead while Patrick tries to come in. Gold Seal, if you're ready, go ahead, please. Gold Seal, are you ready? Are you there? No, yes, no. Coach, did you want to respond to any of that or no?
There was nothing to really respond to per se. I could barely hear him on my end, so I don't know.
You want me to say it again? Okay, I'll do it again. Okay.
Oh, no. I mean, I thought you were talking about, I heard what you said. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I meant there was nothing I really had to respond to David about.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay. I thought you meant the stuff that I'd said to you.
No.
And again, part of this is a digging process. Sometimes, and listen, if an article says something, that's just an article writing about it. It can just be an author, like the New York Times thing about the grape. That turned out to be complete silliness. So we have to be fair and look at a combination of sources if they are alluded to by different reference points. So to be fair, that may just be somebody's statement of it. I can't verify what was just said. But again, I believe it was used that day because it makes sense based on what happened that it was used because of the damages. Otherwise, those damages.
I mean, look, if I were in the military and I were going to be taken captive, I'd absolutely want them to unalive me. That's just me, though.
Yeah, well, that's what the doctrine. That's what the doctrine's for. It's to prevent hostage taking.
But it was revoked in 2016. Would I believe that there's casualties amongst Israelis that day? Absolutely. It's chaos. But to say that the doctrine was invoked, I don't believe that. Not against civilians. Not 1% do I believe that.
It's not what the evidence shows.
It's entirely what you believe. You're entitled to your belief.
Chip, can I make an announcement and just speak my part, and then you can drop me down?
Yep, that sounds good. Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, Chip has been doing a wonderful job. Please, everyone, tap, and you can touch on the screen on the face of Mr. Chip Burns, and then you will see a drop down. Please share the live, share with your friends and family. Double tap, everyone. We dropped to 227. We need to take this live to 800. That's the target. Okay. Let me first of all welcome Chip Burns to Islam. It's been 6 months that we've been going through all this Palestinian cause. So I welcome Chip because you're standing with Palestine, and I welcome you to Islam. So the other day I gave you an advice just to listen to the Quran verses with English translation. I hope that's going to melt your heart. Okay, let me ask you, sir. 30 years back, who orchestrated the 9/11? Who make division between Christianity and Muslims. We have to go back 30 years back that why we Christians and Muslims developed division after the 9/11. This was a propaganda. Everybody needs to wake up in the West, open their eyes. Okay, that's because we have clash of civilizations and the East and the West do not understand each other's religion, ethics, values, or their family lifestyles. Let me ask you, how many hostages are held by Hamas? Very bad, right? How many hostages are being held by the Israeli forces in prison? Very bad, very bad. Now, someone was talking about the Quran. The Holy Quran is an awesome book. Stop the conspiracy, stop the genocide, stop telling the 2.8 billion Muslims Holy book is a lie. Don't do it, please. We need peace in the world. So why is that you as a God-chosen people creating evil, atrocity, genocide, sucking the blood of Palestinian children and women in 2024? Thank you, Chip, for standing with oppressed region. Thanks for standing with the voiceless Palestinian. Thanks for educating the world. Thanks for crashing conspiracy. The mask has fallen off. There is nothing today here for the Palestinian to explain themselves. Nothing, nothing. It's done. Enough is enough. Let's liberate Palestine and let's liberate Kashmir. Free Kashmir, free Palestine. Thank you. You can drop me.
Okay, Courtside, thanks for being here.
Maybe he's allowed and I am
Real,
not. I know about.
real quick, one sec. I'm gonna have to do a nature break for a second here too, but no big deal. So whoever talks next, just give me like 2 minutes so I can do that. But I do want to say there is an article that I just pulled up from Mondoweiss that is an interview with an Israeli soldier who said he specifically was told that he was able to use the Hannibal Directive in his response from his tank in his tank unit in the kibbutzim and at the rave during 10/7. So I don't know how much more you need than that, but this is directly coming from Israeli newspapers and an Israeli soldier who served and implemented it that day. So I don't know what you want to do with that. I'll certainly provide that to you if you want the exact reference link. I don't know why.
Kindly provide it.
What's that?
Kindly provide it, because if I think you're referring to the one that I think you're referring to, it's an unnamed source that claimed to be, and I can claim
This
to
is
be
this is a soldier who's this is a soldier who has a photograph taken of him and he's speaking directly to the
and
article.
they've given it. They actually have given his name.
Yeah.
Please
Right here.
send it to
I'll
me.
send
I will read it.
here it is. What I'll do is I'll show you the Google search. Okay, this is very simple. Let me turn my camera around, and you'll probably get the same results. I hope. I'll show you what I typed in. So my search criteria was Hannibal Directive used on 10/7. I actually put an extra character in my accent. And then if you go down, there's the Wikipedia entry that describes what it is, and that it was, the allegation I showed you earlier. But the first link is Al Jazeera, which I figured you probably didn't want to see. Second one is Mondoweiss. Another Israeli soldier admits to implementing the. So if you go to the search, you'll see the second link is Mondoweiss. And then there's other ones below it that discuss it. SheerPost, which is definitely a good source. I definitely trust their work. And then there's another one from the Cradle. Israeli Army ordered mass Hannibal Directive on 10/7. The Times of Israel described how the Hannibal Procedure Directive allows soldiers to use potentially massive amounts of force to prevent the taking of hostages, blah, blah, blah. So you'll
Is
see.
Mondoweiss the one you're referring to?
What's that?
Is Mondoweiss the one you're referring to?
That's one of them. There are many. There's one from Haaretz. There's one from SheerPost, one from the Cradle, one from Washington Report on the Middle East, Haaretz again, some YouTube videos. It's all there. So just check it out.
Yeah, the Haaretz ones have been debunked, but I will look at the Mondoweiss one and let you know what I think.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're not trying to make shit up. And if it did happen, then let's talk about it. If it didn't, let's talk about that. Fair enough. Okay, I need to do that nature break. But who was next on the list? We had somebody coming in from the queue here. Steve is here. Steve is someone who is, I'd say he's an American, but he sort of leans towards Israel. Let's see what Steve has to say about whatever we're going to talk about, if he's able to come in. Steve, oh, there you are. Hey, Steve.
Hey, I wanted to comment about something that you were talking about when it was maybe a few hours back with a person about, he was arguing about the census data and how many people were in Israel, or I mean, how many people were in Palestine at a certain year. And I'm looking at the population of municipal areas census from 1922, a PDF document. It's on a government org, anuedu.au site, but it's all over and you could read it. In the municipality of Jerusalem in 1922, there were 13,413 Muslims and 33,971 Jews and 14,669 Christians. And in Jaffa, there was 20,669 Muslims and 20,152 Jews and 6,850 Christians. So for the total municipal areas of Jerusalem and Jaffa, the Jews were at either 50% or they were overwhelming majority. Now, overall, though, the country for municipal areas was 52% Muslim and 25.97% Jewish and 20% Christian. So there was definitely in 1922, way before the creation of Israel, there were a lot of Jews in Israel, and they had a majority in at least one or two municipalities. So I think a lot of the arguments I've heard is, about occupation, that Jews were stealing land and that, everyone's occupied. But the fact was it was controlled by Britain, and neither the Jews nor the Muslims at that time wanted to be controlled by Britain. And there was a lot of resistance by both sides against Britain. And I think it was a reasonable determination to hand it over to the League of Nations and let them decide, to break it up and into two different jurisdictions. And by breaking it up, they didn't mean that anyone had to leave. They just said, you're going to have a government that's controlled by this party and one government's controlled by another party. That was overwhelmingly rejected by the League of Arab Nations that attacked Israel in 1948. So I feel like it was a civil war. You had 13,000, like I said, in Jerusalem, there were 13,000 Muslims and 33,000 Jews. So overall, there was definitely more Muslims in the municipal areas, 139,000 versus 68,000 in 1922. But I don't see how people could deny that the Jewish people were part of that land and did not have the right to have a government there, that protected Jews. And to say that you were colonized by refugees really just doesn't make sense to me.
Hard games.
Anyway,
Hold on. Let's see
that's
if
all I
talk.
had to say. And I know we're just going to have to agree to disagree because no one ever listens, on either side, really.
I listen to what you said. The question would be, in terms of population numbers, you mentioned the two municipalities that you referred to. In terms of the total population of the territory, that's what the references I was referring to earlier. So I don't know how it's broken down. There may have been far more Jews in Jerusalem than there were Arabs because of the I guess people
They
gravitated
break
to that
it down
reasons.
by tribal areas and municipal areas and villages. For the district of southern Israel, Jerusalem, Jaffa, Samaria, and northern Israel or Palestine, excuse me. So it might be interesting if you went and go look at that breakdown to know that there was definitely a lot of Jews there. They had a majority in Jerusalem. So to say that they did not have the right to have their own government when no one wanted the British controlling it. Both sides did not want Britain to control it. So there's going to be a conflict. And I think it was a reasonable, solution to separate it into a two-state solution And it's sad that it wasn't accepted, because I think we'd be in a lot better situation if it was accepted and they chose peace instead of starting a war.
Well, when you say you wish they chose peace, is
That
that
means the
something
League
that?
of Arab Nations that did not accept the two-state solution, the resolution.
Oh boy, it's raining outside. I was going to take the dog out. Okay, well, that's one way to look at it. I think that others would look at it and say, well, the determination was deemed to be unfair, and the actual forcible imposition of a Jewish ethno state in that region was going to be problematic.
But it
And
wasn't
then, of
it
course,
wasn't just a Jewish ethno state. It was a Muslim ethno state and a Jewish ethno state and a common area. So it was a partition plan. And if you look at the partition, the Negev Desert, which only had 40,000 people in it, was over 60% of the land that Israel was given in that partition. So it wasn't like they were getting all the best areas. Like, it wasn't equal. There's a lot of people that worked on that partition plan to try to make
I
it
get
fair.
it. That argument, Steve, is actually not that good. Some of that land, you're right, was non-arable land, but a lot of the best arable land was included in the partition.
For both
That's
sides.
one of the keys.
For both
That's one of the
sides,
key
though.
issues. The point is that there are people who deemed it to be not only inequitable in terms of the actual partition plan, but the plan itself was not something they were very excited about because of the negative impact it would have. And it did have a negative impact. It was positive for the Jewish state. I acknowledge that. But there were losers involved in that, and they lost big time. And I think that's the historic injustice that people point towards. Like, what did we do? We're just here. Why did some British entity or this Zionist movement decide we had to go the hell away? I think that's a fair
Oh,
point
but
to
they
make.
didn't decide they had to go away. They just said that it's going to be a Jewish government and a Muslim government, two different governments in two different parts. No one said anyone had to leave.
Well,
Matter of
do you know,
fact,
Steve, do you know that people would have, Steve, hold on a second. This is a good point
yeah,
to make. So here's a question I want to ask you. This is not a gotcha, but
right.
have you read a book by Ilyan Pape called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine?
Oh my God, please no.
Hold on. Have you read
No,
that book?
I haven't read it.
Okay, so you just said that it wasn't that way, that people weren't forced to leave. Is that what you said?
The partition plan did not say that people had to leave. That was
Okay.
correct.
So in other words, what we're trying to get at here is maybe the plan itself didn't direct it, but in actuality, a lot of that went on both before and during the plan of establishing the state of Israel. It was pretty brutal and pretty dramatic. It
Well,
wasn't
I think you should
very
read some
casual.
of what Benny Morris, the historian, said about
I've
that.
read all of Benny Morris's books, every single
Yeah.
one.
Okay. And so he says that a lot of people left on their own accord.
That's not untrue. There
Oh,
were some people who were advised to go, and that when the conflict was over, they could come back and be where they were. So that was some of the people. That
right.
was not the majority of the people. That was a very small fraction of the people. Most people saw a village next door massacred, or they got run out with a bunch of guns and vehicles, and they decided to flee, or they were forced to flee at the end of a gun if they weren't unalived. A lot more of that happened than the
And
former.
you're saying that happened before 48, before the resolution?
This happened before and during. In other words, before the state of Israel, there was a lot of that going on. There was a lot of massacres happening, a lot of terror being put
On
forth by
both
the Arab
sides, or
military.
just
Well,
just
mostly by very militant and terroristic Jewish groups, and there were responses to it by Arab groups in response to what the Jewish groups were doing. So, if you, in other words, Benny Morris has a take on it. He's entitled to his take. I don't agree with everything Benny Morris says. I agree more with Ilyan Pape and
Is that the same
Milton
Elian
Finkelstein.
Pape that says facts don't really matter to him?
Nope, not aware of that being the application of the learned process during that book.
yeah, I'll have to read some of his. I haven't read that. I've only done some reading, but it was eye-opening to read the population numbers in 1922 of the municipal areas.
All right, Steve. Well, thanks for sharing your point of view.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate that very much.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Pape
Thanks a
is,
lot.
yeah, he's right. He was right in some books, but most
All
of
right, real quick, everybody. I hate to do this. This has been going on for quite a while. I don't like to end things suddenly, but I do have to go at the moment. Got to take the dog out, and I really appreciate everybody being here. This was good. This will be uploaded to my YouTube channel. You can locate it in my bio under Linktree Chip Barnes. Thanks for being here, and I will see you all very soon. Thanks again. I appreciate everybody.
Thanks,
John
Steve.
Boyd, thanks for being here.